Now what I'm going to do next, I'm going to display here a list of created projects on the page. And then we are going to work on filters. Right now we are going to get into the save folder. You can see API admin, and here we're going to pass in another folder. We're going to name it e-commerce. We're going to put in the first endpoint. We're going to name it getProduct.ts. getProduct.ts. We're going to get into the admin folder. We're going to copy contents in the get.ts, copy everything in here, and we are going to put it in the getProduct.ts in here, guys. And then what I'm going to do first, I'm going to first display products, and then we are going to add filters later on. Now we are going to do this. We are going to get into the stores folder. You can see in here we got a store for each page. We have a store for the category. Now I'm going to create here the e-commerce folder. I'm passing e-commerce, and I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna pass here products, okay, and then I'm gonna move this store in the products. This one, we are going to put it into the category, pass the category, and we gather stores for the off folder for the authentication. I'll pass it off. For the off, I'm going to put in the sign up store and the user store. Pass it, I'm passing the sign up store. We're going to put it inside the off. And here, we're going to do this, okay. We got here products, and inside the category, we are going to move this, the category store, we're going to put it inside the category. And for the user, I'm going to create here another one, a user, we're going to put in the user store. I'm going to copy this, and then I'm putting the user store. Now for the e-commerce, we are going to do this. For the e-commerce website, we're going to pass in the e-commerce store. And pass a products, e-commerce, product, e-commerce store like this, the tiers. And then we're going to copy contents inside the product store. Inside the product store, we're going to copy everything in here. We're going to put it inside the product e-commerce store like this. We're going to put that here. And then what I'm going to do here, I'm going to delete everything in here and delete that. It's that, so we're going to delete that here, that. And we're going to stay with the function right here, fetch product. And I'm going to remove, delete product. I'm going to get rid of that. And all the way to the bottom, we are going to remove that too. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, we are going to stay with some properties like product data and fetch products. I'm going to remove that. Yeah, fetch products. We're going to stay with that. We're going to get rid of the edit here. Now, what I'm going to do here, guys, I'm going to rename here the opinion. So we're going to pass use products, e-commerce. I'm passing an abbreviation, e-commerce store. We're going to pass this, okay, e-commerce store. And here we're going to pass the products, and I'm passing hyphen, and then I'm passing e-commerce store like this. And for the endpoints, we're going to get into the API folder, products, and here we are going to get into e-commerce folder. Pass the e-commerce, and then we're gonna pass here get products, okay, e-commerce, get products, the tiers like this, and everything is okay in here, guys. Now guys, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna call the use product e-commerce store. We are going to copy it, and then we're gonna get into the index.view file. We have here products, and so I'm gonna get into index.view file. We are going to pass it here. You can see in here we got the product grid. Let me check here. We have here the product grid, and so we got the product car here. Now we're going to pass the array into the product car. You can see since this endpoint here, you can see this is our endpoints, API/e-commerce get products. This is what our endpoint return, and we have here an array, okay, and then we are going to take the array, we're going to pass it to the product data, to the product car. That's how we're going to do. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to get into here. You can see we got here, we are going to get into components, products, and we got the product car here. And I'm going to call here this pinner. So we have the product grid. Let me get into the product grid here. You can see inside the product grid, we got the product car. Now we're going to pass the data. Now I'm going to define here a components. I'm going to do this. We're going to pass here cons, use product store. We are going to pass here it products e-commerce store like this is equal to use product e-commerce store. We're gonna pass here cons. We're going to pass the product data is equal to store to ref to preserve reactivity. Pass the store to refs like this to preserve reactivity. And I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it here. Now we're gonna copy the product data. We're gonna pass it to the product cart like this. Like this. And then let's head in the product cart. And in here we're gonna define in a component. We're gonna name it props is equal to define props like this. Then we're gonna pass here the array product data. Now we are going to iterate through the array. We're gonna pass here v4 and pass the products in products the products like this. You can see this is an object. I'm gonna move here. You can see we got here an object. Yeah, this is an object, and we have in a key which is the products, and the product is an array. Yeah, products in product data that products, and here we're gonna pass the key. We are going to pass here products.id like this. Here we're gonna pass it the link. We're gonna pass it dollar, and then here I'm pass here curly braces. We're gonna pass the products that's name. Yeah, product slag like this, and here we're gonna pass here the product name. I pass the product name like this, product name. Okay, here we pass here the width of the image and the height, and we're gonna pass here the image. And here what I'm gonna do, I'm pass the products. Yeah, products that images, and you can see in here, guys, a single product can have more than one image, and here we got one image. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try to check first if we got images inside the images array. Pass the length. We're gonna pass here that's greater than 0. We're gonna pass here this. We are going to iterate through it, and then we are going to pass here the first image in an array. Else we're going to pass here a fallback image, and here I'm gonna pass here constants. We're gonna pass here cons fallback image euro. Okay, fallback image euro. We are going to pass this image here. Let me move here. I'm gonna copy the placeholder. I got this image inside my image folder and pass it here, and then we're gonna pass here the fallback image euro. We should pass here fallback and pass here fallback image euro like this. We're gonna pass here fallback image euro. We're gonna copy it. That's what we're gonna pass in here in case inside the images array we don't got any image, and here we're gonna pass it at euro. Yeah, that's what we should pass there. You can see we got here the euro, which represent the image. Now I'm gonna pass here the alt. We're gonna pass it product name. Here I'm gonna copy that too. We're gonna pass it to the title, and we have here the lazy. We have here another property which is loading, and here pass here lazy. Let me explain the lazy. This is a property that we should pass to the Nuxt image components. Let me move here. Yeah, we're going to look for lazy. Yeah, let me look for loading here. You can see we have here loading, and here we are going to pass here loading. Yeah, I just passed there loading to defer loading of an image until it appears in the viewport. It means we are going to wait until the image is fully loaded, and then we're going to pass it into the viewport, and then we're going to display it. That is the why of the loading property. Now we're going to go back here, and we have here the sizes property. And in small screen, guys, in small screen, we are going to take the width. We're going to divide it by 2. And in medium screen, we are going to take the width. We're going to stay with this width that we define here. Okay. And now we pass the class. And here I'm going to pass here pass the title, the image. Okay. Everything is okay in here. And here too, I'm going to pass here the slag. I'm going to copy that. We are going to pass it here at the bottom and pass it the slag like this. And now let me remove these things where we got this. Okay, everything is okay here. And also I'm gonna pass here the title of the image, and I'm passing products.name like this. And here we're gonna display the name and pass here this products.name. And now we're going to display the price. For the price, we're gonna pass here products.price like this. And then I'm gonna add here plus. And for the regular price, we are going to add a column to the database later on. Now we're gonna stay with that. We're going to try this. And now I'm going to go back inside the product cart. Yeah, we're going to go back inside the product grid. In here, guys, we are going to call a function in order to fetch data. And what I'm gonna do, we have here the product e-commerce store. I'm gonna copy that and pass it a weight here. And then we're gonna pass it this and pass it fetch products. Okay, like this. And I think this is the name of the function, fetch product. Now we can check this. Yeah, I'm gonna check. I'm going to get into the stores folder. Yeah, stores folder. We have here fetch products. Yeah, like this. Everything is okay in here. Now let me go back. We're going to try this product cart. And here product grid, we're going to pass here fetch products like this. Now let's get into the browser and try this. I'm gonna move here. Yeah, I'm gonna move to the home page. We are going to refresh the page and see what we are going to get here. And we got an error, guys. Use product e-commerce store is not defined. Okay. Now, in order to fix this error, we are going to add a configuration inside the Nuxt.config.ts for Pineer. You can see actually by default is Nuxt use auto imports. By default, when we create a Pineer store, at the roots of the stores folder, they import it automatically. But since we changed that, we put our stores into subfolders, Nuxt is unable to import our Pineer store. Now we are going to do this. We're going to get into the Nuxt.config.ts file. And in here, I'm going to pass this here. We're going to pass Pineer, stores. We're going to import in everything in the source folder. Now let's check here. Our server is going to restart it. And then we're going to be able to see our page. Okay. Tap enter. We're going to wait a bit. Our server finished running. We're gonna try it again. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna refresh here. Yeah, you can see we have an error search is not defined. We are going to get into the e-commerce store, the product e-commerce store. Yeah, we are going to remove that. And then here, let's refresh the page and see what we're gonna get here. And yeah, actually we don't got data here, guys. We don't pass here data. Okay. Yeah, we don't pass here data. Now, as we don't pass here data, I'm gonna try to debug here. I'm gonna get into the console, and here we are going to see if we don't got an error. I'm gonna go to the tab here. Yeah, we're gonna check, and here it seems we got an error. Products, and here error converting field slag of unexpected not nullable. Yeah. We have here an error, guys. We have here an error, slag. Okay. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to get into the store folder. I'm going to get into the get product tiers. And here, maybe we have here an error. Okay. And here, pass the categories, images. And let me check if our endpoints return data. I'm going to tap here. I'm going to refresh the page. Yeah, our endpoint doesn't return data, guys. You can see, yeah, in find menu, we got an error. And here we have here of expected non-nullable tabs. Here you can see non-nullable tab string found in incompatible value. Yeah, there's a column which returns null. That's why we have an error. Now, in order to fix the error, I'm going to say this. We're going to get into, the Prisma folder. We have here Prisma folder. Okay, I'm gonna get into Prisma folder, and then here I'm gonna say it can be optional, and we are going to fix that error. Okay, we are going to refresh the page again. Okay, it doesn't work. Okay, as it doesn't work, we are going to restart it again, the server. That's what we are going to do. You can see we got a null column here. Now the server is up, guys. Now we're gonna try it again, and you can see actually we load the data. We don't got any error because when we tap npm run dev, we started the save again. We generate the Prisma clients. That's why it's better to restart the server. If you got an error, it's better to rerun the server so that they're going to regenerate the Prisma client. You can see they run a command generating Prisma client. It's better. If you make a change inside your Prisma schema, it's better to rerun again your server. Now you can see actually you got data, and if you move to the page, we are going to get data here. You can see we have data of different products. Okay, this is the data, and now I'm gonna display here categories. We have here price. For pricing filters, we're going to pass here price, and then if we do a slide like this, we are going to make a request to the server. Now for categories, we need to display here categories that we get inside our database. Now what I'm going to do, you can see if we have here the category. Yeah, we are going to get into the store folder. The server folder, we have here, let me pass, we have off, and I'm gonna get into e-commerce, and we have here different endpoints for the category, and we got here categories, and for these endpoints, I'm going to remove security because we are going to access the same data on the front end, on the e-commerce websites. I'm gonna remove the security here and pass define event handler like this. But for the creates and updates, we are going to add here security. Okay, now we're going to get into the, we're going to import in, we're going to get into the category store, and then we're going to call it a function, and I'm going to copy that. We're going to move at the top here. We have here, I'm going to get into components, e-commerce, products, and we have here filters. Yeah, I'm gonna scroll down a little bit. We have filters. Yeah, we have filters here, and we're going to get into filters, and we're going to pass here category. You can see we have category filter. We're gonna pass it there, and now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna remove that. We are going to do this. We are going to iterate through it, and here I'm gonna pass here cons, and here we're going to pass here first. We're gonna pass here the store. I'm going to pass here category store is equal to use category store, and then we are going to extract data, and let me check the data, the data type here. We're going to get into the category store. I'm going to move to the bottom here and pass here category, and here we have category store, and we have here the data. You can see category store. Once we call a function, we are going to get access to data. And here I'm going to copy that. We are going to go back inside the filters. Okay. Filters. And here I'm going to pass here this. We are going to pass here cons. We are going to pass here data is equal to a weight here. Pass a weight category store. That's, then we're going to pass the fetch categories. Okay. Like this. Okay, everything is okay. Now I'm going to remove that to remove the typing error. And here we're going to get the data. Okay, now I'm going to copy that. I'm going to get into the category page and pass the categories. And then here, inside the categories, I'm going to check. I'm going to check here, pass the category. Yeah, pass it data. And then we pass the data, the categories. I was looking for that. That's what we're going to pass there in order to get access to the categories array. Now we're going to go back inside the filters here, and here we are going to do this. We're going to pass, you can see we have here terms. I'm going to remove that here, remove that, and then we're going to pass here categories. And pass here categories, pass the categories like this. We're going to get into the category filter. We're going to get in. And in here, we are going to remove that. And here, I was using TypeScript here, guys. I'm going to remove TypeScript. If you are not familiar with TypeScript, I'm going to remove that. Everything in here. Let me remove that. Okay. It is the same. We have here categories. pass here categories, yeah, array, true, and label, I'm going to remove that later. I'm going to try to check here something, and I'm going to remove that first. And then here we have here pass here categories, and here I'm going to copy that. We're going to pass here categories. Okay, I don't want to break things, guys, and I'm passing categories, okay, like this, and then I'm copy that. We're gonna pass it here, categories, okay, yeah, categories like this. And here we have here an icon, okay, this icon we are going to pass here vopen, toggle a content inside the category components, and then here we're going to pass here category, we got them, and pass here category like this. And here we don't have a slack here, and pass here this category, and here category, okay, category everywhere, and here and pass here category, and here category that's name, yeah, like this. Now let's try it again. We are going to see what we got here. You can see actually display list of categories. And now I'm going to try to pick one here. Yeah, we select all categories at a time. Now, let me first fix that. Yeah, we still pass here the value. It's like I'm going to pass here category. We're going to pass category. Option chaining, we're going to pass here the ID of the category that we select. And here, let's check again. And here you can see actually select one category. And I'm going to get into the console in here, guys. You can see if I select a given category, we are canceling, we pass here hello. And what I'm going to do here, I'm going to pass here the var of the category, and here I'm going to pass here to the checkbox change function. We're going to pass in the category ID like this. And then once we pick a given category, we are going to console here the value and pass it var. And let's see what we got here. You can see if I pick a given category, we're gonna cancel the ID of the category. I select the second category, we cancel the ID of the second category. Now you can see actually we got here an array selected terms. Here I'm pass here selected categories, okay, categories. Once we pick a given category, we're gonna store them inside the selected categories array. You can see we have here an input. I'm gonna add here a little space so that you can see we have here an input. And then once we pick category, we're going to console the value. And what I'm going to do here, guys, I'm gonna try to check if a given category exists inside the categories array. And here we're going to pass here this, pass here cons, we're gonna pass here ID exists, okay. And then we are going to do we're going to pass selected category, that's sum function. We are going to iterate and pass here the ID is, we're going to do this, the ID here is equal to the value. Yeah, for the value, I can just pass here the category ID to make things clear. Category ID and is equal to that, okay? And then if the value is equal to true, we are going to remove the category. It means the category exists inside the selected categories array. And else we are going to do selected category, okay? So we're going to pick here selected category, start push. We're going to push in the category ID. Yeah, like this. We're going to push in that ID. And if it exists, we are going to remove it. I'm going to iterate through the selected category ID and pass a constant filtered array. Okay, filtered array. We are going to pass here the selected categories that filter, and then here I'm pass here the ID, and we are going to do this. We are going to iterate through the array. We are going to pass here ID different from this category ID. We are going to return an array which doesn't contain the ID that we select previously. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. And here we're going to do selected categories ID is equal to filtered array. That value is equal to filtered array, like this. That's what we're gonna do. Okay, is equal to filtered array. And okay, that's okay here, guys. And Here, we are going to try to see what we are going to get inside these selected categories. I'm going to copy it and then I'm pass it above. We are going to try to inspect and see what we got inside the selected categories array when we pick a given category. Now, let's check here. Now we have here an array of categories. Now, I'm going to try to select here an item. Yeah, we can pick 2 here, 3. Yeah, we pass here electronic, shoes, clothes. And if I pick here electronic, we are going to remove it. Okay, you can see. And we got an empty array. Everything works fine, guys. Now we're going to display here a list of colors. You can see inside the product store. I'm going to remove that here. I'm going to get into the product store. Yeah, we have the product store. We have here an array of colors. We're going to iterate through the array. And here what I'm going to do, I'm going to get into the color filter. We have a filters. And here we are going to pass here const product store. Product store is equal to use product store. And we are going to extract the colors. We're going to extract the colors array, pass the product store, copy that. We are going to copy that. Okay, and then we are going to go back inside the color filter. Yeah, we are going to go back inside the filters, the view file. And here we're going to pass here the array. And then we're going to pass here store to ref to preserve reactivity. Yeah, pass a product store. Okay, product store here. And we have here the product colors. Okay, now we are going to pass the array here. We're going to pass here colors. We're going to pass an array of colors. We're going to pass it here. And then we are going to get into the color filter. We are going to pass here. We're going to define a prop here. Const props is equal to define props. And pass here colors. And here I'm going to remove TypeScript to get rid of the TypeScript definition error. And yeah, we have here an array of colors. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to iterate through the array. I'm going to get rid of this, remove that. And here I'm going to remove, yeah, we have here filter title is open. The is open prop right here, guys. It allows to toggle the filter. You can see we have it on the categories. If I click here, we are going to hide the filter. We are going to hide items inside the filter. And what I'm going to do here, we are going to remove the attributes. The attributes is an array of colors. And here I'm going to pass a color in colors. Yeah, we're going to pass here, we've got attributes, that terms, we're going to pass here colors. Okay. And here I'm going to pass here color, only color. I'm going to copy that. Yeah, I'm going to remove that. Pass here title, color. And slag, I'm going to remove that. And here you can see we have this function checkbox change. We're going to pass here color. Okay. We are going to use the value in order to check if we already select the color. And here I'm pass here selected. We're going to pass selected colors. I'm going to copy that. And here color and color. Okay. And everything is okay. Here I'm passing color. Yeah, we can pass here color. And here selected colors. Okay. And everything is okay. Now I'm going to get into the categories filter. I'm going to copy this logic here. It is the same. We're going to use it inside the color filter. We're going to pass it here. And where we got color here, you can see we pass category ID. I'm trying to pass here color. We're going to pass this selected color. We are going to pass selected colors. I'm going to copy that. And then we are going to pass it here. Okay. Here and here. And I made it in here too. Okay. Selected colors. And then we are going to iterate through the array. We're going to check. And we're going to pass a color and pass a color exists. And if we have the color in the selected colors array, we are going to remove it and pass a color exists. And then here I'm passing C. C means color as parameter is equal to color. And then here we're going to pass a filtered array, selected colors. And then we are going to iterate through the array. And here I'm passing you different from the selected color. and we are going to pass here the selected color that value that filtered is equal to the filtered array. And here we're gonna pass here in case we don't have the color in selected colors, we're gonna push it. And there we go. We just finished. Now let's try to check this out inside the browser. Yeah, you can see, yeah, we don't have here colors. I'm gonna refresh the page here, and we're going to have here these colors. Yeah, you can see we got these colors. We got an array of colors. Okay, we got an array of colors. Now we're gonna try to check if we're going to pick a given color. And here we're going to pass the selected colors. I'm gonna pass it here. Okay, we are going to inspect the array. And here you can see we have here an array. Now I'm gonna pick here red. You can see we select red, black, white here, green, blue, yellow. It works pretty well. And if I click again yellow, we're going to remove it into the colors array. Yeah, you can see it works. Now I'm gonna remove that. Okay. Now we have here another filter, which is price range. Okay, price range. Now we are going to move to that later on. Now what I'm going to do first, we are going to get into the saver folder. I pass the saver folder. We have here get product TS. We are going to get in, and in here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to get here an array of colors. We are going to inspect here. We're going to do this. We're going to have here an array of colors, categories, and so we're going to pass here. We're going to get here an array of prices. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to get into first. We have here the product e-commerce store, and in here I'm going to define here an array of colors, of categories. Pass here categories. We are going to send it to the server is equal to ref. We're going to pass here this. We're going to have here an array of colors and price. Pass here colors. We have also prices. Okay, these are these value, these array, we're going to send them to the server. And here what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this, and here I'm do a cons. We are going to pass here categories to string. And we're going to send this value. We're going to pass the categories, that's value to string. Okay, we are going to take the array, and then we are going to pass it. We're going to send it as a string. Yeah, it's going to look like this, guys. Let me zoom a little bit here. You can see if I type here, let me do this. If I type here, a const C is equal to, I'm passing 1, 2, 1, 5, 3, 5. And here, if pass it to string, we are going to get a string here, guys, like this. We are going to send a string of numbers, and then once we got this string on server, we are going to convert it into an array. We're going to convert it into an array. That's what we're going to do. And here, what I'm going to do, I pass you categories that value to string. I pass you categories. Yeah, I can just copy this here. Copy this here and pass it here. We have prices, and we're gonna pass the prices. Okay, prices, that's value to string. And we have also here colors, and we're gonna pass here colors, that's value to string. Okay, we just finished here, guys. Now we are going to get into the get product TS. In here we have a where clause. We use it in order to search a product based on the name. Now I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna remove that here. We're gonna pass here where, and here our query, and here guys, our request is gonna look like this. When we are going to pass here categories, it's gonna look like this. And pass here, we're going to pass a select star from products, where we're gonna pass here categories. In here is a function. We're gonna pass here IDs, and we're gonna pass here, or we're gonna pass here colors in. Okay, color in. We are going to pass here in again, and here we're gonna pass here like red. Here we're gonna pass here blue, and we are going to add between. For the price, we're gonna pass here or price between here, between 12 and here 13. This is how query is gonna look like. When we add here where, we're going to pass here work, we're gonna pass here all, and here I'm gonna pass here an array. We are going to do this. I'm gonna pass here an object and pass here categories. Yeah, I'm gonna pass here categories, category ID like this, and then we are going to pass here category ID in, and here we're gonna pass in an array of categories. And I'm gonna duplicate that. We're gonna pass here for the price, for the color, and for the price we're gonna pass here price between. To use between, you can see pass here price between 12 and 13. And if you go at Prisma doc here and you ask Prisma AI how to do between clause, they're gonna tell you to do this. You're gonna pass here the price here. You can see I just pass here the price, and I pass here this property, and the first property and the second property, and then we're gonna run between 12 and 13. Now we're gonna replace these two values with real data. We are going to remove that. Now what I'm going to do here, I'm gonna create an array. I'm gonna name it filters, const filters, and here I'm gonna pass here this, and I'm gonna check here if category, and pass here const categories is equal. We're gonna pass here array. We are going to do this query, and here I'm passing categories is an array. We're going to pass here categories is array. Okay, if it's array, we're going to return the array and pass here query that categories. Okay, categories. Else we're going to do this. Else we are going to, if we got this, we got a string like this. Okay, guys, if you got a string like this, I'm going to iterate through it. We're going to pass a query that categories. Okay, categories that split. We're gonna pass here that map, and then pass here number to convert this item into numbers. Okay, categories that split, and here we pass here number. And they say property does not exist on tab. Property split does not exist on tab string. And here, yeah, we're going to pass here. And you can see actually we got an error. I'm going to copy this. I'm gonna put it into parentheses, and then I'm gonna assert it as a string and pass it as string to remove the tapping error. Okay, and then here I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna do that for the colors. For colors, we are not going to do that. For colors, we are going to simply return an array and then pass the colors. Yeah, we have here colors, and here query that colors. Okay, let's check here. We're going to get into the product e-commerce store. You can see we pass the categories, prices, colors, and here we are going to pass here this. We're gonna pass the colors, and here we're gonna pass query that colors, and query we're gonna pass here colors, query that colors, query that colors as a string. We are going to convert it into an array. Okay, an array of colors. And for the price, we are going to do the same thing. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm going to pass it here, pass the prices. We are going to pass here, if we get an array of prices, we're gonna return it, and here and pass here prices. We're gonna copy that, we're gonna pass it to prices, query that prices as string split. We are going to convert it into a number. I'm passing a string right now. Yeah, because we need to pass a string for this property. We need to pass them string. And here, yeah, here I'm gonna do this. We are going to extract here. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna remove that here. Okay, we are going to remove that. If we, for the price here, guys, we are going to pass here. Yeah, we are going to check if the array is equal to 2. Okay, we are going to do this. Let me first start with the category and pass here if. We are going to pass here these categories. Okay, that length. Pass categories that length is greater than 0. we are going to add the filter into an array. I'm going to copy that, okay, and then I'll pass here filters. We got here filters that push, okay, and then we're gonna pass in that object. I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna do the same thing for colors. Copy colors that length is greater than 0. We are going to push in colors. I'm gonna copy that array here. We are going to pass it here, and here and pass you categories, and here we're gonna pass you colors. Okay, everything is okay here, guys. Now we're going to check for the price here. I'm gonna check if the array length is equal to 2. For the price, I'm gonna check if the array length is equal to 2. I'm passing if prices that length. We're gonna pass here that length is equal to 2. Here is equal to 2, and then here we're going to push it. I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna copy this, and I'm pass it here. Filters that push. We're going to do this. I'm gonna copy this one here. Then we are going to pass in the push function. And here we're going to do price. We're going to pass a price. We are going to pass a prices. We are going to select the first RM in the price array. We're going to pass it here. And we're going to pass here the second item. Pass here price 1. We select the second item inside the array, the prices array. Okay, like this. And then we are going to pass here filters. Filters is an array. Pass here filters. Okay. Yeah, filters. Yeah. Now let's try to see what we got inside the browser. I'm gonna refresh the page here. We're going to inspect that endpoints and see what we're gonna get. And yeah, you can see cannot read properties of undefined reading splits. As we don't send any parameter, we are going to get here undefined. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna pass it here. And then we are going to return a string if the categories is undefined. We're gonna pass here string. We're gonna do this, okay? And here I'm going to inspect inside the console to see what we are going to get and pass the categories. And I'm gonna try to check what we're gonna get when we are going to refresh the page again. Now let's refresh here. And yeah, again, you can see actually you got an empty array here. I'm going to zoom a little bit. We got the product array is empty. And if the product array is empty, you can see actually we got here is 0. You can see we pass here 0. And what I'm going to do, you can see we are doing this. Let me get into the console here. And let's say we have this, we have FAR is equal to a string. Let's say is equal to a string. And then we do R split. And then we pass the R split this, and we want to convert it into an array. And then we pass a map. We want to convert RM inside the array to numbers. And here we got 0. And as we got 0, we are going to pass a filter. We are going to filter RM. And here I'm going to pass here item and pass here item. Okay. And then we are going to return only numbers. Pass here I, and then we're gonna say greater than 0. Okay, I'm passing 0. And I'm going to copy this. I'm gonna copy this filter. If we type enter, we're going to return an empty array. That's what we're gonna do. And here I'm gonna pass you that filter. Okay, here too. And here too. Okay, in case we got here, we are going to return here an array for categories. We're going to return an array of numbers. Okay, for here we got colors. We are going to return an array of string. For colors, I'm going to do this. I'm not remove that. But for prices, we are going to do that. Okay, we pass a map and string, and I'm passing number to remove the error. And then inside the filter is here, I'm passing it to string. Okay, I'm passing it to string to convert that we are going to convert the array into a string to it like this. Now what I'm going to do, in case we got here, in case the filters array is, I'm going to do this. I'm not copy that. I make a check and pass the filters. Okay, that length is greater than 0, we are going to make a filter. We're going to perform filter. We're going to return that object. Else, we're going to return an empty object. Okay, like this. Now we're going to try this again. And here, I'm going to refresh here the page and see what we're going to get here. Okay, yeah, we got an empty array. And here I'm going to get into we are going to get into product folder, get.ts, and I'm going to copy this. Okay, yeah, we pass here, we check here, we return this. In case we don't send the name, we return an object. It works. But in our case here, let's check here again. We are checking if the filters array is greater than 0. We are going to return that object here. Else we're going to return an empty object. Okay, and it seems we got data here. I'm going to do this and pass here console.log here and pass here filters and see what we got in. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to pass it here. We're going to pass it here at the bottom. And let's try it again. I'm going to refresh the page here. And then we're going to get into here. We are going to move to the bottom. You can see actually for colors, we got something here. Colors. Yeah, for colors, we got something. Now I'm going to inspect what we got inside the colors array. You can see I'm copy this and then I'm passing colors and see what we got inside the colors array. I'm going to refresh the page again here. We are going to check here. Yeah, inside the colors array. Okay, colors. I'm going to copy that and I'm going to pass it at the top here. We are going to check again. Yeah, let me check. Yeah, you can see that actually got a string here. We are getting an empty array. Okay, we are going to remove that. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy the filter here. I'm going to pass it here where we got colors. If you got empty, and pass here I is equal to empty, is equal to empty. We're going to pass here different from empty. Okay, like this, we're going to remove empty. And now if we refresh the page here, let's see what we are going to get here. Yeah, you can see actually we got data. Okay, it works. Now I'm going to pass you like colors. We are going to pass here for the colors. Let me check here. We got here green, and here I'm passing colors. We are going to pass here green and pass here color. Let me check here. We pass their colors is equal to green. Pass here green and tap enter. We are going to return a product with a green color. You can see we got it here. We have this one. Now we are going to get into the product e-commerce store. In here we have the fetch function. We're going to pass it the categories array, prices array, and colors array. And here I'm passing, we're going to remove these properties here. And then in here we're going to pass here categories. And then we're going to say we are going to, the categories is going to be optional. And I'm going to type it as a string. Yeah, is an array of numbers. I'm going to use TypeScript here, guys, to make things clean. And here we're going to pass here prices. Inside the prices, we're going to pass here an array of numbers. Okay. And we have the colors is an array of string and pass a string like this. And for the price and categories, we're going to say we're going to pass here optional like this. And then here, I'm going to do this. I'm going to check if the categories array is undefined. If categories, okay, is we are going to pass here is undefined. Let me do this. We are going to pass here type of, yeah, we're gonna pass here. Let me do this and pass if categories. And if categories, we are going to return here an array of categories. Okay, that to string. We are going to convert the array into a string. Else we are going to return an empty array. Okay, and pass here this. We are going to do the same thing for the price and pass here. We're going to pass here prices. If we pass here prices, we're going to pass here prices that string. And here else we're going to return an array. Okay. In case the prices array is undefined, we're going to return an empty array. We're going to do the same thing for the colors. And for the colors, I'm going to copy that. Yeah, I'm gonna copy that and pass it here and pass it colors. And here we're gonna pass it colors to string. Okay, everything is okay in here, guys. Prices, yeah, I'm gonna add here camera. Okay, now we're going to get into the product car here, product car in here. Yeah, I'm like getting to the product car like this. And then in here, you can see actually here, guys, we pass here the data. Yeah, I'm gonna get into the product filter. We got the filter here because we are going to call the fetch product function inside the filters. You can see we're going to get into first let's start with the category filter. Okay, then we're gonna move to the price, and then we're gonna start with the category filter. Let me check here. We are going to do that in the following way. We're gonna start first with the category filter. We're going to try if it works. And then we're going to move to the color filter, and we're going to move to the price filter. This is how we're going to do it, guys. Now, let's start with the category filter. I'll pass the category. I'm going to pass the category filter. And in here, instead of the category filter, I'm going to define in an event. We're going to name it fetch product. And pass a cons emit, and pass the define emit here. We are going to pass here we're going to pass the fetch products like this, and then we are going to call a function. We're going to emit a function here. I'm going to copy that, and here let me do this. When we are going to select a given category, we are going to call a function and pass here emit. We're going to call that function fetch product. Okay, and here let me just pass here this. We're going to put the category into an array, and then we're going to fetch product. And this function, this event, we're going to pass it an array of categories. We're going to pass it the selected categories. We're going to pass it here. We're going to do this, that value. Okay, now we're going to go back inside the product car. Let me check here. We're going to see, you can see actually we are working inside the filters component. We are going to get into the product car. Okay, yeah, we're going to get into the product car and pass here product car here. Yeah, let me get into the product grade, and here you can see we got the filters here. We don't got a filter here. I'm not getting to the product car, and in here we should see the filter. Okay, and let's go back inside the product car, the product grid. Yeah, okay, here we have the product e-commerce store, and we have the fetch product function, and I'm gonna copy that. And then what I'm going to do, I'm gonna get into the product car here. We are going to get into filters. Let's get in the filters, and in here we got that here the products. I think we got that here. Yeah, we have the function. Yeah, we don't have it here. The product e-commerce store. You can see product e-commerce store. We are going to call a function. I'm gonna remove that, and then what I'm going to do, I'm gonna do this. You can see inside the filter, the category filter, we defining an event here, and pass here. We have here the category filter, and here I'm gonna copy that. We are going to pass it into the filters components. Category filter, we're gonna pass it here, pass it at. Okay, and then we are going to call is equal to fetch product. Okay, we are going to call we are going to emit that event here. I'm gonna copy that. We are going to pass it here. Okay, we're gonna do this. We are going to pass here an array. Okay, let me do this, guys. Pass here function we're gonna pass here a sync function fetch products by categories. Yeah, okay, by categories. And then we are going to pass it the categories array, pass the categories, and we're gonna type it as an array of numbers and pass in number. Okay, and then we are going to take this. I'm gonna copy this. We are going to pass here a weight and pass a weight, and then product e-commerce tool that fetch products, we're gonna pass it the categories array like this. And then the fetch product by categories, that's what we're gonna pass here. Okay, and here number. Okay, we tap it. Okay, let's check here. And here, if you want to tap it, we should pass here the lang as tab script and pass the lang ts. Okay, like this, lang ts, and here. Okay, now we are going to try this. We are going to check if we made a filter via the categories. And now let's try this. Okay, everything is okay in here, guys. Okay, everything is okay here. Now we need to try this. We are going to check if we are going to make an HTTP request to receive. Now let's get into the browser. And here we are going to get into the network tab. And here you can see we have electronics. Now I'm gonna pick here true. And right now we don't make an HTTP request to receive. I'm gonna pick again. I just pick electronic and pick again true. And we don't make an HTTP request to receive. And now we're gonna try this. Let me check this. We are going to get into the category filter. We have here an event, define emit. And here we should call that event here. Now I'm going to refresh the page here and see if we are going to call a function. Okay. Now I'm gonna click here. I'm gonna clear out the network tab, and I'm gonna select here electronic. Yeah, I'm gonna select here. We don't make an HTTP request to the server, guys. Let me get into the console. Maybe you got an error, and you can see, guys, we have an error. That's why we don't make an HTTP request to the server. Selected categories that sum is not a function. Now let me check here. Yeah, we should pass here that value. Okay, we're gonna pass here that value. You can see the selected categories is a reactive property. We should pass here that value like this, that value. Okay, and so we're gonna pass here that value, and also here we're gonna pass here that value like this. Okay, everything is okay in here. And here we are going to get rid of this vmodel directive. Okay, now let's try this again, guys. And we are going to go back inside the browser. And in here, I'm gonna pick a category like electronic and see what we got here. I'm gonna pick here true, and we don't got anything here. Let me do this. I'm gonna get into the network tab, and we are going to inspect that and pick here electronic. Yeah, we make an HTTP request to the server, and here I'm going to do this. We are going to do this, guys. I'm going to pass here the selected categories, and we are going to pass it here. Let me pass it here. We are going to see what we are getting inside the selected categories array, and here we have it. And here I'm gonna select here. Yeah, you can see when we just select a given item, we just remove it. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do here, guys, I'm going to do this. Yeah, I'm going to refresh the page here again to see what we are going to get. And here, let's check again. I'm going to pick here electronic. Yeah, you can see actually it works. And if I pick here true, yeah, you can see that actually we just selected all products that belongs to these two categories for the second category and first category. You can see, and I'm gonna remove that, and I'm gonna pick here only clothes, and you can see that actually works. Now we're going to move to colors. Now we are going to apply the same thing. I'm gonna remove that here. We are going to copy that event here, and we're going to get into the color filter. And here I'm pass it here, and here too we should pass here that value, and here that value, let me copy it, we're gonna pass it here. Yeah, that value, and here that's gonna pass here that value. Okay, and then we're going to emit that event. We're gonna pass here fetch product and pass here emit. We're gonna pass the fetch product, and then we're gonna pass it an array of colors. Copy that, we're gonna pass it here. And okay, now let's remove this vmodel directive. We don't need it, and that's okay in here. Now we are going to go into filters. We are going to copy the function here. You can see fetch product by categories. We're going to create here another one. I'm going to copy that. We're going to pass here fetch product by colors. And here we're going to pass an array of colors. We're going to pass here string. And here I'm pass here. Let me check. And here you can see for parameters that we should pass to the fetch product. For the first parameter, we should pass it an array of categories. And here I'm going to do this. I'm pass here. Let me do this. We are going to pass here. Let's say we are going to pass here. Okay, we are going to pass it the existing. We are going to do this. You can see in here. I'm gonna pass here. We are going to pass here. I'm pass selected categories. Okay. And then is equal to ref. You can see if we pass here undefined, if I pass here this, pass undefined, and here we pass here colors. Okay, we are going to send here for categories. We're gonna send undefined. Let's say we select with here. I'm gonna get into the browser. Let's say we select here. This category is clothes. Okay. We pick this category, and inside this category we can make another filter, like choosing clothes of a given color. That's what we can do. Now instead of passing here undefined, we are going to pass here selected categories. Okay, and here what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass here selected categories, this array, and pass it here that value is equal to categories. Okay, the categories right here is an array of numbers. Now here I'm gonna tap that here and pass it this, and then pass here numbers and pass here numbers like this, an array of number. Okay, we're going to remove the typing error, and here we pass here colors. Now I'm gonna pass here selected categories. We're gonna pass it here that value, and here we're gonna pass here colors. Okay. And here, let's put our cursor over here. We can see the colors array should be, for the color. For the second array here, we have here the price. And we have here the price. And okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to pass here an empty array. Okay, we're going to pass here empty like this. Okay, like this. We're going to pass here empty. And here we are going to pass here. Let me do this. I'm gonna create here an array. We're gonna pass here prices. We're gonna pass here selected prices, and here we're gonna pass here selected colors. Okay. I'm gonna pass selected colors. We're gonna pass a fetch product categories and pass a selected price. For selected price, we're gonna pass here. We are going to pass here selected price here. Okay, and here we're gonna pass here selected colors. That's value. That's what we should pass there. Let me see. We're gonna pass it that value, and here that's that value. Okay, and here we are going to copy these parameters. We are going to pass it here. Okay, fetch product by colors. We're going to pass here. Okay, we're going to pass here that category. Okay, for categories, we're going to pass here selected categories. We are going to copy the array here, and we're going to pass it here, that value. Okay, and here everything is okay. Here we should pass here only, pass here. I'm gonna make you check here categories. We should pass it here, event selected. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna pass it here. We're going to pass here selected categories, that's value, selected price, that's value, and selected colors, that's value. And here we're gonna do the same thing, and here we're gonna pass here selected colors, that value is equal to colors. Okay, and then we are going to call our function fetch product by colors, and we are going to pass it here. Is equal to, we're going to pass here fetch products is equal to fetch product by colors. Okay, like this, fetch products by colors. Okay, and now I'm gonna get into the product e-commerce store. Products, you're gonna pass e-commerce store. You can see in here, we pass here an array. Okay, we pass an array, and then we convert the array into string. Okay, everything is okay in here. Now let's go back into the filters, pass a filter, and in here we're going to try this. We're gonna try to see if it's gonna work. And here, let's go back inside the browser. In here, guys, we're going to try to make another filter. Let me pass here. I'm gonna refresh the page in order to clear the filter. You can see, guys, actually we got a button here at the bottom to clear the filter. We are going to we're gonna work on that later on. In a minute, we're gonna work on that. Now I'm gonna do this. I'm pass here electronic. Yeah, I'm gonna pass electronic. Pass it true. Okay, yeah, let's pick a color. Yeah, I can pass here even red. Yeah, it doesn't work. Now let's make a filter based on colors, try to see if it's gonna work. Okay, here I'm gonna pass here red. Yeah, let me check here. Yeah, inside the HTTP request, you can see that actually we are sending red. I'm picking here another color, white. Okay, let me check here. Yeah, you can see. Yeah, I'm gonna do this so that you can see. You can see in here we are sending here red. Yeah, let me copy. I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna pick here green. Let me do this. You can see in here, guys, we are sending here red and white. Okay, for colors. And here I'm gonna pick here black. Let me pick here black. Okay, we don't got black here. Okay, white. Yeah, for colors, the filter for colors, maybe it doesn't work pretty well. We're gonna fix that. Now I'm gonna pick a color which doesn't exist inside the database. Let me pick here the yellow color. I think we don't got it. Yeah, yellow. We should get an empty array. You can see. And here I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna copy that here. I'm gonna copy the URL. We're gonna pass it here. And guys, we should get here an empty array. Since we don't have the yellow color inside of our database, we don't have the yellow color. Now we're going to get in here, guys. We are going to fix it. And here we have here colors. And yeah, we spot here an error, guys. We got an error. And you can see we pass the categories instead of colors. We're gonna pass here colors, okay, like this. And let's try it again. We're going to get an empty array. Okay, let's check here. Yeah, you can see actually we got an empty array, guys. And because we don't have the yellow color inside of our database, I'm passing green and see what we're gonna get green. Yeah, you can see we got green color inside of our database, but we don't got the yellow color. And here we are going to try it again. Here we already fixed the error. And here I'm gonna pass here red. Yeah. These two products here belongs to the red color here, and here I'm pick here black. Okay, belongs to black color, and here I'm pick here white, belongs to white color. Okay, but if I pick here yellow, we don't got anything. For white, we got white colors. It works, guys. Now we're going to work on the price here for the price filter, and then we are going to learn how to clear the filter. You can see. Actually, our filter is working, but it doesn't work completely well. And here, what I'm going to do, we're going to go back inside the filter. We're going to get into the price filter. I'm passing price filter. Okay, price filter the view. And in here, I'm going to go at the dock of this plugin here, of these components, the view form /ladder. We're going to learn a little bit about the view phrase ladder, how it works. Now you can see in here this says in order to use the view this ladder component, we need to tap this command in order to install it. After that, we are going to use it, and this is how we should use it, guys. We are going to pass here instead of our code, we're going to pass it this ladder component, and then we're going to pass it the v model. and here we're gonna pass here a value, okay? And then here we are going to pass here the CSS code. That's what we added. That's what I did here. You can see if we get into the price filter, this is the price filter. I pass here the slider component, and then I pass here this CSS for that. And here I created here two inputs. We have here the first input, okay, and this is the second input here. And here we have this. We have here, I define here the max price and the mean price. I can just pass here the mean price, okay? I'm passing mean price, okay? For the mean price, I'm passing 0, const mean price, okay, is equal to 0. We're gonna pass is equal to 0. And then we have here an array, price, mean price, and max price. And then we pass to the first input, the mean price, and we pass to the second input the max price, okay? And then we pass to the slider the price reacts property, this array. We pass it this array. You can see we have the possibility to pass to the slider components an array. And here, let me go down here. They explain how to do it. Let me go down a little bit. I'm gonna continue. We are going to move here at this section. Yeah, you can see we can pass it an array here. We can pass it the minimum price. We can pass it the minimum price and maximum price. And then that's what I did inside of our code. I don't change anything, guys. And here we are going to get this. You can see we have the minimum price and the maximum price. And then let's say, and then here we have a function here, a function apply price. I pass it to the filter. You can see I pass it to the slider components. Okay, when we are going to pick a price. Let's say here, I'm gonna move here. We are going to pass here. Once I'm gonna make a slide, I'm gonna console this hello. I'm gonna console hello, and here we're going to define here an event. And let me pass here. I'm gonna get into we're gonna head in the category filter, and here we're going to copy that code. We're going to put it inside the price filter. Pass the price filter. We're gonna pass it here, okay, and pass it above. And here we are going to emit that event here and pass here a sync, okay, sync. And then here we're gonna pass here a wait. We're gonna pass here emit. Here we're gonna pass a fetch product. And here for the fetch product, we're going to pass it a parameter. And this parameter, we are going to pass it the price array. We're going to pass it here price.value. We're going to pass it the mean and the max price. Okay. Now we're going to get into the filters components and pass the filters. And in here, we have here the price filter. I'm going to copy that function here. I'm going to pass it here. And then we're going to say fetch product by prices, the price, okay, the price like this. Then we are going to pass it here a sync. Then function, we're gonna pass the function. We're gonna pass the prices, pass in array of prices, and here we're gonna say type should be number. Okay, I'm gonna pass it here. I'm gonna copy that, and we are going to pass it here. Okay, we're going to pass it here. And here we're gonna pass here selected prices, and here we're gonna pass here an array of prices. Okay, selected prices, and that's what we pass here, selected prices. Okay, now we're going to try this. We're going to check if it's gonna work. Now let's get into the browser again, and here we have here the minimum price, maximum price. And then what I'm going to do, I'm gonna try to make a filter here. I'm gonna refresh the page to initialize these properties. And here, let's check here what we are going to get here. Okay, we are going to write a bit. Okay, yeah, we load data. And here we are going to, yeah, now I'm gonna try to select all products where we have the price is within, let's say, I'm gonna pass here even 0 and pass here like, we're gonna pass here like let me pass here like 30. We're gonna pick all products which has a price within this range, 30 and 268. Okay, you can see we got an empty array here. Let me get into the console and see what we got here. Okay, network, and here we are going to check here. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna pick again here. I'm not do this. Yeah, you can see we pass here. Okay, we pass here. Let me copy this request. You can see I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna copy the URL, copy that, and then I'll pass it in here, guys. Alright, guys, you can see that actually you're getting here an empty array, and we are trying to get all products that is a price within 30 and 184, and actually we are getting an empty array. Now I'm gonna walk you through the solution. I've already fixed the issue. Now you can see at the beginning, I'm gonna get into here. We are going to get into get product tiers in here, and in here, guys, we were passing here, we were converting the minimum price to a string and the maximum price to string. And that makes that we don't get data. And also, I'm going to get into the schema. Yeah, I'm not getting in here. You can see at the beginning, when we create the product model, we type the price column as a string. And that makes that we don't get data, guys. And here, I just type it as a decimal. And here you're gonna get into your migration. You're gonna tap the column like this, and you're gonna modify the column inside the database. You're gonna modify the column, okay, to a decimal. Once you do that, it's gonna work. Okay. Now we're going to try it again. You can see actually I'm type again enter, and there we go. You can see we got data here, and we're gonna try this here. I'm gonna reduce the zoom here a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna reduce the zoom, and here I'm trying to make a filter again. You're gonna see we're going to get product here. Yeah, you can see actually we got two products. It works. And also I'm going to go back inside the get product TS file in here, and you can see actually we pass here all close. Okay, we are saying this. Let's say we just filter here. We are getting two products where the price is within 224 and 705. Okay, we got two products. Now what if I want to pick a color based on this first condition? You can see this is the first condition. Okay, and now I want to pick a color based on this condition here. Let's say I want to choose white here. You can see actually it doesn't work. Okay, we were saying this. Let me get into my Sublime text so that you can understand. Let's say we want to filter. We want to get all products where the price is within 10 and 20. And then here, once we got, let's say we run this query and we got here, let's say 3 products where the price is within 10 and 20. And then we have here, this is the price filter. We have here another filter. Let's say a color filter. This is the first condition. We got 3 products. Now in these 3 products, we want to make another filter. Let's say we are going to select we are going to return a product where the color is red. It means we are going to make a filter within these 3 products. And here, as we just passing here or close, we are going to select where the price filter is within this or where we got red. We are not going to get exactly what we want, guys. Okay, now in order to get what we want, and here I'm gonna pass here and pass here and like this, and then we are going to see what I'm going to get. You can see I'm gonna run the filter again. I'm gonna run a filter again. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna remove here white. Okay, you can see actually I got 2 products. And now let me check here. I'm going to copy here these endpoints. Okay, we're gonna copy the endpoints here. Let me do this again. We are going to copy that, and I'm gonna increase it a little bit. You can see this is the endpoints. I'm going to copy that. Let's say we're gonna open it here, And then we got here 2 products. And here, let's check the color. Here we got red. This is red here. And here we got white. Okay. If we pass here, we select here white. You can see actually we got 2 products here. If I select white, we should get only 1 product. Okay. And pick here white. You can see actually we got 1 product. It works pretty well. Okay. Now guys, we're gonna work on this bar, and here you can see we are going to reset the filter. We are going to work on the bar, on this button, the right on the left bottom corner. We are going to work on that. You can see our button is located inside the filter components. You can see we got it here. We are going to reset the filter. Now you can see this is the button. Here we have the first component, which is the StarRating filter. This is the StarRating filter, and we got also the lazy reset filter button. Okay, now let me remove that. We're gonna reset the filter, and you can see this is the name of the components. I'm gonna remove that. The name is reset filter button. I'm gonna look for it. Reset. We're gonna pass here reset filter button. You can see we got it here, and inside this button we don't have anything. We just have here this button. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do, in order to reset the filter, we are going to import this array here. And let me just go back here. I want to explain you something. And here, I'm going to pass here lazy. You can see I just pass here lazy keywords. It means I'm going to lazy load these components. Lazy load. You can see I just pass here this key. It means we are going to load these components on demand. I think you understand, lazy load. Now I'm going to do this. I'm going to copy that here, and we're going to get into the button here and pass here filter button. Filter, we're going to pass the reset filter button. We're going to pass here the product e-commerce store, and here I'm pass here function, reset filter. Okay, reset filter. And then what we're going to do, we're going to assign this value. We're going to pass here that value. The pass here is equal to an empty array. We're gonna do the same thing for the price, empty array, and we're gonna do the same thing for the selected colors array. Okay, pass here that value is equal to empty. Okay, then we are going to call a button. We're gonna call the function here. We are going to pass it here and pass here click. We are going to reset the filter. And also guys, once we just reset the filter, we are going to call this function here. I'm going to go back inside the filters. We are going to call this function here. I'm gonna call this function here, guys. Okay, we are going to call a function here, fetch product. We're gonna call a function. And here I'm gonna copy that. And then I'm gonna pass in inside the filter button and pass the filter, reset filter button. I'm gonna pass it here. Okay, we are going to pass here a sync here, a sync function reset filter. Okay, and here we are going to pass here this. Okay, we are going to send empty arrays here. Okay, yeah, here we're gonna send here an empty array like this. Now we are going to try this. Okay, we're gonna try this, guys. Okay, everything is okay in here. Now let's try this. And here I'm gonna click here. Let's move here. Now I'm gonna try to make a filter. I'm gonna make here price filter like this. And then we are going to make a check. Yeah, it doesn't work. Okay, you can see actually it doesn't work. I'm gonna move at the bottom. Yeah, it doesn't work, guys. Now I'm gonna refresh the page here. Maybe it's a problem of, yeah, we're going to refresh the page to see what we're gonna get here. Now we're gonna write a bit again. Now let's try to make a filter again. And here, guys, we're gonna click on the button clear filter, and you can see that actually works. This button here, it allows to initialize the filter. It works pretty well. Alright, guys, now we're gonna work on the single product page. On this page, guys, we are going to display here data of single products. We are going to display here the photo and all photos of the products. Let's say this product can have more than one photo. We are going to display them here, and we are going to pass it the name and Also, we're gonna have here the quantity. And at the bottom here, we're gonna display products that belongs to the category of these main products we're going to pass at the top. And after that, we're gonna integrate the product review feature inside of our app. And then we're gonna come back to the star rating filter, okay? And you can see actually we already finished working on the price filter, category, and color. And now we're going to work through the steps here, and then we're going to come back to star rating filter, okay? Now we're going to get into this page here. You can see we have products, and then we have select the view. And this is how we create a root parameter in Nuxt. And here, in order to get the slide here, let me first go here, guys. I'm gonna go back here. I'm gonna go back. Okay, we're going to go back on the page. And then here, once we move here, guys, I'm gonna click on the product here. And then you can see we got this page. Now, in order to get the slide here, we are going to use the slide in order to get all details of a single product. Now, in order to get the slide, we're going to use the use roots composable, and then we're going to pass roots.params.slide. And here we're going to get the slide. If we get into the console, we're going to get the slide here. Inside the console, we're going to have it here, guys. Okay, let me check here. We should have here the slide. Oh, right here, guys. You can see we got it. Now, let's get into the product e-commerce store, and then we're going to create an endpoint. We're going to create a function, pass here products e-commerce store like this. And in here, let's create that function, and I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to copy that. We're going to duplicate it, and I'm passing it at the bottom. We're going to say fetch products. We're going to pass here fetch products single fetch products, pass here fetch products single data. Okay, like this. We're gonna fetch data of a single product, and here we're gonna pass here simply the slug here. Yeah, I'm gonna pass here the slug, and here the type of slug should be a string. And then we're going to modify here the endpoints. We're going to pass here get single product data. We're gonna pass here get single product data. Okay, yeah, this long name we can pass here even get. We're gonna pass here single product single. We're gonna pass here single product. Okay, single product. This is a better name, and we're going to get data of single product. And here I'm going to pass here the slug. I'm going to pass it the slug. We're going to pass it here. Okay. Pass it the slug. And then we're going to remove other property inside the query like this. And here I'm going to remove that. We're going to get the data. And here we are going to create at the top here a constant. We're going to name it single product data is equal to ref default value. We're going to assign it now. Okay. We're going to assign it this now, okay, and then we're going to pass it here single product data fetch single product. Okay, here too we should modify here fetch single product data like this. Okay, and then we're going to get data single product data, and I'm gonna type it in order to remove the typing error. Okay, I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it here. Okay, now the error should disappear. Now I'm gonna pass that function. We're gonna pass it to the return statement. Okay, and also we're gonna pass here the single product data. We're gonna pass it here too. Okay, and now we're going to move inside this the root parameter and pass a slug here. Okay, we are going to let me get into the reset filter button. I'm gonna copy something. I'm going to copy that, and we're going to pass it inside the root parameter in here, and I'm going to pass it here, and we're going to extract here this function. We're going to pass here fetch single product data. Let me go back here, products e-commerce store. We are going to copy these properties. I'm going to copy these two properties here, include the function. Okay, I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass it inside the root parameter. Okay, yeah, we're gonna pass it here. Yeah, I'm gonna pass it where we got fetch. We're gonna pass it here. I'm going to remove this array. Okay, we have here fetch single product data. This is a function. We're going to pass here. We're gonna pass it a weight. Pass here a weight, and then I'm passing products data. We're going to pass here product e-commerce store that's, and then inside this function we're gonna pass here the slug. You can see we are passing the slug, and I'm gonna copy that. We are going to pass it here. Okay, and I'm gonna copy the data, and the data here we're gonna get here an object. Now we're going to move inside the saver folder. We're going to define that endpoint. We're gonna create that endpoint. Yeah, I'm passing products e-commerce store. Pass it here, products e-commerce store. Okay, and here let me copy the name of the endpoint, single product, and we're going to get into the saver folder. Pass it g products. Okay, like this, and here I'm gonna create here that endpoint. Pass it here. I'm gonna pass it here. Give single product here. Like this. Now we're going to copy contents. I'm gonna move here. I'm gonna copy everything in here, and then I'm passing it inside the single product tiers. Okay, we are going to do this. I'm gonna remove these counts here. I'm gonna get rid of this function here, and here we are going to pass here way. Well, you can see pass here the way clause. I'm gonna select the images. I'm gonna remove pagination. And here we are going to pass here product. I'm going to remove that, the promise. And here I'm passing a weight is equal to product is equal to a weight. We're going to get the array. I'm passing slug. And then let's try it again. We're going to try it again, guys. I'm passing this. We are going to see what we're going to get. Yeah, you can see we got an object here. And we have here one product. The name is Nuxt Air Max Plus and the color. Okay. Now we're going to get into the slug root parameter and pass here slug the view file, and we're going to pass this data to the name here. We're going to pass it the name of the product. Yeah, this is how it looks like. And here I'm going to reduce the zoom a little bit, and here we are going to pass here the name of the product here, the price, and here we have here components which is the product image gallery. We're going to pass it an array of price. Okay, we're going to pass it this array. And now, in order to get access to the product name, we are going to do this. I'm gonna pass you we're going to pass you this. We're gonna pass here single product data. Option chaining, we're gonna pass a product. Option chaining name, and then we're gonna get the name here. And for the name, I'm passed here. And if you want to get a price, we're going to pass here. You can see we have two types of price here. We have the sale price. Yeah, I'm gonna pass it here. Pass the sale price plus I'm passing dollar. Okay, dollar, and then I'm passing price. We're gonna get the price here. Yeah, let me check here. We should get here the price. Okay, we got here the price, but we got here the name, and then the name we are going to pass here single product that price. Okay, and here we pass here the name. Okay, now let me check here. You can see we pass here the name, and here the sale price. Okay, for the regular price, we're gonna work on that later on. Now we're gonna pass to the product image gallery. We're gonna pass it an array of image. We are going to copy that and pass here images. We're gonna pass the images is equal to product single product data that's images. Okay, now let's check here the key. The key here should be the image. You can see the images, and it's an array of image. And then we are going to get into the product image gallery. We are going to define the prop. We're going to pass here this, and we're going to pass here a prop and pass a cons. We're going to pass the props is equal to define props here. We're going to pass here images is an array of image. Okay, guys, and then we're going to iterate through it. Remove that. And here we are going to pass here the first image, and here we have here div, And here, guys, I'm gonna check first of all if we got this array contains data, and I'm going to do this. Let me check here. We're gonna pass here, yeah, we are going to have here, so the fallback the fallback image. Now I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna pass the product car. I'm gonna get in order to take in something, product car here, and you can see in here, guys, we have the fallback image euro. I'm gonna copy that. I'm going to do this. I'm passing const config is equal to use runtime config. Okay, runtime config like this. And then we're going to pass the fallback image euro as an environment variable. Okay, use runtime config. And here we're going to do this. I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass here config like this. That's public. And then here we're gonna pass here the fallback image euro. Okay, we're gonna pass here. I'm gonna pass the fallback image euro is equal to this. We're gonna pull that into the environment variable. Let me copy that, and I'm gonna pass it here is equal to this. I'm going to copy that, and then I'm gonna import it and pass it inside the env file. Okay, we are going to get into the Nuxt.config.ts file. We're gonna define this. We're gonna define this environment. We're going to pass it here. You can see runtime config. We're gonna pass it as a public. Pass it here. Process. We're gonna pass it env. That's fallback image euro. And then we're going to go back inside the products car here. I'm gonna copy here this. Okay, now I'm going to get into the product image gallery here, and I'm gonna pass it here. Okay, we're gonna pass it here like this, and then we're gonna get access to that euro. Okay, now in here we are going to pass here. We're gonna check here first if we got data. We're gonna pass here the first image. You can see we have here the Nuxt image component. And here, the first Nuxt image component here represents this big image here. And here we have here other Nuxt image components. We're gonna pass that the entire array. You can see we got them inside this div. Now I'm gonna pass here a v4 directive and pass a v4, pass image in images, and we're gonna pass here the key is equal image.id. Let's check here what we got inside the images array. Inside the images array, we got here an ID. And we're going to pass the ID here and pass here image, the ID. And here we're going to pass here the euro. We are going to do this. We're going to pass here this and pass here vbounds. And then we're going to pass here image. Yeah, image.euro. And here we're gonna pass here the fallback euro. Yeah, this is the fallback euro. I'm gonna copy it. And then I'm gonna pass it here. If you don't find the image, we're gonna pass it here. Okay, guys. And here we're gonna pass here the product name. And here I should pass here this. We have here we have here. And here, in order to get the product name, you should pass here the entire object. You can see we should pass here the product name. We are going to modify the logic. Okay, we're gonna let it like this right now. And then I'm going to move up here. We are going to pass here 2. I'm gonna copy this. We're gonna pass it here. Okay, and I'm gonna pass it here. And here, guys, I'm gonna pass here the first image. And I'm passing here images. Okay, images and pass images. That's length. I'm gonna check if we got data. That length like this is greater than 0. If it's greater than 0, we're gonna select the first images inside the array. We're gonna pass here. We're gonna select the first item. Okay, like this. We're gonna select it, and else we're going to return the fallback euro. Okay, I'm gonna pass here the fallback euro. Okay.
Actually, we got an error, use runtime config, and here I should pass here the T in lowercase. You can see runtime config like this. We are going to get into the products car. We're gonna pass here the T should be in lowercase. And also, let me go back here. we are going to pass here that URL like this. We don't want to pass here an object, we should pass a URL. Let's refresh the page and see what we're gonna get. Yeah, you can see that actually we got here the image, the name of the product, and the price. And here we have here this image, and also we have here another image. Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to move at the bottom here. You can see this the sketch of our page. We have here a product that belongs to the category of this product here at the top. We are going to display here other products that belongs to the same category of these products. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Now we are going to get into again in save folder get product TS. You're gonna pass here get product TS, and in here you can see we have single product. This is the query we use in order to get data of single product. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna pass here in our endpoints. We're gonna say get same category, get same. Yeah, we're gonna pass here get the same category products. Okay, the TS, and here I'm gonna pass it here. This endpoints, I'm gonna remove that here. Okay, and then what I'm going to do here, we are going to send the Slack here, and we are going to retrieve here the data of a given product. You can see here, once we got the ID here, we are going to get here the ID of the product, but also the Slack. Okay, once we got the Slack, we're gonna use the ID and the Slack here to retrieve products that belongs to the same category. Okay, and then here what I'm going to do, I'm gonna copy here this and pass here products. Okay, like this, products. And here I'm gonna pass here the category ID. We're gonna remove them from there. Okay, like this. I'm gonna pass here the Slack, and here we're gonna pass here the category ID like this. And I'm pass here. Okay, yeah, we are going to pass here where the category ID. We're gonna remove the Slack. Okay, and here I'm pass here. I'm gonna copy that and pass here category ID. That's what we're gonna send. Okay. And then we are going to pass here data. Okay, here we pass here the category ID. Okay, everything is okay. And now we are going to try this. We are going to get into the Slack review file, and in here, guys, you can see we have here we have the single product data. We got here data, and what I'm going to do, I'm gonna use this object in order to get access to the product ID, because we're gonna create inside the product e-commerce store, we're gonna create another function. We're gonna name it fetch. We're gonna pass you fetch products with same category. Okay, this is the name of the function, and in here we're gonna pass you this. Let me copy this. We're going to pass here this the category ID. Let me do this. Yeah, I'm pass you category ID. Okay, is equal to single product data, and that category ID like this. We're gonna pass it here. Yeah, I'm pass it here, guys, and I'm gonna get into the fetch product e-commerce store. Pass the product e-commerce store. We're gonna creating the function. Okay, I'm pass it here. I'm going to copy this. Okay, and here we're gonna pass here a number. Okay, we're gonna pass a category. Let's say the type should be a number. Okay, and here we're gonna modify the name of the function here. For the endpoint, we're gonna pass this endpoint. You can see, yeah, we're going to pass here get same category. Let me increase the width here. Get same category product. This is the name of this is the name of the endpoint. Get same. We're gonna pass it get same category products. Okay, that's it. And here we're gonna pass here the category ID like this. And for the data variable, we're gonna name it products with same category. Okay, products with same category, or category, yeah, product with products same category product. Okay, I can just pass this name Okay, so, yeah, we can pass a product with same category data. Okay, this the name of the array, and here, yeah, this is long name. We can pass here same category product. Okay, this is the better name, products with an S, and then I'm gonna create it at the top here. We're gonna pass it here, and I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it here, guys, and now we're gonna pass it to the return statement here, so that we're gonna get access to it. Okay, there, and we're gonna pass also the function fetch single product data. We're gonna pass also the fetch product with same category function. We are going to pass it here, okay, and pass it here, fetch product with same category. And now we're gonna get into the select the view file in here, and we are going to pass the array of data. We have here the product row components. Yeah, let me go to the bottom here. We have here components, I name it, yeah, lazy product row. The lazy here, we just using lazy loading. If we pass the lazy keyword before the name of a component, we're gonna basically use lazy loading in order to improve the performance. Just pass it there, lazy, and we're gonna pass here this array and pass a product like this is equal to this. Okay, same category product. Okay, this is an array. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy that. I'm going to extract it in here. We're going to pass it here, guys. And now we're going to get into the product row component. And this is the product row component in here, guys. You can see this is it right here. And yeah, we have here this. I'm gonna copy that. We have here the product row components, and inside the product row component, we got the product car here. Okay, we got the product car. Okay, and here I'm gonna pass here const props. Props is equal to define props. Okay, we're gonna pass here the products. This is the prop. And we are going to pass it to the product car. Now, if we take a look inside the product car, you're going to see we pass it an array of product. You can see it takes an array of product. I'm going to pass it the name of product data. I'm going to copy that. And then we're going to get into the product row. We're going to do the same thing here and pass a product data as the name of the component. Then we're going to pass here this is equal to this. And we're going to pass here an array of products. We can go back inside the select the view file. We're going to get in. We're going to get into in here. And then here we're going to pass the product data like this. Okay. And let us check a bit. I'm going to go back inside the products. We're going to get into the product e-commerce store. We are going to copy the endpoint and see which kind of data we are getting back here. I'm going to copy this endpoint. And then we're going to pass it inside the browser. We're going to pass it here locals. And then we're going to pass it the endpoint. We're going to tap enter. You can see actually we are getting an array and objects. And inside of this object, we have the product key. And I'm going to copy that. This is the array. Copy that. Okay. And then I'm going to pass it here. We are going to move inside the select the view file. We're going to pass here same category products. Okay, products. Okay, I'm gonna remove this S here, and then I'm gonna modify here too, and we're gonna get into the products e-commerce store. We're gonna do the same thing, and here we are going to look for it, and then we're gonna pass here replace all. Okay, now it's okay. Now let's try it again and see what we're gonna get here. Oh, I'm gonna remove that here at the top. Okay, go back here. We are going to remove that here. Okay, now let's try it again. We're gonna refresh the page here, and then we're gonna get data. Let's see at the bottom here. Yeah, we got data, and inside of the product row, we don't got anything here, guys. We don't got data here.
Now, what I'm going to do here, guys, as we don't display the image, we are going to use here the .then method. We are going to say this, guys. First of all, I'm going to pass this code here. We are going to do products, e-commerce store, fetch product data. We're going to pass it the root parameter. Then, once we got the single product data, we're going to pass here the ID. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to remove that here. I'm going to remove that, and then it's going to work. Now, let's try it again. And here, I'm going to refresh the page here. And then let's see what we're going to get here. Let me check if the server is running. Okay, everything is okay. And then we are going to get data here, guys. Okay, now let's check here at the bottom. Yeah, you can see that actually we are getting here data. I'm going to move to the home page. And here, I'm going to click on the product here. On the products, and then we're going to have products related to the category. Yeah, we have this product belongs to the same category as this product that we got here, guys. Now, what I'm going to do next, guys, I'm going to pass here. You can see we got a product here which has 2 images. Yeah, I'm going to click here, and this product has 2 images. Now, if I click here, we should change here this image. If I click here, we're going to pass this image here. That's what we're going to do. Now we're going to get into the product image gallery. And in here, guys, you can see this is the first image that we pass here. And here we pass here the next image we pass in v4 in order to iterate through the array of image. Now, let's do this. I'm going to copy that here. We're going to copy that. Okay. I'm going to copy this here. Yeah, I'm going to do this. We are going to copy that. And then we're going to pass it here at the top. We're going to pass here. We're going to pass here main image euro, okay, is equal to this. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass it here. Yeah, we're going to pass it the main image euro. Yeah, I'm pass here main image euro. I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it here. Okay. Yeah, I'm passing the main image euro. And then what I'm going to do, I'm gonna create here a function. I'm passing on click event, passing on click. I'm gonna pass here select image. Okay. And here we're gonna pass here the euro, and I'm gonna pass here the image euro. We're gonna pass it here. And then we're going to create a function up here and pass here function. We're going to pass it select image. We're going to pass it the image euro. We're going to pass here the image euro. Okay. And the type is string. And here we are going to do this. Okay. Here the type, yeah, the type here is a string here. Okay. And then here you can see, yeah, I'm going to pass here length to, we're going to use TypeScript. I can just pass here length like this. Okay, if I pass here length is equal to tiers, it's going to work. Okay, and then here, what I'm going to do, once we got that image here, we're going to pass it to the main image. And here, I'm going to copy that and pass here ref to make it reactive. Now, let me remove here TypeScript because we're going to get some typing errors, and I'm going to remove that. And then we're going to pass here main image. That's value is equal to this, to the image euro. Okay. I'll pass here props here in order to get access to it. Pass here props. Okay. That's image. And then here I pass here props, that image. Okay. Like this. Now let me click here. I'm going to choose here that image. I'm click here. And you can see that actually works. Okay. We are able to change the image. Okay. It works pretty well, guys. Now, the next thing, I'm going to get into the to-do-emt file. And here we already finished that here. Now, what we're going to do next, we're going to work on the product review. We are going to create another model, which is the product review. Okay. And here, this is the component. This is the structure, first of all. This is the structure of the components. And here we have here the single product page. And then we have here some products. Let me move here. Yeah, you can see. Let me zoom a little bit here so that you can see. And this is the single product page. We have here the main products. we're gonna say this is the main section of the products, okay? And here we have the product tabs. This is the product tab. Here is another component, and inside of this component, we're gonna put in a product review component. Now I'm not uncomment it here. We have it at the bottom. Let me scroll up. We have the product tab here, and if we head in the page here, you're gonna see we're gonna have it here. Let me refresh the page. We're gonna have it here. You can see this is the product review. This is the product tab here. You can see this structure, product tab, and inside the product tab, we have the product review components. And inside the product review component, we have in two components, the review score and the review comment. Okay, these are two components. Okay, and here, what I'm going to do here, guys, we're going to work on the review form here. Okay, this is the form here. You can see we got the form here, and here we are going to display here the review of the products. Okay, I think you get the idea. You understand how it works, because if you see the structure here, the structure is pretty clean, guys. You can see we have the review score. Inside the review score, we got the customer review. Yeah, I should pass here the product review. Okay, we have here the product review. Now, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to work on the table. Here you can see we're going to work on the table. Let me get in here. We have here a table. We have the review table. We are going to get into the schema, the Prisma schema. Now get in. Let me first cap this, and then we're gonna get into the Prisma schema. Pass the Prisma schema. Okay. And then in here, we're going to create another model, okay? Now, I'm going to copy and pass it here. And I'm going to grab this. We are going to pass it here at the bottom. We're going to say product review. Okay, here we're going to have here I'm going to remove that. We're going to have the ID. And we're going to pass here the customer ID, okay? We're going to say the type here should be int, okay? And pass integer. We have the star number, pass the star number, and the tab should be int. We have the product ID. Yeah, I'm pass here, copy this. We're gonna pass the product ID, but also we have the comments. I'm pass the product ID, and we have here the comments. I'm pass here. I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass here the comment. And pass a comment. We're gonna say the type here should be a string, okay, like this. Now let's implement relationship. You can see that we have the table user here at the top, and a given user can have more than one reviews, okay. And what we are going to do, we're gonna pass here reviews. We're gonna add here reviews property, reviews. And then we're going to pass here product review like this. A given user can have more than one reviews. And here we're going to add here relationship. Okay. Yeah, we have here the relationship for the user, but also we're going to add for the products, because a given product can have more than one reviews. And here I'm going to copy that. Here I'm going to pass here reviews. A given product can have more than one review. We're going to pass it here. Okay, now what I'm going to do next here, I'm going to go at the top here. We have the user table. Let me get into the browser to explain a little bit. By default, when we create a user, we don't assign him a given row. Okay, we don't assign him a given row. We say we have our table user. Let me get into my Postgres database. We have here the user. And actually, the user doesn't have, we don't have the row column inside of our database. Now, what I'm going to do here, now I'm going to add a row, because once the user logged in inside of our app, we are going to redirect him immediately on the welcome page, on the page here, on the interface. And if the user has a row of admin, we are going to redirect him immediately on the administration area, okay? Now, what I'm going to do here, we are going to pass here another column. We're going to name it. Let me pass here row. Let me pass it after password row, tab string, and should be optional. And then we are going to get into the off folder of, and we have a user constant. Pass here this user row, and add here admin. We have two types of row. Admin and customer. And you're gonna get into your registered TS endpoint. You're gonna add here the column row, user row. This is the enum tab, customer row. Now we're gonna create another endpoint inside the e-commerce folder. We're gonna name it create review. Create review.ts. Okay, create review. And let me pass this code here. And I'm gonna pass you the code. And we're going to send the user ID, star number, product ID, comments. And here we're gonna make sure a given customer can make a review on a single product only once, but not twice. Okay. And here we're gonna pass here product ID and customer ID. And if this customer has already make a review on the product, we're gonna send him a message, you already reviewed this product. Else, we are going to create the review here, and then we're gonna say review saved successfully. Okay, we're gonna work on the validation. And now we have here, I'm gonna get into the folder. We have a module here, validate use TS. I'm gonna copy this code here. We're gonna put it inside the e-commerce website. We have the modules folder. We're gonna pass inside the modules folder. We're gonna put in something like validate review. Review inputs. We're gonna pass this code here, and I'm going to validate here something like, we're gonna pass here the comments. Okay, guys, in order to go fast, we're gonna validate only the comments, and then we're gonna say here minimum. We're gonna pass minimum 20 characters. Okay, yeah, let's say we're gonna pass here maximum 20 characters. Okay, guys. And here, let me pass here max, and here I'm passing minimum character. I'm passing minimum characters. We can say even 7, and we're gonna pass here a message. Copy that. We're gonna pass it here, and we're gonna say comment is required. Comment must be a string, and comments must be at least 7 characters. I pass 7. And for the max function here, we're gonna pass a message must not exceed 20 characters. Okay, 20 characters long. Okay, and now we are going to import a validation. We're gonna name it review schema, and then pass here review schema. Okay, and here we're gonna pass here only the comments. Okay, we want to go quickly. And here we're going to pass here this. Okay, we're going to return a validation error, guys. And here we should pass here a user ID instead of customer ID. We're gonna pass user ID. That's why we got this error, user ID like this. And yeah, user ID like this. Everything is okay. And here product ID. Okay, let me check here. Product ID. Let me copy that and pass it here. Like this. Okay, where product ID is not assigned up to the tab product review. Okay, and you can see passive find unique. I'm passive find. Yeah, we're gonna passive found first. Okay, yeah, like this, and then we're gonna remove the error. Now let's do this. We are going to create the migration for the product review table. We are going to type these commands here and pass here npx. Yeah, we're gonna pass here npx prisma migrate dev. Okay, and then we're gonna type enter, and here they're gonna create here a new migration. We're going to check inside of our database. Okay, let's check here if we got the review table, and here I'm gonna pass here these commands. In order to check, and pass here \d, and here we have here the product review table. Okay, you can see we have the product review table, and for the user table, I'm passing select star from user like this. And for the user, we don't have, we have the row column here. You can see I'm gonna change the display here. Let me type this command again, and you can see we have here the row column. You can see actually is empty. Now we have here 2 user, and I'm gonna pick a user here. I'm gonna pick here albert@gmail.com. I'm gonna pick this user. I'm gonna attribute the row of a customer, so that when we are going to move here, we're gonna move to the login page. Once we pass the albert@gmail.com, we are going to redirect him immediately on the welcome page. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Now, what I'm gonna do here, I'm passing gonna pass here update, and here I'm gonna pass here user like this, and here I'm passing set. We're gonna pass here raw. Raw is equal to admin. Okay, like this. Yeah, we're gonna pass here customer. I don't want to create a user again. I just want to do that real quickly. Update user set row customer like this. We're gonna pass here where ID. We're gonna pass here where ID is equal to 8. Yeah, I'm pass here 8. Then we're gonna tap enter. Okay. Yeah, we got an error. I'm gonna remove that. Yeah, we set raw. You can see update user set raw, and customer does not exist. We have an error. We're gonna pass here this, and here and pass here this for the value. Okay, you can see that I actually just updated the user table. If I pass here again, select star from user, you can see that actually we have here a user with the raw customer. I'm gonna pass here again update, and pass this command, and here we're gonna pass here where ID is equal to 6. We're gonna create here an admin, and here and pass here admin. Okay, we're gonna pass here an admin, and pass here admin like this, and then we have here an admin and a customer. Okay, if I tap this, we have a customer here, and we have here an admin. Okay, that's okay, guys. Now what I'm gonna do here next, I'm gonna copy these values here. I'm gonna copy that, and then you can see we have this. I'm gonna click here, and you can see in here at the bottom we have the review form here. Okay, if we take a look to the structure of the page, you can see we have the product review, we have the product tab, the product review, the review score. This is a component located inside the product review component, but also we have the review comments. Now we are going to send first of all the review. We're going to create first of all we're going to create the review, and secondly we are going to fetch the review. We're going to pass it here. Okay, and now we are going to get into the Slack page here. Look for the Slack.view file, and here we have the product tab. Now we are going to get into the product tab. And pass this product tab here, and inside the product tab we have in a component which is the product review. Now you can see we have the product review here. Now inside the product review we have 2 components, the review score and review comments. Okay, now let's get in. We're gonna pass the product review. I'm not kidding, and we have the review score and review comments. Now let's get into the review score. Okay, pass the review score. Okay, and in here inside the review score you can see we have two components again. Product review, where we're going to display the review of the products, is here at the top here, and we have the review form at the bottom. You have this form here. Now we are going to go back here. You can see I'm gonna scroll to the top here. This is the review, this is the product review. Let me check again here. This is the product review, yes. And at the bottom here, we pass here, this is the product review form. Okay, now what I'm going to do here, guys, in order to make things clean, I'm gonna create a component for that. Yeah, at the beginning I didn't create a component. Now I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna copy everything here. Okay, we are going to, you can see we have here this e-commerce single product review, and in here I'm passing review form like this, that view. Okay, we're gonna pass here template. Yeah, we don't pass it here. I'm gonna do this first. Copy that here. Yeah, and pass it here, the template. Yeah, doesn't work. Pass it template. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna choose here view, and then I'm gonna copy everything here bottom. We're gonna put in the template tag, and here we are going to pass here also the script tag, and here I'm passing setup. And now we're gonna create here another store, another Pinner store. We're gonna put in these inputs so that we're going to get access to them. And now let's get into the stores folder and pass the store. We're gonna go at the bottom here. We have the stores folder. Okay, this is the store folder, and in the e-commerce folder, we're gonna put in another store. We're gonna name it. I'm gonna name it here like product review store like this, the TS. And I'm putting these inputs. Let's copy everything inside the product e-commerce store. Put it in here, and we are going to delete content here. I'm gonna delete everything, and we're gonna pass here these inputs. We're gonna pass the product review inputs, okay, like this. And then here we are going to, we're gonna pass it here, pass an object, and we are going to pass it here. Copy that, and then I'm pass it here. We have the user ID. Actually, I'm passing now the star number, now product ID, passing now here now, and for the comments, I'm passing string empty. Okay, and we're gonna remove all these property here. Okay, I'm gonna remove that. I'm gonna get rid of this property. Okay, and here we're gonna modify the name of the Pinner. So we're gonna pass here products review store, and here you can pass use product review store like this, and product review store. Okay, we just finished. Now what I'm going to do here, guys, I'm going to import that here. We're gonna pass these inputs. Let's check first. Yeah, it's better. I'm gonna create this store. We're gonna stay with the store here, and here I'm gonna create here another function. We are going to name it this. We're gonna pass a function, async function, fetch review. Okay, and I'm passing another constant review product review data is equal to ref. I'm gonna pass it now. Okay, and let's copy content in here. We're gonna copy that, all of that. We're gonna pass it here. Okay, and here we are going to create here another endpoint. We have here fetch review. Okay, pass here data, and we're going to get into the e-commerce folder. We're gonna pass in an endpoint, pass a get product reviews. And pass get product reviews. Okay, and let's create this endpoint and copy everything here. We are going to get into the server folder and pass a get products. Okay, we're gonna get in here, guys, and let's pass here this endpoint. Yeah, and pass it here the TS, and here we pass here the TS. Let me check here. We don't pass here an S. We should copy this, and that's what we should pass here. You can see actually we didn't pass here an S. I'm passing an S. And now what I'm gonna do, guys, I'm gonna copy everything in get product TS. Copy everything in here. Now let's modify this code here, guys. We are going to, I'm gonna remove all of this. We are going to request for the product ID. Yeah, I'm pass product ID. Yeah, like this. And here we're gonna pass a query, and you're gonna pass here product ID like this. And I'm gonna remove these two inputs. I'm gonna remove that. We are going to pass here where product. One pass here where ID. Yeah, we are going to fetch data inside the product review table. And here we are going to do this. Yeah, we can just pass here the ID of the product and then pass product ID, and then we are going to include the product review table. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna remove that here, and I'm gonna pass here, I'm gonna include here the product review. Okay, I'm pass here product review. Yeah, I'm pass here product review. Okay, this is the name of the table, product reviews. Yeah, now we are going to remove that. And here, let me pass here. Let me see what I've passed here inside this Prisma schema. And here we are going to pass here reviews like this. You can see this is the product table. We're gonna pass their reviews. Let's go back here. We are going to get into in here, and we're gonna pass the reviews through. Yeah, like this. Okay, and then yeah, that's okay. I'm gonna do this and pass here these objects. We're going to pass here where ID is equal to product ID. And why I'm getting here an error, you can see that actually the ID here is a number, but we are passing here a string. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna set it as a number. Okay, and here I'm gonna pass here parse int. Okay, yeah, or I can just pass here a string. And then we're going to pass a parsings, okay? And then we're going to go down here. Okay, we can just run here the validation. And here we can just run here the validation. Let me check here. We can just pass here if the type of, we're going to pass type of product ID is equal to undefined. Undefined, we can throw an error. We're going to pass here throw, and then creates, yeah, creates no error. Let me copy that in here. I'm gonna pass it throw creates error. We're going to throw an error. Yeah, I'm gonna pass it here if we got undefined, and here I'm gonna pass here an array. Yeah, I'm passing here an array. We're gonna pass a message, and then we're gonna say product ID should be a number. Okay, like this. And now we are going to pass here this. We're going to remove the pagination, the skip and take property. I'm going to remove that, and I'm going to remove that too here. And here we're going to have here I'm passing here product reviews. Okay, is equal to this, and I'm going to remove that here, and then we are going to return the product review property here. We're going to return the objects. Okay, that's what we're going to pass here. Now we just finished. What we need to do is to try this to see if it works pretty well. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back inside the store product review store here, and in here we're going to pass here the product ID, fetch product review, fetch product reviews like this. We're gonna pass here the product ID, and I'm passing type should be a number, and here we pass a product ID, and we're gonna pass here product ID inside the query object like this. Now remove that, and we're going to pass the product review data. We're gonna pass it to the object there. Okay, like this. And we're going to pass the function to the return statement here, guys. And now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to do this. You can see we have the product review form. We have the product review form. I'm passing product review form. Yeah, I'm passing here product review. We have here review form. Yeah, I'm not getting to, yeah, let me check here what we got here. Yeah, the review form. We got the review form. I'm passing review form. Okay, and in here we are going to pass here this input. These are the inputs. Okay, we're gonna pass the user ID, the star number, and here we're gonna pass here the product ID. Now you can see at the beginning I pass here inside the store here. I'm pass here store inside the product review store. I pass here this property, this object, this input. Okay, now I'm gonna remove it here. Why? Because you can see when we sign in a user, I'm gonna get into the sign in the view file, and in here you can see when we sign in a user, we store his data inside the use cookie composable. Okay, and as we store this data inside the use cookie composable, and we don't have the possibility to get access to the data inside of a Pinear store. And because a use cookie works inside of a view file, okay, that's why I do that. Now I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm going to do this. Let me get into the admin.view file. I'm gonna copy something. I'm gonna move at the top here. You can see we have here the use cookie, the user cookie. I'm gonna copy this, and in order to get access to the value, to the name of the user, we pass the user cookie, that data, that name. And if we want to get access to the ID, we're gonna pass here user cookie, that data, that use, that ID. That's what we're gonna do. Now let's go back inside the review form, and in here we are going to pass this here. We are going to pass here review form here. Okay, in here, and then I pass here the user cookie, and I'm gonna go back in here in order to copy something. I'm gonna copy that, and we are going to pass in the review form here. Okay, we are going to pass here the user ID, user cookie, that data, that user, that ID here. Okay, and we're gonna pass here the star number and the product ID. For the product ID here, we are going to import in a composable. Let me get into the select.view file, and we have this here at the top. You can see we have here the single product data, and in order to get access to the property, and I'm gonna copy that, and I'm going to put it inside the review form here so that we're gonna get access to it, and pass it here. And now I'm gonna remove this property here. We need only the single product data. Okay, and here I'm gonna pass here this. You can see in order to get access to the value, we do this. We pass here single product data, that product, that image. We're gonna pass here the name of the product, that name. Now I'm gonna pass here that ID. I'm gonna copy that. We are going to we're gonna go back inside our form here, and we are going to pass here the ID. Okay, now let me pass here this. Yeah, we're gonna pass here the product ID like this, and we are going to pass here also the star number. For the star number, we have this. Let me create first this function here, add comments, in order to avoid errors. Function, and pass here add comments, and pass there. Let me pass it there, and I'm passing console.log, and here, in order to get access to a given, in order to have here the star number, I'm passing here a v4 in order to create here stars. Let me get into the browser and explain a little bit. And here I'm gonna move here, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna refresh the page here. Yeah, we haven't yet imported inside this form here. You can see inside the review score, we haven't yet imported the review form. That's why we don't got it here. Now let's import it first. We're gonna get into the review form here, and here we're gonna get into the review score here, and yeah, we are going to pass it here, these components. Now let's get into the browser, and you can see that actually just display here the inputs, and here we don't have the possibility to select a star here. Let me fix that. I'm gonna copy this CSS code here, and I'm gonna pass it inside the review form here. I'm gonna pass it bottom, and also we have here two reactive property. We have the rating and hover. And let's go back inside the review scores, and at the top here we have these two property, hover and rating, and I'm gonna pass at the top here. Okay, and pass it here, and now if we put our cursor over these stars, we're gonna have the possibility to select a given star. Yeah, you can see. Now let's get the value. I'm gonna create here a function, passive function. I'm gonna pass a function, and we're gonna say select. We're gonna pass a get star num and pass a get selected star number. Okay, and then here we're gonna pass it the value here. We're gonna pass here the value, and I'm gonna do this. I'm passing the product review input that value. Yeah, that we're gonna pass here the star number. That star number is equal to the value, and we're gonna copy that function. We're gonna pass the label here, and here I'm pass here on click events. We're gonna get the value here, and now I'm pass here the I, and then we are going to check this. Okay, now let me just pass here. First of all, I'm gonna try to debug here the inputs, the product review inputs. I'm gonna try to inspect it and see what we're gonna get, and pass it above the label here. Okay, and see if we got data inside of it. Okay, now yeah, I'm gonna do this. Yeah, we pass here this, and you can see we have here the user ID, the star number, the product ID. And now let me just do this, the product ID here, and I'm gonna pass the edit tab here. Okay, I'm gonna pass edit tab like this. Yeah, I'm gonna remove that. We're gonna pass it here, and let's try this. Okay, I'm gonna refresh this page and see what we're gonna get. We're going to check first of all if we are going to pass here the ID of the product. Yeah, you can see actually we got to property here the star num and comments. We don't pass it the product ID. You can see we don't pass it here, and I'm gonna try to fix that. Now let's first of all see what we're gonna get here. Yeah, you can see if I select free, we got here free. 4, we got 4K. Yeah, it works. But for the product ID, here, we don't got anything here, product ID. Now let me try to debug this and see if we are getting data inside of this object. I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it here too. Pass it here at the bottom, and then we're gonna try this. Yeah, we don't got anything. Yeah, you can see we are getting here 10, but we don't actually pass it here. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass here this. I'm gonna store it inside of a variable. I'm gonna pass here const product ID is equal to this. Then I'm gonna pass it product ID like this. Now let's check again. Yeah, let me check here. Yeah, I'm gonna remove that. I'm gonna check. We don't pass here the ID. Product ID here we got 10. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just do this. I'm gonna just pass here this. Yeah, when we select the star number, I'm gonna do this. I'm copy that. We're gonna pass also the product ID. Pass the product ID is equal to this. Okay. Now I'm gonna pass here now, and then let's check again. Okay. Yeah, we got here product ID. We got now. Now if I click here, yeah, you can see. Oh, we don't pass again. We don't pass here the ID. That's product ID, and maybe yeah, we should do this. Pass the product ID like this, and here I'm gonna do this. Const product ID is equal to this. Let's check again. Click here. Okay, here if we click here, we don't pass there the ID. We don't have the ID, guys. Now we are going to fix that here, product ID. And yeah, I catch there, guys. I see why we don't pass here. Yeah, user cookie is a reactive property. We should pass here that value. That's why we don't pass the value. We don't got data there. And for the single product data, if we put our case over it, this is a reactive property, and we should pass here that value. That's why we don't display it. Now let's try it again. And here I'm gonna click here. Yeah, user ID, we got it. Star number, product ID, and also we got a comment here. Now we are going to send the data on server, and here I'm gonna get into the sign in the view file. Let me copy this function here. We're gonna copy that, and I'm gonna copy even the loading reactive property. We're gonna pass it here, and so we are going to pass it here. Okay, and here and pass here is sync and await. Okay, we're gonna try to wrap this inside try catch block in case we get an error. Pass try catch and pass it try catch like this, and here and pass here catch function error. We are going to pass here call function show error, and here we're gonna pass here error the message. Okay, and here we are going to pass here the input product review input. We're gonna pass it here, that value. And for the endpoints, we're gonna pass here, let me see, and pass here get product data. We're gonna try to check the endpoints, and we're going to pass here get product review. And yeah, I think the endpoint is create review. Let me check again. Create review. This is the name of the endpoint, and we're going to pass here e-commerce like this, and then we're gonna pass here create review like this. Okay, create review. Okay, that's it. This is the name of the endpoint, API/e-commerce, and here we're gonna pass here create review. Okay, now let me check a little bit. Yeah, we got e-commerce. Yeah, okay, that's it, guys. And then we're gonna send this input. Now we're going to pass here success message, and then I'll pass it res the message. And now let's try to see what we're gonna get. And here we have a constant, which is the loading, and pass it const loading is equal to false as default value. And here true. Once we finish making this HTTP request, we're gonna modify the value to false. Pass here false is equal to false, and else here we're gonna pass here false like this, and pass here false. And at the bottom here on the form we have a loading icon. This is a component, and here what I'm gonna pass here and pass it disabled. Disabled is equal to loading, and pass here visual is equal to loading. If the value is equal to true, we're gonna show the loading icon. And then that's it, guys. Now let's try this. We're gonna try this. I'm gonna get into the browser, and here we don't hide this. Yeah, we should pass here false for this button, loading false. And now I'm gonna get into the loading icon. We're gonna get into the component here, and we're gonna try to check here. And yeah, I'm gonna pass it appropriately. You can see, yeah, we got, yeah, we don't hide it. Yeah, but we should hide it, guys. I'm passing VIF, and then we're going to hide it. Now I'm gonna refresh the page here and see what we're gonna get. Yeah, you can see that actually we had it. And now let's try to send the data to the server here. And here I'm gonna select 3 stars for the product. I'm saying great products. Yeah, I'm passing great products. I'm passing awesome true like this. Yeah, I'm gonna pass here. Yeah, awesome. I'm gonna pass here great products, and then I'm gonna click submit. You can see review saved successfully. We just sent the data to the server, and now I'm going to initialize the comments input. We're going to pass here product review, that comment is equal to empty like this. Alright guys, now we just finished creating reviews for a given product. We're gonna move to the next point, which is to retrieve reviews for a given product inside of our database, and then we're gonna pass it to the review comments components. We're going to get into the get product. We're gonna pass here the store here. The name of the store is product review store, that's yes. And then we're going to add that endpoints. Okay, we're gonna get data here. We're going to pass it to the product review data. We're going to get into the review comments, pass here review comment components. And instead of this component, we're going to import in this PNL store. And I'm getting review and pass here review comments. First of all, we're going to pass here the script tag. And instead of the script tag, we're going to pass here this. Let me go inside these components. We're going to pass here review comments here. And we are going to pass here this and pass here const product review store here is equal to use product review store like this. Okay, and here we're gonna pass the store to ref in order to preserve reactivity. And the product review here is an object. Let's check here. You can see is an object. I'm gonna zoom a little bit, and here we're going to pass here. We are going to pass here this. I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it here, and yeah, we are going to pass here, and we have the review array inside of it, and yeah. I'm gonna remove that, and here this is what I'm gonna pass here. Yeah, I'm gonna pass here v4. I'm gonna pass the product review that product, okay, that product reviews, and then we are going to do this. We're going to pass here another v4 which is equal to review. Pass here now customer review in. We are going to pass here product review that reviews. And we're gonna pass here the key is equal to customer review .id, and here we're gonna pass here the photo of the customer who is reviewed, and here the name and the date here, and here for the comments I'm gonna pass it here, and for the image I'm gonna get into the admin the view file. I'm passing, I'm gonna copy an image. We have here this avatar for the link. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm pass it here. We are going to pass it here, okay? And for the name here, we don't have the name. If we tap here, select star from user. Let me check. Yeah, we got the name inside of our database. And here I'm pass here username. Pass here just username, and then we're gonna pass here we are going to pass here customer review .id. Let me check here. Yeah, we're gonna pass here even the user ID. It's pretty simple. Okay, that's user ID, and then here we're gonna pass here the review date, and we're gonna pass here customer review. Okay, that's created at. Okay, like this. Now we can't call this function fetch product review inside of this component. It's not good. We are going to call our function at the top level components. We are going to get into the Slack the view file, which is this inside of this page is where we're gonna call our function, and we're going to pass the function, and then we're going to store the data inside of the product review data. Pass it here, and we're gonna pass here fetch product reviews. Like this, we're gonna pass here the product ID. And here to get a product ID, I'm gonna copy that, and I'm gonna pass it even here, and I'm pass here a weight here, and here I'm gonna extract also the product ID. Okay, like this product ID, and that's what we're gonna pass it here. Okay, and here I'm pass here the ID like this. Now let's get into the browser and see what we got here. We are going to see, yeah, you can see actually just display here the username, but also the ID and date. And now we're gonna display here the stars number, and we have this property here, which is the star number. We're gonna pass it there, and I'm gonna uncomment the star rating components. And so we're gonna pass here right now a dynamic data. We're gonna pass a customer review, and I'm passing the star number, and we are going to get into the star rating. We're gonna pass here now this prop, and if we got let's say star number is equal to 3, we are going to display 3 stars here. You can see actually the star number is equal to 4. That's why we got 4 here, 4 stars here. Now what I'm going to do, you can see that actually this is the star. I'm gonna zoom a little bit. Yeah, this is the star. I'm gonna fill here with the yellow color. Now what I'm gonna do here, and I'm gonna copy this color. We are going to get into the star icon. We're gonna tap a star icon. Okay, get in, and here we have fill none. If I pass here this color, you're gonna see what we're gonna get. Okay, you can see that actually just fill here this empty area. Okay, we just fill all these areas, guys. And here I'm gonna do this. Yeah, I'm not do this. You can see actually we just fill everywhere. Okay, we just fill everywhere. Let's see again. Yeah, it's beautiful. And here I'm going to do this. Yeah, you can see we just finish here, guys. And that's all for this page, guys. Now we're gonna do another thing, and here what I'm gonna do here, you can see we have here a button, write a review, and here I'm gonna use this button to toggle this form, to toggle the review form here, guys. Now I'm gonna get in, and here we're going to pass here we are going to get into the review form. And inside the review form, we don't have here. Let me get into in here and see in which components we are going to get into. And yeah, we are going to get into the review score components. Is where we got this button. I'm not getting into the review score components. Review score here. And in here, guys, we have a button at the bottom. Yeah, you can see this is the button, write a review. Okay. And here I'm not do this. By default, we are going to hide this. We're gonna hide this form here. And here I'm gonna pass here if show, and then I pass here show. Okay. And here we are going to toggle. You can see on click here, on click event, we're going to toggle the value of the show property. And here you can see we have the show property here. Once we click here, we are going to toggle the value because I pass a show is equal to different from show. If the value is equal to true, we're going to pass it to false. It's equal to false, we're going to pass it to true. That's what we did there. And then if I come here, if I click here, write a review, you can see we show this review form. If I click here, close, we close it. And it works pretty well, guys. And yeah, that's pretty much it from here, guys. Now, what I'm going to do next, I'm going to do this. Yeah, we just finished here. I'm going to do this. You can see actually here, I'm going to get into the app header components. We have the app header components. And inside the app header components, we have in two components. We have the logo components, the sign-in link, and the cart trigger. You can see this is the structure. You can see we have here the logo and the sign-in link and the cart trigger component. We got 3 components inside the app header components. Now let's get into the app header components, And in here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get into the sign-in link components. We're gonna get in. Okay, let's first inspect these components. App header components. We have here, two components. Yeah, the menu trigger. I forgot to pass here the menu trigger. I'm gonna remove the menu trigger. We don't need it. The menu trigger. We have the logo and the sign-in, the cart trigger components. These are 3 components that we got in. And now I'm gonna get into the sign-in link component in here, guys. And then what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna comment this link, this icon here, and then I'm gonna display this. Yeah, I'm gonna uncomment this span tag here and see what we're gonna get. And you can see, guys, we pass here an avatar, and when we put our cursor over the avatar, we have here a little menu. Now we are going to use the menu in order to move to the wait list, but also to the account of the customer, and we have the logout button here. Now what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna add here a link here that allows to clear out the cookie in order to log out the user. Now we're going to get into the admin.view file. Inside the admin.view file, guys, we got something in here, admin.view, and you can see in here the administration area, we have a function here in order to clear out the cookie. Now I'm gonna copy that. Here. I'm gonna put it inside we are going to put it inside a pin. We're gonna put it into a plugin, and here, so that when we are going to type this, let's say const, I'm gonna pass here this logout, and here we're gonna pass here use Nuxt app. Okay, we are going to get access to the plugin. Okay. Now, I'm going to do this. I'm going to get into the plugin folder. We're going to pass here logout. This is the name of the plugin, logout client.ts. And we pass here that client.ts to say that we're going to run the plugin on the clients. And I'm tap enter. I'm going to copy everything in here. We're going to put it into the logout. And here, we're going to pass here logout as the name of the plugin, logout. And here logout. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to get into the admin.view file. I'm gonna copy something, this logic here, okay, and we are going to put it inside the logout. We're gonna pass it here, okay. We are not going to pass any parameter. I'm gonna remove that, and for the user cookie, and we're going to go back in here. We're gonna copy here at the top. Let me copy that. We're gonna pass inside the logout. We're gonna pass it here, guys, okay. And then we're going to clear out the cookie. I'm going to import here. Let me check here if we import the user settings. Okay. User settings. We don't need to import it. They're going to import it automatically. Yeah, let me check here something. Everything is okay in here, guys. Now we're going to use the plugin in here. We're gonna pass it here. Yeah, I'm gonna comment this, and then we're going to use this plugin. We're gonna pass here logout. We're gonna pass it to the logout menu here. We're going to pass here logout like this. Okay, like this. We're going to call it, and we're going to use it inside the app header components. I'm gonna copy that, and we're going to get into the app header. Let's get into the app header and see what we got here. App header, and we're going to get into the sign-in. We're gonna pass here sign-in link component, and so we're gonna pass here at the top. Okay, and here we're gonna pass here logout. I'm gonna copy that. We have here the button logout, and here on click events we are going to call the function is equal to logout. Okay, now we are going to try this again. Now let's head in the browser, and here I'm gonna click here logout, and you can see that actually just log out the user. And I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna check if we got data inside the user cookie. If we got data, we are going to display this icon here in order to tell the user to log in. Okay, and here let me pass you the avatar. We have the avatar here. Let me do this. I'm going to get into the comments. We're gonna get into the review comment, the view file, and I'm gonna copy that. Yeah, I'm gonna copy that. We are going to pass it here, or we can just pass it here. I got a component here. Let me get into this file right here. You can see I got this avatar. I'm gonna use it, and I'm going to get into the env file. Let's go to the bottom. We're gonna copy that here, and I'm pass here avatar for avatar like this. Yeah, we're gonna pass here default user avatar. Okay, we're gonna pass it here, and here what I'm going to do, I'm gonna copy that. Let me just pass it default user avatar. We're going to pass it inside the Nuxt.config.ts file. We're gonna pass it here. Okay, and then we're gonna pass here process.env. We're gonna pass it here, guys. Okay, and in order to get access to it, we're gonna use the use runtime config, and I'm gonna copy it. We got it in product cart. Let me get in. I think we got here this composable use runtime config. I'm gonna copy that, and we're going to get into the app header components, and here I'm gonna get into the sign-in link here, and we're gonna pass it here. We're going to get access to that environment variable. Let me go to the bottom. I'm gonna copy it here. We're gonna get in, and we're gonna copy the default user avatar. We're gonna pass it inside the sign-in link component. In here, we're gonna pass it here. Okay, and here too, and then we're gonna pass it where we got. Now we're going to pass it here, guys. Okay, and also we should pass it here inside the review comments. Pass it in here, review comment. Okay, we have here the pass here the comment review form. Pass here comments. We have the review comments, and we have here an avatar. We are looking for an avatar online. I'm gonna remove that. We're gonna pass here a default avatar. I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it here. Okay, like this. Then pass here vbound. And then you can see actually just display here the avatar, and we have here the logo button here, guys. Everything works fine. And here, let me check here what we're gonna do here. We just display here we pass here. I'm gonna remove this lowering icon, and what I'm going to do here, we are going to check if we got inside the user cookie we got data. I'm not getting to the logout button, the logout plugin, and we're going to copy this. I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna put it inside the sign-in link in here, and we're going to check if the inside the user cookie variable we got data. Okay, and I'm pass here vif. I'm pass vif is equal to we got data. Else we're going to display this icon here. We're going to tell we're gonna tell the customer to sign in and pass here v else. Okay, we're gonna display this. Okay, let's check again. And then you can see actually got this, and if we click on the button, we are going to sign in. They're gonna redirect us here, and if we sign in as a customer, if I pass here Albert at Gmail and pass at gmail.com, we are going to be redirected on the welcome page. Pass here, this is the password. I'm gonna sign in, and then you can see we got this, and we are going to create another page for the wait list and for the account of the customer, and we have the logger button. Okay. And for the badge here, we're gonna fix it when we're gonna start working on the shopping cart. Okay. Now let me just pass here something. Okay, we are going to get into the cart trigger, and we have here something. Let me just pass here the CSS code to see what we're gonna get. Okay, we want to fix that here. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna fix that later on. Now I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna comment this. I'm gonna remove that here. I'm gonna comment this. I'm gonna comment the badge. We are going to add it later. Okay. Now let me do this. I'm gonna pass here. I'm gonna uncomment this. I'm gonna uncomment this. Yeah. Let me remove the comment here. I'll remove the comment, and then let's see what we got here. Okay. Yeah, we got the badge here. We are going to put it at the top of the icon. Okay, guys. Now we are going to do this. I'm gonna pass here absolute. Let me pass absolute here and see what we're gonna get. Yeah, we are going to put it at the top. You can see it works. We put the icon, the badge at the top of the icon. Okay. Now we're going to display here guys the star rating of each product. You're gonna see we're going to get inside the get product TS, and in here we have this function. We have this, and we're going to include in the product reviews. Okay, now let's try to inspect this endpoint to see what we are getting. And here I'm gonna get into the product e-commerce store here. We're gonna get in, we're going to copy this endpoint. Let me move at the bottom here. We're gonna pass here e-commerce store, product e-commerce store. In here we have a function, okay, that we use in order to fetch data. I'm gonna try to inspect this function here. I'm gonna copy that, and we are going to pass it here to see what we're gonna get. And I'm gonna pass it here and pass here this. I'm gonna remove this, and we are going to tap enter and see what we're gonna get. You can see actually we are getting an array of products that we pass to the welcome page, and we have a category images. And now we're gonna add the review. Okay, we are going to get into the get review. I'm gonna pass here get product reviews. I'm gonna copy this. We're gonna pass it inside the get product TS. I'm gonna pass it here. You can see inside the get product TS is where we got filters. I'm gonna add here the product review. Yeah, I'm gonna include it here and pass it here. Product reviews. We got here an array of reviews inside of a product object. We got it here. For this product, it doesn't have any review. Now, if we scroll all the way to the bottom, you're gonna see we have a product which has a review. You can see this product has one review, and here we have a review here. It is one review. Now, we're going to use the review table in order to determine how many stars a product has out of 5. Let's say we have here more than 10 products inside of our database. We are going to determine how many stars. When I say stars out of 5, okay, that's what we need to find. And here, let's say this array here, this reviews array contains more than 100 items, more than 100 objects. Yeah, we're gonna say this is the length, and here we're gonna say the length of this array is equal to 100. It means this product has received 100 reviews. But how are you gonna determine how many stars this product has out of 5? How are we gonna do that? Okay, guys. Now, in order to do so, you can see if we try to iterate through this array, in order to find the total number of stars and then calculate the median, we are going to make a lot of calculation. Let me explain you this by a simple example. Let's say the product is Nike here, and here the first customer comes, the first user give the product 3 out of 5. The second user come, give the product 2 out of 5. The third one, give the product 4 out of 5. Okay, these are free reviews. Okay, guys. Now, in order to determine how many stars a product has out of 5, we are going to do this. We are going to take these reviews, gonna do 3, and pass here 3, gonna pass here 3 plus 2 plus 4, and here we're gonna get here we got 7 and 7. Yeah, we're gonna pass here 6, and here we're gonna get 9, guys. And then what we are going to do, and then what we're gonna do, we are going to get the length of the array. This array contains 3 items. These are objects. We are going to do 9 divided by 3. And if we do 9 divided by 3, we're going to say that this product has 3 stars out of 5. Okay. Now, if we use this way, we are going to consume a lot of resources. We are going to iterate through a large array if this product has many reviews. Now, I'm going to create another table and pass here product stars. Okay. And inside of this table, we're going to pass here product IDs column, and we're going to pass here total received stars. Okay, that's what we're going to do, total received stars. Okay, and pass here total received stars like this, and I'm gonna remove this to make it short, received stars. And here we're gonna say this product, let's say we have a product with ID 1, and then it's received the first time 3, and then we have another product, let's say 2, at the first time it's received 4. Now if another user try to make a review on the first product here, we are going to check if this product exists inside of a database, inside a product stars table. We are going to increment this value here. We're going to pass here plus 2 if this is the number of stars that the customer passed to the product. Okay, we're going to pass there 5 and so on. And then we are going to divide this number by the total number of reviews, okay, in order to determine how many stars this product has out of 5. Now let's get in the code. We are going to copy this. I'm not getting to the schema. I'm passing schema Prisma, and then we're gonna pass here the name of the model, product stars. I'm not copy this, and then I'm pass here product stars like this, and we're gonna pass here to column. Okay, yeah, I'm passing the product ID, and here I'm gonna remove that. Okay, like this, and references products. Okay, product stars, and actually we got an error here, and let's fix that error. We are going to pass here stars. Okay, and here I'm gonna copy here the product star. Let me remove the S here and pass here only product star, and here I'm passing here product star. I'm passing an array like this, and then we're going to get an array which contains only one object, guys. And yeah, now let's try this. And here, first of all, we're going to run the migration. Okay, I'm gonna start my server, and here we're gonna type here npx. Let me get into here and pass here npx prisma. Okay, migrate dev. We're gonna tap enter, and also we are going to regenerate the Prisma client. We're gonna tap here again npm run dev. Okay. And now I'm pass here npm run dev. Okay, now we're going to get into the create review file. I'm gonna copy that, and then what I'm gonna do, like tap here create review.ts file, and in here what we're gonna do here, guys, you can see in here we create the review. Okay, and then what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna pass this data here. I'm gonna comment this. And what I'm going to do here, guys, I'm going to do this. I'm going to pass here check. We are going to do this. I'm going to copy that. And then we are going to pass here. We're going to pass here product star. Okay. And here we're going to pass here the name of the table, product star. Let me copy that and pass here. And I'm pass here where. We're going to pass here where product ID. Yeah, I'm pass here where product ID. We're going to remove these columns here, and we're gonna stay with the product ID. Okay, and here we're gonna say this where product ID, we are going to check if the product ID exists, and I'll pass a found first. Okay, and here if the product ID exists inside of the database, I'll pass here this. If the product star, we got data. If the product star, and if we got data, if the product ID exists, and pass a little comment. If product ID exists, we are going to increment. Okay, I'll pass here increment stars, increment received stars column. Else we are going to insert. Else we're gonna insert. Okay, insert. Okay, and I'm gonna copy this. I'm going to copy that here. I'm copy that, and then I'm gonna pass inside the else statement. And here we're gonna pass the product star. We are going to insert in the table. We are going to pass here only the product ID. Yeah, I'm passing the product ID. And here we have a column here. Let me check. We have the received star. I'm gonna pass it here. Okay, here. And I'm going to get rid of these two columns here. We're gonna say we received star. We're gonna pass it the number of star and the number of received stars. And then here, okay, that's okay in here. Okay, that's okay. Now we're going to get into the if statement in here, guys. We are going to increase the number, and I'm passing cons. We're gonna pass the actual received stars. Okay, is equal to product star. I'm passing product star, and here that we're going to pass the received star. And what I'm going to do, I'm passing here cons update stars. Okay, is equal to actual received stars. We're gonna copy that. Plus we're gonna pass here plus star number. Okay, and then we're going to update the table. I'm gonna copy this, and I'm gonna pass it inside the else statement. In the if statement, we are going to pass here where. We're gonna pass here where, and here I'm passing here where product ID. I'm gonna remove that with product ID. Okay, like this. I'm passing here update where product ID, and then we're gonna pass it data. That's what we did here. Let me check here something, and I'm gonna check here something inside the updates. Let's see. Yes, yeah, we are going to pass here the data appropriate. Okay, I'm gonna go back here, and here we're gonna pass here this data appropriate. We are going to pass here the received stars column. We're gonna pass this, and we're going to pass here updates. We're gonna pass in received stars, and is equal to update stars. Okay, like this. And here, let me first check here if everything is okay here. I'm tap here. We're going to run here a migration. Okay, we just apply the migration here. And here, guys, we have a user who is logged in. Here you can see we have a user who's logged in. And here I'm gonna try to pass here a review for this product. I'm gonna choose this product here. This first one, this one here. And then I'm gonna move at the bottom and I click here, write a review. Okay, we're going to toggle the form here. And I'm say awesome products, awesome, true. Okay. And I'm click submit. Yeah, we're gonna pass the number of stars and pass here free. I'm click submit. Okay, received stars. And actually, guys, you can see when we create a review, we don't show up comment automatically. We should call that function in order to display comments immediately. We are going to get into the product review table, product review store here, and we have a function fetch product reviews. I'm gonna copy that. And we're gonna use it. We are going to use it inside the review form here, review form. And we're going to call that function every time we just added a comment. And I'm gonna pass it here. You can see we have here that I'm passing product e-commerce. And yeah, in order to get access to the function, we are going to import in the opinion store and pass it here. and product review store, we are going to use it. Use product review store. We are going to pass it here at the top. We're going to pass it here. Const product review store is equal to this. And we are going to use that in order to get access to the function and pass it here and pass here await that product review store. And we're going to pass here the product ID and copy that. And here you can see this, the input. The inputs contain here the product ID. And what I'm going to do here, I'm passing this here and I'm going to copy that. We are going to pass here that product ID, that product ID, and then we are going to remove that number there, that typing. Okay. Now let's try to add another comment here. We are going to, I'm going to choose this product, and now I'm going to pass here review, and here I'm going to choose here 3 stars. Okay. And we are going to pass, say here gray overcoat, gray, and pass here gray overcoat. Okay. Okay, gray overcoat, and then I'm gonna click here submit. And here you can see we have here another review for the user number 1, gray overcoats. Okay, here's give here 3. Okay, now let's get into the database and see what we got here. And I'm passing select star from product. I'm passing here product stars, and then we're going to get data. And here you can see actually we got here data, and here we have this product has received 3 stars. Okay, the product ID is 3, and here the product ID is 3 here again. Yeah, you can see the product ID here is 3. And guys, we should update this table. Yeah, let's see, product ID here is 3, and here product ID is 4 right here. Okay, let me check here. Product ID is 10 here. Okay, now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm gonna try to look for a product where the ID is 4 here. Okay, we're gonna try to add here something. We're gonna try to see if we're going to increment this column here. You can see we're going to choose a product where the ID is equal to 4. Okay, I'm passing select star from product. Okay, and then we're going to check here where the ID is equal to 4. I'm gonna continue, and here you can see the ID here of this product is equal to 4. Okay, now we're gonna try to check if we are going to update that column. We're gonna update the received star column, and for this column here, and the name of the product with ID 4 is Woo Album. Okay, we are going to move here, and we're going to pick Woo Album. Yeah, this is the product. Now I'm gonna click here write a review, and here I'm passing gray products again, gray products. Okay, the ID is 4 for this product, and now let's check again. I'm gonna do this, and here I'm gonna run this query. You can see in here, guys, product ID here is equal to 4, and the received stars we got 4 right here. We're gonna try to see if we are going to get, let's say 10 here. Let's say 9, because I'm gonna pass here 5. Okay, and I'm saying gray product. I'm gonna give here 5 here, and we're gonna click here gray product. Okay, now let's click here gray product. Here you can see invalid Prisma. Okay, inside of update star, we are getting an error. Guys, in order to fix the error, I'm gonna pass here this. I'm gonna copy this. We're going to pass here. We're gonna update by the ID instead of by the product ID. That's why we are getting an error. And here I'm passing that ID, and also we're gonna fix here. We're gonna fix that this type here. You can see we pass here. This is a type. We should pass here received like this, received stars. We were passing there a typo, and it was a mistake. I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna copy that column. We're going to get into the Prisma schema here, and we're going to pass it here, received stars. Yeah, and here we are going to do this. We are going to regenerate the Prisma client, And here I'm tap here npm run dev to regenerate the Prisma client. And also, yeah, we're gonna tap here npm run dev like this. And then you're gonna tap this command in order to recreate a table. You can copy it from the migrations folder. And here I'm gonna get into the Prisma schema. We have received stars. Okay, this is the new name. We are going to we just renamed the column. And here we're gonna get into the create view tiers. Create review tiers. We're gonna pass this here, and here too. I'm gonna add here semicolon. Gonna move at the bottom. We're gonna modify here. We're gonna pass here received stars. Okay. Now we are going to try it again. And here, what I'm going to do, guys, you can see. Actually, let's try it again first. And here I'm trying to comment. I'm trying to add a comment on the product here. And here I'm gonna click here Ninja for this product. So we're gonna choose it. And here we have a comment here. Yeah, I think this user has already comments, has already give a review on the product. I'm gonna pass here even 4 and pass a gray product. Okay, we're gonna click here submit. Yeah, you already reviewed this product, and here a user can only review one product. Now what I'm going to do here, I'm not getting rid of this review inside of the product review table. We are going to do this. I'm going to run a command here. I'm going to look for it. We have a delete command here. Yeah, we are going to do this. You can see if you type here select star from product review, you're gonna see we're gonna have here product review, and here we're gonna have here data product review like this. Okay, product review. Okay, let me pass here the correct name of the product. I'm gonna pass here, yeah, this, and so we're gonna pass here select star from product, yeah, product review, and here we're gonna have here data. Okay. And now what I'm going to do, and here I'm going to delete the last review right here, so that this user can have the possibility to make a review on the product. And here I'm passing, we are going to pass here delete, and we're gonna pass here product review. Yeah, delete from product review, where we're gonna pass here where ID is equal to 17. Okay. And then I'm tap enter. Okay, we're gonna pass here delete from, and we just remove the row. And here we're gonna click here submit. Yeah, you already reviewed this product. Let me check. And guys, what I'm going to do here, guys, I'm gonna drop everything from this table. I want to restart that again, and some pass here truncate table. We're gonna pass here product review like this, and then I'm tap enter. And right now I'm gonna make a review here. Click here, yeah, review saved. And here I'm gonna try to see. You can see this, the username here is 1 here. And if you try to see the name here of the user who's logged in, pass select stuff from user. We got here the user ID is Ben. You can see this Ben here. Yeah, this is Ben. The ID is Ben here. And now I'm gonna connect this user. Okay, we have here a user which is Albert, and there is customer. Okay, now I'm gonna copy this email, and now let's pass here select data from product tab and see what we got here. And you can see actually this product has 4 stars. Okay, now Albert's, this user is going to comment on the product. We are going to see if we are going to increment the number here. Okay, now I'm going to log out this user, logged out, and here I'm going to pass here another user which is Albert. We're going to pass here the password, and yeah, now we are going to click on the Ninja again. This is the product. And here we have a review of the first user. I'm gonna write a review here and pass here even 5 stars for the product. And here I'm gonna say awesome. I'm pass here even awesome. awesome overcoat. Okay, and now we're gonna check again here, click, yeah, review saved. And now let's select data. You can see actually you got received stars here is equal to 4. Now if you pass the select star from product star, you're gonna see received star is equal to 9. Okay, now what I'm going to do, we are going to get the data. You can see this is our array, and here we are going to remove the reviews array. We are going to return here the number of reviews get from a given product, and we are going to return also the total received stars for a given product. Okay, now I'm going to do that. I'm gonna get into the get products review, that's yes, and you can see actually pass here reviews. I'm gonna pass here property. Let me copy it here and pass this property. We are going to count item inside the product reviews table and pass it here. And if we run this query again, you're gonna see what we're gonna get here at the bottom. Yeah, I'm gonna refresh the page here again, and yeah, we still have reviews. Yeah, let me do that. Yeah, I'm gonna format this document. Yeah, it seems we got an error, and here we are going to get data. Okay, we are going to pass here include, select, and yeah, here let me check here. Yeah, we shouldn't pass it here, guys. We are going to get into the get product tiers in here where we got filters, and then we're gonna pass it here. I'm gonna pass it where we got reviews. We are going to get rid of this array, also the stars here, and we are going to retrieve data from the product stars table. You can see we want to get total number of stars received by products. Okay, now we are going to get into the browser, and in here I'm gonna refresh the page here. You're gonna see we're gonna get that, and you can see here, guys, that actually we got here stars is an array. It doesn't contain anything. This is what we pass here. If we get into the Prisma schema, pass here schema, and you can see we just passed here stars is a property that returns the product star array. Okay, and here you can see we don't have any review from these products. Now I'm gonna go to the bottom, and we have here at the bottom we should have a product with reviews. Yeah, you can see we have the Wool Ninja. This product has received 1 review. You can see, and here the product ID is free, received stars 9 here, and reviews, we pass here reviews. We are counting item inside the review table for the products, okay, for the particular product. And then here let's do this. I'm gonna do the math a little bit here, guys. You can see for the Wool Ninja product, Wool Ninja, okay, this product received at the first time it received 4 reviews. For the second time it received 5 review, okay, out of 5. Okay, here I'm pass here out of 5, and then total number of reviews it gets, we got here 9. And here guys, in order to determine how many reviews these products has out of 5, we are going to do this. We're gonna pass here 9. You can see we're gonna pass here 9 divided by this number here. We're gonna pass here divided by reviews by country. We're gonna pass it divided by 2. And here once we pass it divided by 2, we're gonna get here 4.5 out of 5, and then we can say that this product has 4.5 out of 5. Okay, and this is how we're gonna get the review scores for each product. Okay, I think it's clear. And then what I'm going to do, this data here, we are going to get into the product card. You can see if we get into in here, we are going to pass here the star rating. You can see this is the product card here. And I'm not getting the product car here, products car here. We have it here. And then we are going to pass, we have here the star rating, and I'm pass the rating property. If I pass here is equal to 5 here, let's see what we're gonna get. I'm passing 5. And then let's move to the welcome page here. You're gonna see what we're gonna get here. You can see that actually we just display here stars. Okay, now what I'm going to do there, guys, I'm gonna pass you the stars. I'm gonna pass here stars. Okay, we are going to pass these received stars. Okay, this is what we're gonna pass there. And then here I'm pass here this. We are going to pass here this. We're gonna pass here products, okay, that stars. Yeah, I'm pass stars, okay. Stars is an array. That length, okay, and pass that length is greater than 0, okay. We are going to do this. Product that stars is greater than 0. Okay, we are going to do this. Yeah, we are going to pass here this, guys. Let me first do this. We're gonna pass here stars, product stars, and then we're gonna pick the first item. Pass here this. We're gonna pass here this property. We're going to pass here received stars, and then we're gonna pass it here. Okay, we're gonna pass it here received stars, and here we're going to take the received stars, we're going to divide it by 2, okay, and pass here this, and we're going to pass here, we're gonna divide it by product counts. I'm gonna copy that, and we're gonna pass here divided by product, pass a product. I'm gonna do this and pass a product that we're gonna pass here that we're gonna pass here count that reviews. Okay, we got here reviews. Okay, reviews, and then we are going to pass here product that stars, received stars, divided by products that count that reviews. Okay, else we are going to pass there, else we're gonna pass here 0 like this, and then let's try to see what we got here for each product. And now, yeah, we got here nothing. I'm gonna refresh the page here, and guys, so you can see that actually you're getting an error, invalid array. And here what I'm gonna do, instead of doing this can work, guys, if we pass here %, and I'm pass here %. Okay, I'm gonna wrap everything inside of %, and we're going to remove this error, guys. Okay, %. And then let me just pass here this. Yeah, we are going to pass here %. Okay, I'm gonna pass it till here. Okay, and here, yeah, instead of doing this, guys, we can just create a function at the top here. I'm gonna name it. Yeah, we're gonna pass here count product reviews. Yeah, I'm passing compute. We're gonna pass a compute product review is parameter. Just check if the product that stars is an array. And here we got the total reviews for a given product. And here I just pass here %. I select the total number of received stars of a given product, and then divided by total reviews. Okay, and it means we are going to do this. We just pass here this. Let me go here. You can see, yeah, I'm gonna zoom a little bit. We got here 9. We're gonna basically do 9 divided by 2, and here we are going to else we're gonna return 0. Now I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it here. We're gonna pass here product, and now let's try it again. We're gonna refresh the page here again, and you're gonna see we're gonna get here reviews. Okay, you're gonna see we got here 4 reviews, but for the other products we don't get any reviews, but we are going to display here stars, yeah, with a gray color. And what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to get into the StarRating components, and in here we have here the star icon, and we are iterating through the star icon, and we pass here the yellow color. Okay, I'm gonna pass here this. I'm pass here rating. I'm check if rating is less than 5, and here I'm gonna get the absolute value of the number. We're gonna pass here rating minus 5 here. Let's say we got here, I'm gonna pass here, let's say we got 4 stars. We're gonna do 4 stars minus 5 here. Yeah, 4 stars. Okay, we're gonna pass here 4 stars minus 5. We're gonna get here 1 minus 1, and in order to get 1, we're gonna pass here the absolute value of minus 1. We're gonna get here 1. Okay, and that's what I pass here, else we're gonna return 0, and then we're going to display here the 1 star. Okay, you're gonna see we have here the star here, and now I'm gonna change the color for the star. We're going to get into the star icon, and here I'm gonna pass here star icon, and I'm gonna define in a prop here. I'm pass here this, and pass here cons props is equal to define props here. We're gonna pass here fill. okay, and here I'm pass here field like this, and here field like this. Now we're going to go back inside the StarRating components, and in here we're gonna pass here the color, and pass here this color, and pass here field is equal to this color, okay, and pass here this color, okay guys, and then we're going to get that, and pass here field is equal to this color, and here and pass here field is equal to a gray color, okay, pass here field again here is equal to a gray color, yeah, and pass here a gray color. We are going to copy this, yeah, I'm pass here even none, field is equal to none, and then you're gonna see what we're gonna get, field is equal to none, and yeah, you can see that actually pass a gray color, and it works guys. And here, if we take a look to the Woo Ninja products, we can say that this product has 4 stars out of 5. Now guys, we're gonna pass to the single product here. We're going to pass here the reviews. We haven't yet passed the data to the StarRating component in here, and we're gonna pass it here to where we got customer reviews. And here we have this section here at the bottom where we display products where with same category. We're gonna pass here, we're gonna pass to the StarRating components, we're gonna pass the data. And here we have an endpoint, single product data. We are going to get into my subject text. You can see this is the first endpoint, single product data. We use that endpoint in order to get details of single products that we pass in here. Now we are going to do that. You can see inside the get product tiers, we pass here this, we pass here this, we include the stars table. We pass here the stars, and you can see in here we pass here the rating. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna copy this, and then what I'm gonna do, I'm going to get into the get same product, the get same category tiers, and pass it here, and also inside the single product tiers, we're gonna pass it here. So that we're going to provide the StarRating component data, and then here let's refresh the page here. You can see that actually we just pass the data to the StarRating components, and here this is the product card guys. You can see we just pass the data immediately because we just pass here this array, okay. If you take a look to the structure of these components, we have the product row. Inside the product row we have the product card. This is the product card here, and we pass data, and also we are going to pass the data. You can see if I move at the bottom, this is the product row, and inside the product row we pass the same category product. We pass it these objects, and this object contains data, okay. Now we are going to pass here data. I'm gonna move here. We're gonna pass to the StarRating component at the top here. We are going to pass here data, and here I'm going to get into in here single product. I'm gonna refresh the page here, and you can see that actually got here data. We have here the StarRating, and we have the stars property here, and we have the count property, okay. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to get into the product card in here. I'm gonna copy something. I'm gonna copy this function, and what I'm gonna do, I'm going to put it inside the URLs folder so that we're going to get access to it in every file we want. And I'm gonna copy it from here. We're gonna get into the URLs, the TS URLs folder. We have here public, and yeah, I'm gonna get into the URLs folder and pass here stars, and pass here compute product star, okay, tiers, okay, like this. And then we're gonna pass in the function. I'm gonna pass here export, okay. I'm gonna export it, and here for the type of the product here, I'm pass here any, because I don't know the type here. And here I'm going to assert the star array is an array of any, okay, like this, to remove the error. And total reviews, I'm gonna assert it as any, okay, like guys. Then we're gonna get rid of the typing error here. And here, yeah, we got a typing error here, guys. You can see just pass here parsings, but parsings received a string. Now in order to get rid of this error, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna wrap all of that into parentheses and pass it to string, Then we're gonna remove the error. Okay. Now if we go back inside the product cart, let's get in. And in here, in order to pass the data in here, we pass here rating, and then we call the function. And here I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna get into the Slack file. We are going to pass here this. I'm pass here that. I'm pass here the StarRating component. I'm pass it here. And also we're going to display the category. We haven't yet displayed the category, guys. I'm pass here this single product data, that's products, and pass here category, that name, like this. And then let's see what we got here. You can see actually just display here the category of this product in the StarRating, but also at the bottom we got the we pass the StarRating component data. And now guys, we're gonna work on the customer review component in here. I'm passing customer reviews, and at the bottom of it we got here the StarRating components, and we're gonna pass it to data. But also you can see we got some progress bars. These are progress bars, guys. We are going to pass here percents of each star. You can see this is how the data looks like, so that you can understand how it works. I'm passing select the view. We're gonna pass here review score. I'm not getting, and inside the review score component we got into components. I'm gonna move here. We have the product review components. I can just pass here customer review components. Pass here customer review components, and in here we are inside of the review score we got also the review form. Okay, and here I'm gonna say this is the customer review. Okay, and we pass it data, and this the data we pass here. We have here progress bar. And then we are passing here with is equal to rating the percent. Okay, this is how the data looks like for the first object right here. You can see we got the star 1, the percent is 5. For the star 2, the percent is 14. Star 3, the percent is 25. And here you can, this is the percent that we just display here. This product, we can say that these products, based on the reviews, this product has received so many 5 stars than 1 star. Okay. And that's what we're gonna do there. And in order to get the percent of each stars, this is what we're gonna do. We're going to head in here. We have, I'm gonna refresh the page here. We have these endpoints. I'm passing my serving text. This is the endpoints, single products. And here you can, if we have the look to these endpoints, we got this data, and we have the stars, and the number of times this product has been reviewed. We got 2 times. And now I'm gonna do this. I'm going to get into the single product TS in these endpoints. I'm gonna pass here in I'm gonna include here in our table, which is the product review table, and pass here reviews is equal to true, like this. And then we're gonna have it here. I'm gonna refresh the page here. We're gonna have here another property, which is the reviews. Okay, we got the reviews here, guys, this array. And let's say this array, inside of the reviews array, we have more than 100 objects. Okay, let's say inside of it we got the length of the reviews. I'm gonna copy it here. The length here, we are going to, let's say the length of this table is equal to 100 or 1000. Now what I'm gonna do, percent, we need to find the percent of 1 star, the percent of 2 star. Okay, you find here the percent, and the percent of 3, 4, and 5 star. Okay, and to get this data we need to iterate through this array, and since the array is huge, we are going to get the performance bottlenecks inside of our app, guys. We are not going to get a better performance. Now in order to get a better performance, we are going to do this. And I'm gonna create here another table. I'm gonna name it product star percent. We are going to have here another table, and here we are going to pass here the product ID, the number of times here, and the star. Okay, this is how our table is gonna look like. And then let's say this product received at the first time it received 3 stars. We're gonna pass it 3. At the second time, I'm passing second time here plus second. I'm passing second time. Second time, it's received here again 3 stars. We're gonna say this product has received to the number of times this product has received 3 stars is 2. Okay, we're gonna pass it 2. We are going to increment this number of time. And another customer wants to review this product. He can pass here 4 and pass here 4 here, 4 star. He reviews this product with 4 star, and then we're gonna pass here 1 again. If there is another customer who reviews this product, and we're going to increment the number. The goal here is to check here if the product ID exists instead of the product star percent, but also the star. This is what we're gonna check. If the product ID exists with the star here, we are going to increment the number of times, and then we're gonna send this data to the client, and then we are going to be able to pass it to the customer review component. We're gonna be able to pass it here, guys. You can see, I think you get the idea. Now let's implement this. We're going to get rid of this right here in order to avoid performance bottleneck inside of our app. And here I'm gonna get into here. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna head in the Prisma schema and pass the Prisma schema. Okay, and in here we're gonna pass it here at the bottom. Okay, and pass it here. I'm gonna comment this line, and I'm gonna copy this, and I'm pass it here. We're gonna pass here product star percent. We're gonna pass it here. We're gonna pass the product ID, and here times the number of times this product has received a given star, and also we're gonna pass here product ID times, and also we're gonna pass here star. Okay, the type is int. Okay. And here we're going to make a relationship, and some pass here star percent. Okay, star percent, and we're going to pass here product star percent model. We're gonna pass it here like this, and we are going to remove the error. Okay, like this. Okay, everything is okay. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm gonna get into the create review table. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're going to head in the create review the TS, and in here we're gonna add here a function. Let me pass it in here. Let me remove that here, and I'm pass here a sync, and pass here a sync. You can pass here a sync function, and here we're gonna pass here create product. Yeah, we're gonna pass here create. Let me check the name here. We're going to pass this product star percent creates a product. Let me pass here create product star percent. Okay, and then we're going to pass here the Prism. I'm pass here the product ID. We're gonna pass the product ID, and also the number of the star number. Okay, and we're gonna pass here number. We're gonna tap it, and also the product ID should be a number. Okay, and then what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna go here. I'm going to do this. I'm copy here Prisma schema. I'm gonna copy this array here. I'm gonna copy all of that here, and then I'm gonna put it inside this function. I'm gonna copy everything, and then I'm pass it here, and here we are going to pass this. Let me go inside the Prisma schema. I'm gonna copy the name of the model. We're gonna pass it here, and here we are going to pass here. Let me check. We're gonna pass here the product star percent, and we are going to check here. To key here, we're gonna pass the product ID and the star number. Okay, if the star number exists here, we are going to update. Okay, here I'm gonna pass here this. Let me check again here where we pass here. Okay, we are going to pass here this. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna remove this line here. I'm gonna remove that, and here what I'm going to do, guys, I'm pass here this product star percent, pass here star percent, pass star percent exists. Okay, and I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass here. We're gonna check if the star percent exists. We're gonna insert in. We are going to update in the table. Else we're going to insert in the table. That's what we're gonna do. And here I'm gonna copy that. We are going to pass here a weight Prisma that product star percent. We're gonna pass here the number of times here, and here we're gonna pass here this. We're going to pass here times. By default, we're gonna pass here 1. Okay, product ID, and also we're gonna pass here the star. Let me check here. We're gonna pass here what? We're gonna pass here the star, and I'm pass here the star, and here we're gonna pass here the star number parameter, the star number parameter, like this, star number here. And if it doesn't exist, we're gonna update the data here. I'm gonna copy that. We are going to pass it here, and we are going to pass here. I'm gonna copy star person exists. We're gonna pass it where this ID, and I'm gonna copy the name of the table and pass it here. And we are going to do this, guys. As we are going to update here the number of times. We are going to pass here this and pass here actual passing number. We're gonna pass a number of times, okay, and we're gonna pass here star percent. I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it here that times, okay, that times. Okay, let me copy this, and then we're gonna pass here the star percent exists at times, and update times, pass update times is equal to number of times here plus 1. Okay, and pass here, gonna pass a plus 1, and we're going to pass here update times. We're gonna pass it here. Okay, pretty easy, guys. And then we are going to check here. I'm gonna check a little bit. Everything is okay in here, and then I'm gonna pass it even here at the top here, and pass here a weight. We're gonna pass here create product star percent. We're gonna pass the product ID and the star number. Okay, now we are going to, in order to remove this typing error, we're gonna regenerate the Prisma clients, and to do so we are going to head in here. We're going to start the server. We're going to tap npm run dev, and also, guys, we're going to run this migration. We're going to tap this npx prisma migrates dev. Okay, they're going to prompt you to initialize your database, guys. If you do that, you're going to lose all your data. And what I've done here, I've get into the migrations folder in here. I copied this script here in order to create the product star person table. I copy that, and then I pass it inside my PostgreSQL shell, and here I passed here to create the table. Okay, and then you can see once we create a table, we are not going to have data in the table. I'm gonna copy it and pass it select star and pass it from. We don't have data in it. This the table 0 rows. And what I'm going to do in order to test here, we are going to, let me first get into, let me pass here first star. We are going to test this endpoint. You can see this is the endpoint that we need to test here. This is the endpoint. You can see I'm gonna copy it, and then I'll pass it inside here and pass it here. This is the endpoint that we need to test. And in order to test that endpoint, if you're going to get data inside of the product star here, if you're going to get data inside of this table, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna copy this query here. I'm not inserting data. We're going to pass this fake data here, and here I just choose the product with ID 3. If I pass here select star from products, you're gonna see I choose the product with ID 3. And here, let me run this command again and pass here. I'm choose here name, the ID and name, and you can see I pick here the product Wound Ninja. This is the product which has the ID 3, and then here I'm gonna run this query to insert in the table, and here I'm pass here again. We're gonna run this command. We're gonna pass here this command. We're gonna tap here select star from product star persons. I'm gonna copy that and pass it here. So I'm pass select star from. We're gonna pass here this, and then you're gonna see we got data, and here you can see this product so far he has received he has received 3 stars one time, and 4 stars 3 times. You can see. Now let's try to fetch this data. Now to fetch this data, we're gonna get into the same pass here, get product tiers. We have here get product reviews, and here I'm gonna get into get single product tiers. In here we're gonna pass here this column. Let me check the column. I'm gonna get into the Prisma schema. We're gonna pass this column, star persons, and then we're gonna get an array there, guys. And let me pass it here and pass here through. Okay, and then we are going to get data. Okay, now let's run this query and see what we're gonna get here. Okay, yeah, you can see at the bottom, guys, you can see that actually the star persons array contains 2 objects. The max length here and pass here. The max length of this array, the max length here is equal to 5. The mean length and pass here. The mean length of this array is 1 and max 5. Okay, it's better than passing here reviews. You can see if we pass here reviews, we are going to get an array which is huge. And you can see actually we got data in here. I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna copy this here like this, and then I'm pass it here. Let me see. Okay, and here I'm gonna reduce the zoom a little bit. Yeah, we don't see how right now we can see. And here what I'm going to do, you can see actually this product is so far he has received 1 star. Okay, 3 star 1 time and 4 star 3 time. And here in order to get the persons, yeah, if you want to determine the persons, and pass here persons for 3 star, pass it for 3 star. Okay, we're gonna pass here 3 times 1. 3 times 1 is equal to 3. We're gonna pass here 5, which is the score of each star. We're gonna pass here, it means we're going to do this. We're gonna pass here 3 times 1. Okay, and pass it 3 times 1 times 100 divided by 5, and then we're gonna get the percent. Yeah, the percent here is 60. Now in here, guys, in order to get the percent for the 4 star here, we are going to do this. I'm gonna copy that percent for 4 star here, and here we are going to do this. We're gonna pass here 4 and pass here 4 like this times 3 here. 4 times 3, you can see 4 here, 4 star times 3 times, you can see, and then we are going to do times 100, and then we are going to pass here 5 here times 3 here. Okay, and then we're going to determine the percent. Okay, guys, and here we should pass here times 1 here and pass it here. And if I copy this and let's determine the percent, we are going to get into the shell here. I'm gonna move here, and we're going to get the percent. I'm passing node, and here I'm pass this. You can see we got 80%. Yeah, and here we're gonna pass here is equal to 80%. Okay, and then we can say that this product here, the majority of votes, most people give it 4 stars. We're gonna say, to conclude, I say most customers give this product 4 star. Okay, 4 stars. This is the conclusion. Okay, I think you get the idea what I'm trying to achieve. Now we're gonna get into the review score component. In here we are going to pass here a new array. I'm gonna get rid of this array, and then we're gonna pass here this array, this object, single product data. And if you try to take a look to this endpoint here, you can see we are getting an object, and there's a key, one key product. And here we got all data related to a single product, category, image, stars, and star percents. And then we are going to get access to this array. We are going to iterate through it. And here we are going to pass here this new array. Yeah, I'm pass it here. We are going to do this and pass this single product data. Let me go back in here. I'm gonna copy here something. We are going to pass here this array, and I'm pass it here single product data, that product, that star percent. And then what we are going to do, we're going to take here the star here, rating the star, multiplied by rating the times, multiplied by 100 divided by 5 times rating the times. Okay, and then we're gonna get the percents. Now I'm gonna copy this. we're gonna pass it in here where we got rating, the width. We're going to pass it persons. You can see, guys, that actually this product has received so far 3 stars and 4 stars. And here 4 stars dominates. And also we're going to display here 1 star, 2 star, and 5 stars because we don't display. And here we're gonna get a progress bar which is empty. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. In here, I'm pass here a function. We're gonna pass a function display missing. Yeah, missing stars. And missing stars, we're gonna pass it the star persons is array. And then here we're gonna pass here the new star persons array that we're gonna return, but also the stars array. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 to 5. And here I'm gonna return here the new star persons array. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna iterate through the stars array and pass here for each here. And then here we're gonna pass here for each. We're going to pass here item and pass here star, and here we are going to pass here this and pass here this and pass here if and pass here constant. We're going to check if a given star exists inside of the star persons array, and here pass exists, and here we're gonna pass the star persons array that filter. Okay, and here I'm going to do this item that star is equal to, we're going to pass here is equal to star. And then if it exists, we're going to pass here exists is array that length, pass length here, array that length is greater than 0. We are going to push that object. We are going to pass here new star and pass here new star persons array, new star persons array that push, we're gonna push in this object. Okay, pass in an object. Else here we are going to copy this, else we're gonna push in an object. I'm gonna copy this here, and here we're gonna pass here these properties, and I'm going to go here to copy these properties. I'm gonna zoom a little bit. I'm gonna copy these properties right here, and then I'm gonna pass it here. And for the ID, we're gonna pass here now. For the ID, we're gonna pass here now. Product ID, we're gonna pass here now because we don't need it in order to calculate the persons. And for the times, we're gonna pass here 0, and star here, for the star here, I'm gonna pass here star like this. And the star property right here is an item inside the stars array. Okay, and then we're going to copy that function. We're gonna pass it here. Okay, like this. And here, guys, we're gonna pass the display missing stars. We're gonna pass the star persons array, and then we're gonna return the new star persons array. Okay, and in order to check if the stars persons is an array, we're going to pass here condition. We're gonna pass here array is an array. If the star persons is an array, we're gonna run into this logic right here. Okay, now let's check here, and you can see for these products, Wound Ninja products, this product has received most of the star. It's received 4 and 3 stars, and yeah, you can see that actually this product haven't already received 1 star or 2 stars, but most of the customer gave it 3 and 4. Okay, and yeah, we finish in here, guys. We're going to move now on the star rating filter. If I pass here 5 stars, we are going to return all products that is 5 stars. If I click here 4 stars, we're going to return all products that is 4 stars, and so on. Okay, now we're going to get into the filter components and pass here filter components. And at the bottom here, you can see we have the star rating filter. I'm going to get into the star rating, pass star rating filter. And in here, yeah, I'm gonna get into star rating filter. Okay, we're going to get into unpassive filter. Let me check here. Yeah, we have here the filter components, and we have at the top here, let me check, we have the star rating filter. Okay, we're gonna get in star rating filter. Okay, we're gonna get in, and in here you can see we have here a bunch of inputs. You can see this is the first input here. We have here an input, and the tab is a radio inputs, and here the label is equal to 5 stars. We got a radio input for 4 stars, 3 stars, and 2 and 1 star. Okay, guys, this is what we got here. Okay, and then what I'm going to do here, guys, once we click, let's say we select here 5, let's say 3, we are going to pass the data into the selected star. We have a reactive property, selected star, and we're gonna pass it because you can see we have here a function that we bound to the radio inputs, which is radio clicked, and we're going to return here 5. If we click here, we're gonna return 4, and so on. And what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna try to pass here the selected star reactive property and pass it here. And then you're gonna see what we're gonna get here. I just pick here 5 and we get 5. If I pick 4, we're gonna get 4, and so on. You can see works. And in here, guys, I'm gonna define an event, which is the fetch product event, okay? And then this is the code. We are going to get into the product e-commerce store. First of all, we're gonna define this reactive property. You can see I'm gonna get into the product e-commerce store. We're gonna put in the property because we don't got it here. I'm pass it here. I'm passing cons. We're gonna pass here selected star ref, and here I'm gonna type it as a number. I'm gonna copy this. Yeah, I'm gonna copy this. I'm type it here as a number. Okay. Yeah, I'm type it as a number, and then I'm not going to give it any value. And then here, what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna copy the value. We are going to pass it in here. We're gonna pass it to the return statement so that we're gonna get access to it, okay? And also, guys, we're gonna pass to the fetch product function. We're gonna pass it another property, another parameter, which is the star rating, and pass it star rating, okay? Star rating, and some say it's gonna be optional, and the type here should be a number, okay? Like this. And we're gonna pass it here and pass here this star rating, okay? And then I pass here star rating, okay? Star rating like this, okay? Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna go back inside. We are going to go back inside the star rating filter. We're gonna get in, and in here we have this reactive property which has extracted, and here we define an event fetch product. And then once we just click on, we just call the radio clicked function, and here we are going to do this. We're gonna pass the selected star value. We're gonna pass it the value of the input here. We're gonna pass it the value, and then we are going to emit a function fetch product. Okay. Now we are going to get into the filter component in here, and you can see that actually in order to call a function, we need to pass here an event. Okay, I'm gonna copy this function in here, and then I'm pass it to the lazy star rating. I'm pass it here, and you can see pass a fetch product, which is the name of the events that we define in the star rating components. And here we're gonna pass a fetch product by stars. Okay, this is the name of the function. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna pass it here. I'm passing a sync function. We're gonna pass here fetch product by stars. We're gonna pass a star. We're gonna pass here the value selected stars, okay? And here I'm passing the value is a number, and then I'm gonna do this and pass it here. I'm gonna copy this code here, and then I'm pass it in here. And first of all, guys, we're going to extract this property selected star here and pass the selected star. You can see we have it here, and then we're going to do this selected star that value is equal to selected star, okay? Yeah, I can just pass here star rating, okay? And pass is equal to star rating and pass it here. And we are going to pass also the star rating, that value. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna pass it here. Yeah, I'm gonna pass it to this function. We're gonna pass here star rating, okay? Star rating, that value, okay? Like this. And we're going to copy that. We're gonna pass it here. I'm gonna pass it here and here too, guys. Okay, and pass it here, okay? Like this. And then we're going to do filter, okay? We just finished in here, guys. Okay, like this. And also, I'm gonna show you something. We're gonna fix an issue inside of the fetch product function. I'm going to get into in here and pass here. We are going to get into the product e-commerce store. And then in here, we're gonna fix an issue, guys. Let me explain what we're gonna fix here. And let's say here, we want to make a filter. Let's say we have our query looks like this. Let me select here something. Let me copy this line here, and then I'm gonna explain what I'm gonna add there. Okay. Now we have this type of query. Let's say we have here, we pass here the categories. The categories is equal to 5. But you can see in here, guys, we don't send the price, but also we don't send the colors, and we send here star rating. Okay. is equal to 4. And like this, we are going to get an error because we don't pass to the prices parameter, we don't pass it there, but also we don't pass it to the colors parameter, we don't pass it there. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to add here condition. We are going to add this code here. Let me copy it here at the top because I noticed that issue and then I fix it, okay? I'm going to explain. I'm going to pass it here and pass it above. And what I'm doing here, I'm doing this. I'm just checking if we got data inside the categories array. If we got data, we are going to add this property inside the params object. We're going to add it in here. And I do the same thing. If we got data inside the process array, we're going to add a property inside the params array. And I do the same thing for the colors, StarRating. And then I just remove this. I'm going to remove all of this, and then I'm going to copy the params property here, okay? Params, like this. I'm going to pass it here, okay? And it's the same like I did at the server. You can see if I pass the products, the tiers, you can see inside of these endpoints, I just do the same thing. And you can see in here, guys, I just check if inside of the categories array, we got data. And if I push an empty array inside of the filters array, we are going to get we are not going to get data. We are not going to get what we want. Now, in order to fix that, we need to check if inside of a given property we got data. If we got data, we're going to add it, okay? I think you're here. Now, I'm going to go back inside of, we are going to go back inside the product e-commerce store, and you can see this is what I've done here in order to fix the issue. And in this case, if I pass this code like this, we are going to, you can see, we are not going to add prices. If prices, we don't have data inside the prices parameter, we are going to remove it. But also we're going to remove the color. Now, guys, we're going to get into the get product TS endpoints. In here, guys, we're going to get in. And we're going to add here another filter. We're going to return a product where the star rating is equal to a given star. You can see in here, if I pick here 5, we're going to return a product where the star rating is equal to 5, okay? If I pick here 4, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to return a product which is 4 stars, okay? That's what we're going to do. And now I'm going to get into in here. We're going to take a look to this endpoint because we need to understand it well. And we have here an object. So once we hit that endpoint, we got here an array of products. And I'm gonna scroll down all the way to the bottom. We have here products. Let me scroll up. We have the Woo Ninja products, okay? This product, you can see we have here, this product has category, images, stars. And this product so far has received 9 stars, okay? 9 stars. You can see received stars is equal to 9. And here the total number of this product has been reviewed is equal to 2. Now, in order to get the received stars, I'm going to try to make a little check here. Let's say we have the product Woo Ninja. Yeah, we have the product Woo Ninja, okay? This product has received the stars is equal to 9 here. Is equal to 9, and the total number of this product has been reviewed is equal to 2. Reviewed times reviewed times is equal to 2. It means at the first time this product has gets, let's say, 5 stars, and at the second time this product has gets 4 stars. That's why we got here 9. If we got here, let's say I'm not suppose here we got here, let's say 8. It means at the first time this product has received 4 stars, and at the second time it received 4 stars again, which is equal to 9. Now, what are we gonna do in order to return a product where the star rating is equal to 4? Okay, you can see actually we are trying to fetch a product where the star rating is equal to 4. You can see this is the query, okay? And here, what I'm going to do here, if we send here 4, what I'm gonna do here, we are going to do this. Listen, I'm not pass here, I'm not do this, I'm pass here 4. We're going to pass it 4 times 2. The 2 here is the total number of this product has been reviewed. We can get here, let's say A. And actually you can see in here, guys, we got here 9. You can see if we take a look to the endpoint, to the API here, you can see we have here 9. Yeah, we can miss it. We can miss it, guys. And in order to get it, you can see because the 9 here is an odd number, but A here is an even number. Yeah, we are going to miss it. We're going to get here now, okay? And what I'm going to do here, I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to do 4 times 2 plus 1, and then we're gonna get 9. And here you can see we have 2 conditions here. And pass here we have 2 conditions that we're gonna use. Okay, guys, and we're gonna use these 2 conditions in order to get this product, in order to eat the product. Okay, and then we're gonna get here 9. Okay, guys. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to get into in here, guys, and I'm gonna move at the bottom. You can see we just return here an array of products, and then here I'm gonna uncomment this code here, and you can see we pass here a variable StarRating, pass here query that StarRating, you get access to it. I'm just checking if it's undefined. If it's not undefined, we are going to take it, and then I'm gonna convert it to a number, else I'm gonna return here none. And here I created a new array here, new product array that we're gonna return. And here I'm just checking if the StarRating filter param is not equal to none. We are going to iterate through the product array. And instead of the product array, I just check here, I just hit the stars array, and then I check if we got data in it, and then we are going to get in. And here I just select the received stars. You can see actually in here, guys, received stars, the value is equal to 9 here. Okay, and then I'm gonna do StarRating filter, the value is equal to 4 here, and here I'm gonna do times the total number of this product has been reviewed. I'm gonna pass it times 2. Yeah, if I pass here, we're gonna pass here times 2. Okay, and here we're gonna get A. Yeah, if we got it, we're gonna return the item, that object. Okay, if we don't got it, let's say the value here was A. If the value was A, yeah, let's say here the value is A, guys, and if the value is 9, we are going to do StarRating filter that the total number of this product has been reviewed plus 1, and then we are going to add a product here. Okay, we're gonna add it. Yeah, okay, I think you get the idea. Try to check the code. Okay, guys, now in here I'm gonna move here. If we don't, and here you can see if the StarRating filter property is none, we are going to return the product array, and then I'm gonna remove that here and pass this one here. Okay, try to check the code. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to get in here, I'm gonna copy this request here, I'm gonna pass it here. Okay, I'm pass here, and then you can see actually we are returning here. Yeah, I'm gonna remove here the category and pass here. We are going to fetch a product where the StarRating is equal to 4, and you can see actually we got here Woo Ninja. Yeah, we got Woo Ninja here. It works. Okay, guys, try to check the code. The link down in description. Try to understand the code. It's pretty simple. Try to think about this. Okay, and then I pass it here. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to get into the welcome page, and in here we are going to try to make a filter. Okay, now here if I choose here, I'm gonna choose clothes. Okay, you can see we have here 2 clothes, and we have here 2 clothes, and you can see in here we have here 2 clothes. Okay, and we have Woo album and we have Woo Ninja, and the Woo Ninja here is 4 stars out of 5, and here I'm gonna pick here 1 star. We got empty. You can see if I pick here 4 stars, we're gonna get the Woo Ninja, and you can see that actually works. Okay, guys, and now we're going to work on the backend clear filter. For this one here, we are going to clear also the filter for the StarRating. We are going to get into the filters, and here what I'm going to do, I'm gonna get into first the StarRating filter, and then I'm gonna remove this here, and we're going to get into the clear filter and pass a clear filter button. Yeah, and pass here. Yeah, we're going to get into the filters components in here, and we have the StarRating filter. Yeah, we have the reset filter button. I'm gonna copy it. We're gonna pass it here, and we are going to extract the selected star property, selected star like this, and here and pass here that value is equal to now. That value is equal to now, like this, and then we're gonna pass it here, selected star. Okay, reset filter, and here we're gonna pass here selected stars that value. Okay, Alright guys, now we're gonna work on the cart components, and this is how it looks like. You can see this is shopping cart components, and inside of the cart components we have the cart components, and you can see that I duplicated 3 times. We're gonna pass it an array of products. And now let's see the structure here. I'm not getting to the select the view file, and you can see that I just imported in here the cart components. And if we get into the cart view component, you can see we got in the cart components. And the cart component, we're gonna pass in an array of products. You can see if I duplicate it 2 times, we're gonna have here 2 cart product. We're gonna have here 2 cart components. You can see we got it here 2 times. And I'm gonna remove one here, and also we got another thing here, which we have here another component, which is the empty cart message. And let's see what we got here. And you can see if our shopping cart is empty, we're gonna display this: your cart is empty, please add some product to your cart. Okay, and now I'm gonna pull back this. We're going to get into the stores folder. We're gonna creating a shopping cart spinner store. Okay, and here I'm pass here shopping cart, pass here shopping cart store like this. And here at the tiers, we're gonna copy content inside of the product review store. I'm gonna copy everything in here. We're gonna put it inside the shopping cart store, and we are going to remove everything in here and pass here the name is we're gonna pass here use shopping cart, shopping cart store. Okay, like this. And here pass here shopping cart, okay, shopping cart store. And here we're gonna define a reactive property. We're gonna name it shopping cart data. Shopping cart data, okay, is equal to ref. We're gonna assign it named array. Okay, we are going to create here a function. We're gonna pass a function, and we're gonna name it add product to shopping cart. Add product to cart. Okay, and we're gonna pass it the product, and this product should be an object, and pass a record tab. And here I'm gonna say we're gonna pass it the key should be a string, and the value should be the type of any. Okay, like this. And now here we're gonna try, first of all, in order to add a product inside of the shopping cart data array, we're gonna try to check if you got a product inside of this array. If it doesn't exist, we're gonna add it. Okay, and pass here product exists. Okay, this array, and we're gonna pass here shopping cart, shopping cart data that value that filter, and here I'm pass here item, and we are going to do this and pass here item. Okay, we're gonna pass here item that id. The item that id is an object here, and is equal, we're gonna pass here is equal to product that id. Okay, if we gather product, we are going to, if we don't gather product, we are going to add it. Okay, if the product doesn't exist, pass it that length, okay, is equal to 0, and pass is equal to 0. We're gonna add the product into the shopping cart, and here I'm gonna copy this value here. We're gonna pass it here, that value, that push. We're gonna pass it that push, and we're gonna pass it the product object like this. Okay, guys, like this. And here I can just tap this like this and try to tap that here. You can see we have here, I'm trying to tap it. I'm saying the tab should be type of record. Okay, and here for the item I can just pass here any. Okay, now I'm gonna remove this code here, and also we are going to create another function. We're gonna say remove product from shopping cart. We're gonna pass here we're gonna pass here remove products to cart. We're gonna pass this name, and here I'm passing different we are going to pass here the product ID. That's what we're gonna pass here, and pass the product ID should be a number, and we're going to return here an array different from this product ID. And here we're gonna return an array which doesn't contain this product ID, and here I'm passing here different from product ID. We're gonna pass it here. Okay, pass the product ID. Okay, like this. And then we are going to do this. Once we got this array, we're gonna pass here and pass here. We're going to pass here new array. Like the new array, and we're going to do shopping cart data.
we are going to pass it that value is equal to this one. I'm gonna copy this one and then I'm pass it here, okay, like this. And we're going to create another function to clear out the cart, to remove all products from the shopping cart. I'm gonna copy this one, I'm gonna pass it here, and here I'm pass here, we're gonna pass a clear out cart, okay. And here we're gonna pass here basically shopping cart data that value is equal to empty. We're gonna pass it an empty array, okay, like this. Now we're going to pass this to property. We're gonna pass this function to the return statement. We're gonna pass it here, this one, and also I'm gonna pass here this. Now we're going to get into the Slack.view file. We're going to import in the use shopping cart store, and here I'm pass here Slack.view file. We're gonna get it, and at the top we're gonna use the store here. We're gonna pass here shopping cart store, okay, is equal to use shopping cart store, and here we're gonna extract this reactive property that we gain, and we're gonna pass it store to ref to preserve reactivity, store to ref, okay. And here we're gonna pass the shopping cart store, okay. And let's copy the value here. We're gonna copy the shopping cart. We're gonna pass it here, okay, here to preserve reactivity. And we're going to use the shopping cart store. And in order to get access to a function, we are going to scroll down. You can see we have a button, add to cart button. You can see we're gonna pass it a function. And here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass here and pass here disabled false here. We're gonna pass here an event. On click event, we are going to call shopping cart store, and here we're going to call the function here add product to cart. I'm gonna copy this one, and then we're gonna pass it here, okay. I'm gonna go back here. We are going to pass it here. We're gonna pass it the single product data that product, okay. We're gonna pass it this object like this, okay. And then once we call it, we're going to get access to that data. And also we are going to copy, I'm gonna copy the data here. I'm gonna copy these two lines. We're going to get into the cart view component. We're gonna pass it here. And then what I'm going to do, we are going to pass to the property here. We're gonna pass it an array. Yeah, we can just get into, I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna copy that, and I'm gonna get into immediately inside of the cart view component, okay, in here. Okay, it's better to pass it at the top here. I'm gonna go back here, and what I'm going to do, I'm copy the shopping cart data. I'm pass here, I'm passing the product is equal to shopping cart data. Okay, like this. And we're going to get into the cart components. We're gonna define in a property, and here I'm passing cons props is equal to define props, and here I'm pass here product, okay. And what I'm going to do, we're going to iterate through the array. And here I'm passing v4 directive, and pass the product in products. And we're going to pass here the key, pass here the key product.id. And we're going to pass here the name, pass here product that name here, then pass here product that name. And here we're gonna pass here sale price. We're gonna pass here product price here, and pass here the price. Yeah, we're gonna pass here the price here, guys. Pass here product price. Okay. And now we're gonna try this first. We are going to try to see what we're gonna get here. And also, I'm gonna create inside of the shopping cart pinner. So we're gonna create another function that allows to toggle the shopping cart. And here we're gonna pass here function cons show shopping cart, and pass a show cart is equal to ref. We're gonna pass a false as default value. We're gonna create a function to toggle it. We're gonna create a function to toggle it, and I pass here toggle shopping cart. Okay, toggle shopping cart. And then here I'm gonna do this show cart that value is equal to different from show cart that value, okay, like this. If the value is equal to true, we're gonna pass it false. If it's equal to false, we're gonna pass true, and we're gonna pass the function to here, okay. And I'm pass it here, and also we're gonna pass here the cart this property.
and pass here show car. Okay, we're going to get into the select the view file in here, and we're going to pass it here and pass here the property, which is the show car here, guys. And I also pass here vshow instead of vif. Okay, now we're gonna get into the app header, the view file. And in here, guys, you can see that we have in two components, the sign-in link, but also the cart trigger. And this is the cart trigger here in the right corner, okay? And here I'm going to get into the cart trigger component, we're gonna get it. And we're gonna pass here this code, okay? And here we're gonna pass the shopping cart store. And here, in order to get access to the toggle cart function, let me check the name here. Shopping cart store. Here we are going to copy the function at the top, which is the toggle shopping cart. Okay, I'm gonna copy that, and we're gonna go back inside the cart trigger. In here, we're gonna pass it here, guys. We are going to pass here the length of the shopping cart. We're gonna try to pass here the length and pass here shopping cart that length here. Okay, because it's an array. And here I'm gonna make a little check here and pass here vif. Okay. Vif, okay, if we got data inside of the shopping cart, we are going to show the badge here and pass here if the value is greater than 0, we are going to pass here true. Okay, we're gonna pass here true, else we're gonna pass it false, like this. And now we're gonna try this. I'm gonna go back here, you can see we had it. If I click here, we show the shopping cart. And if I click on the button here, we should close the shopping cart. And now I'm going to copy this code again here. I'm going to get into the cart view components. And at the top, we have here another button. Yeah, we have here another button that allows to close the shopping cart. And here we are going to do this. I'm going to go back here. We are going to go back here. I'm going to copy this function here. And then I'm going to get into the cart view component. We're going to pass this icon, this function, and I'm going to pass that function here. Okay. And if we click here, we are going to close the shopping cart. You can see we close it. If I click here, we show it. Okay. And here we have a button that allows to clear out all item added inside the shopping cart. You can see this, the red button here. I'm passing a function, and here I'm passing shopping cart. And here we have that here. I'm pass here the length of the shopping cart. I'm pass here car shopping cart. We're gonna pass here shopping cart that length here. And then we are going to pass here. We have here another button here, which is the empty cart. You can see we got it here. Now let's go back inside the shopping cart store. And here we're gonna copy this function clear out carts. Okay, I'm gonna copy that. And we're gonna go back here, we're gonna pass it to the component here. We're gonna pass in the click event. We are going to we're gonna pass here shopping cart. Okay, that clear our cart. Okay, now let's try to see what we got here, guys. I'm gonna click here. We are going to add a product on shopping cart. Right now we don't got anything. I'm gonna click here. Okay. You can see actually we just added one product. I'm gonna go back here. I'm gonna add another one here. I'm gonna click here. We don't add another product here. You can see we simply have here one product. Okay. Now let me try to move here on the home page, and in here, let's see here. Actually we are unable to trigger here the shopping cart. Okay, guys. Now I'm gonna try to select here another product. And then here, I'm going to try to click here to see, we got two items inside of the shopping cart. You can see. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to display here the image. We are going to get into the cart view components. And in here, we're going to pass here the image. Okay. And pass here the config, use runtime config. We are going to get access to the fallback image URL. And I'm going to go back here. I'm going to go back inside the product cart. I'm going to copy something. And we're going to check here if inside the images array, we got data. If we got data, we're going to select the first image. And if we don't find the image, we're going to pass the fallback image URL. Okay, I'm going to copy that. We're going to pass it here. Okay, I'm passing first vbound. And then here, we're going to pass here this. Okay, we're going to pass here let me see, we're going to pass a product.images.length. And here, if we got data, we select first the image URL, else we pass the fallback image URL, okay? And then let's try to check again. Yeah, you can see that actually just display the image here, okay? Beautiful. Now, what we are going to work on is to add here the quantity. You can see actually we haven't yet added the quantity. Yeah, let's add it. Now, we're going to go back inside the products. I'm pass here ShoppingCart store, that's here. And in here, we're going to add the quantity. Okay, we're going to pass here an object, and then I'm going to copy the product object. And here, we're going to pass here, a quantity property, quantity, and then we're going to pass here 0. Yeah, I'm pass here 1 is default value, okay? And then we're going to, and then here I'm going to create here another function, the quantity, quantity, and decrease quantity, okay? Let's copy that, decrease quantity, okay? Decrease, pass here reduce quantity, okay, quantity, okay, like this. And here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to look for the product. We're going to pass it the product ID. The tab should be a number, okay? And then let me copy here this array here, and then I'm pass it here. And here we are going to look for the product here, and we're going to do this new array is equal to ShoppingCart data.value filter, and where we got the product ID. And then here we are going to check if the new array we found it, that length here, that length, the value is greater than 0 like this. It means we got there, and then I pass a product. I pass a product is equal to new array, and here I must select the item. And here we are going to do this. The new array here, you can see that actually just select the first item, and this is an object. And here I'm going to do this. I'm going to extract here the quantity, pass here quantity, and then here res prop. Yeah, pass here res props, okay. And here pass here cons update quantity, okay, that quantity. And what I'm going to do, I'm pass here quantity, and then plus update new quantity here, new quantity, okay, new quantity, okay, like this. I'm copying the tab should be a number, okay. Yeah, we're gonna pass here number. We're going to pass here quantity plus this, okay. Yeah, like this, okay. That's okay in here. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove now the row here. I'm gonna remove it, and here I'm going to copy this line here, and then let me check here and pass here this line in order to remove this product. And then we're gonna add it again and remove this product and add it again, okay. And what I'm going to do here, we're gonna pass you updated product, okay. And here I'm gonna check where we got the product ID. We're gonna remove it, and then here we are going to do this. We are going to pass here ShoppingCart and pass ShoppingCart data. That value is equal that push here. That push. Okay, we are going to do this. That push, and then we are going to do this. We're gonna pass here the updated quantity and pass the quantity, and here and pass the updated quantity, okay. And here we're gonna pass here the res property and pass here res props, okay, like this, okay. Now let's try this. Yeah, I think it's okay here. We just remove this product, okay. And then as we just remove this product, we're gonna add here another one, okay. Yeah, we're going to add it again, okay. Now we are going to try this, guys. You can see add quantity. I'm gonna copy that, and here we're gonna pass it here, okay. And then we are going to try this function. If it works, we're going to copy this logic. We're gonna put it inside of the reduce quantity function, okay. Now I'm going to get into the card component, card here, and if you scroll down at the bottom, we have a prop here, a component, which is the quantity inputs. Okay, and this is how it looks like. This is here. Okay, and what I'm going to do here, I'm going to pass here the quantity. It's gonna be a property quantity, and then I'm gonna pass here quantity. Okay, and here we're going to get into the quantity inputs, the view, and we're gonna define in a prop and pass here const props is equal to define props, and here I'm pass here this, which is the quantity, yeah, like this. And then we're gonna pass here v model is equal to quantity. Okay, I'm passing just props that quantity. Okay, everything is okay. And also we're gonna define in an event. Yeah, I'm gonna remove that. We're gonna define in an event. Here we got a button to add the quantity. We are going to pass here on click here. We are going to pass here emit and pass here emit add quantity. Okay, and here we are going to pass here the actual quantity and pass here props that's quantity, and we should pass it also the product ID. And okay, I'm passing the product ID and pass here product ID. Okay, that's what we need to pass here. And here we're gonna pass here props that product ID. Now I'm gonna add here product ID, and also we are going to define that event here up here. Pass here const emit is equal to define emit. Here we're gonna pass here this add quantity like this. And then let's go back in here, guys. I'm gonna copy everything here, and then we're gonna go back inside the cart component. We're gonna pass here the product ID, and here I'm passing product ID is equal to I'm passing product ID. Okay, like this. And here okay, now we're going to define that event here up here. I'm passing function add quantity. Okay, like this. We are going to pass here this code. Yeah, and pass here this. Okay, we're going to pass here this function. We're going to pass here this. Yeah, let me go up here. And then what I'm going to do here, guys, we are going to import in here. Let me go back inside the view file. And in here, I'm going to copy this. We are going to get access to the function. We're going to pass a cart. Okay. And I'm passed here. We are going to pass here ShoppingCart. Okay, let me remove this line. We are going to pass here this ShoppingCart that's add quantity. Okay, like this, and we're gonna pass it the product ID and the quantity. Okay, quantity. Let me check here again. Quantity input. We're gonna pass it the product ID but also the quantity. Okay, that's what I did here. Cart view. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna pass a card, and here you can see pass the product ID and quantity, and I have to make sure here we pass the product ID, and also I'm passing here the quantity. I pass here %, and I want to make sure the quantity is an integer and pass it to string here. Okay, to string. Okay, quantity to string. Okay, like this. And then we are going to add the quantity, and we are going to emit that event here. I'm going to copy it. We are going to pass it here on click. We are going to pass that. Okay, we are going to emit it when we are going to click on the plus icon. Okay, and yeah, let's try this. Okay, now I'm gonna close this. I can show it up, and then here let's try to add. I'm gonna try to clear out the cart. We clear out the cart. Let's add this product. Yeah, you can see we just added to the cart, but here we should display the quantity. We're going to get into the and here, guys, in order to display the quantity, we're gonna pass here. We are going to remove the typo here, and let's try this again. I'm gonna clear out. Yeah, I'm gonna refresh the page here first of all, and then we're gonna try to add it again. Okay, I'm gonna add the product to cart. I'm gonna add it, and then here you can see we have the quantity. And if you try to add the product, you can see that I actually just duplicated the same product. Now let's go back inside the cart store.ts, and in here I'm passing const updated products, and what I'm gonna pass here, I'm going to reset. First of all, I'm gonna reset the shopping cart. The value array is equal to empty, and then I'm going to copy the updated product. Okay.
and I'm passing that value, or I'm passing that value is equal to an array, and I'm not copying the updated product and pass it here. Okay, like this. Now let's try it again, and here I'm gonna clear out the cart. I'm trying to add the product again, and I'm trying to add the quantity. Yeah, let me refresh the page here because it should work here. Okay, and here I'm gonna add the quantity. Yeah, we're going to click here, add. You can see it actually works. Now we're gonna work on the reduce quantity button here. If I click here at the left, we need to reduce the quantity, but also need to change the price. And here I'm pass here, I'm gonna remove to here the price here. Okay, and then I'm gonna pass here the price. Yeah, I'm passing the price. Yeah, I'm passing the price also, and then we're gonna pass here the updated price, and we're going to pass here updated price, and here I'm gonna pass here. Yeah, we're going to pass here the total price. Let me check here what we should pass there. Let me comment this first, and let's check. Yeah, we're gonna pass here the total price. Once we increase the quantity, we need to change the total price here. Okay, and let's change the total price. We have the quantity here, and here we are going to pass here total price. You can see, yeah, we have the price. I'm going to create here another input here. I'm gonna pass here. Let me move up here. You can see our product to cart. We're gonna pass here so the total price. I'm passing total price. Okay, the total price. Okay, of the given product. I'm passing total product price. Okay, and then the actual price, the actual value, we're gonna pass it the current price here. I'm passing product that price, okay, which is the total price, and here I'm gonna copy it. We are going to pass it here. Cons updated total price is equal to this, is equal to this here. I'm going to extract it, and then here we're going to pass here total price times the new quantity times the updated quantity. Okay, and then we are going to pass here this property and pass here total. We're gonna pass here total product price is equal to this one. Okay, like this, and then we're going to display, and then we're gonna pass here inside of the quantity input, we're gonna display the price. Okay, let me check here. Yeah, we're going to get into the cart component, and in here you can see we have the price here. Yeah, product price, and pass here the total product price. Okay, and now let's check again, and here I'm gonna refresh the page here, and we're gonna see what we're gonna get. I'm gonna add to cart. Okay, and here if I increase the quantity, you can see that actually the price is changing. Okay, the price is changing. Okay, let me check again. I'm gonna add the products, and if we pass here 2, we are going to double the price. Yeah, you can see 280. You can see the price is changing automatically in real time. You can see it works. Okay, yeah, here we shouldn't doubling the price here. Yeah, if I pass here 4, yeah, we should not get this number. You can see if I do this, I'm gonna reset again here, and I'm gonna click here. Yeah, we pass here 2, and here if I pass here 3, we should do plus here instead of doubling. You can see this an error. We're going to change here something. We're going to, you can see in here we pass here times here the quantity, and here we're going to pass here we're gonna pass here total product price is, we pass it here, and then we're going to pass here plus here the total product price again. Now let's check again, and in here we're gonna refresh the page again here, guys, and now I'm gonna click here. I'm gonna add the product to cart, and here we're going to click here. Yeah, we don't add it, and here I'm gonna pass a percent. Yeah, for the price, I'm passing parse float. Okay, pass a parse float, and here parse float. Now let's check again and see what we're gonna get here. Let's check here. I'm passing here quantity. You can see actually it works pretty well. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna copy this logic here, and I'm gonna put it inside the reduce quantity function in here. And in order to reduce the quantity, we should pass here we're going to pass here the product ID,
in the product quantity. Okay. And here we're gonna pass here the quantity. And here we are going to pass here minus. And here I'm pass here minus. Okay. Now we're gonna check if the new quantity is less or equal to the actual quantity. We're going to pass we're gonna copy this code, we're gonna put it in if statement in here. And then we're going to check if the updated quantity is equal to 0 and pass if the updated quantity is equal to 0. We are going to remove the products into the shopping cart data array. And here I'm gonna pass here if is equal to 0, we're gonna remove it. And I'm pass here else, we're going to reduce the price. Okay. And we have a function at bottom here, remove product to cart. I'm gonna copy it. And here I'm passed here, we are going to pass the product ID. Okay. Like this. And now we're going to pass the reduce quantity function. We're going to pass it to the return statement at bottom here, pass the reduce quantity, and we're going to get into the quantity inputs. In here, we're going to pass here another function. We're going to define another event, reduce, and pass here reduce quantity. And here we're going to pass it here quantity. Okay. We're going to copy it. We're going to pass it here. Okay. We have here another bar, and here I'm gonna remove that here, reduce quantity. We're gonna pass it here. I'm gonna copy this, and then we are going to pass it here, guys. We are going to pass here reduce quantity event. We pass the product ID, but also the quantity, and then we are going to get into the cart components, and then we are going to pass here another event here. Yeah, I'm gonna copy that. We are going to pass here this event. I'm going to copy that 2 times. We're going to pass it here. Okay. And then we are going to call a function here. Add quantity. We're going to pass another function. Reduce quantity. Reduce quantity. We're going to pass the product ID, but also the quantity. And then I'm going to copy all of this here. We are going to pass it inside of the function. And here we're going to pass here reduce quantity. We're going to pass the product ID, but also the quantity, like this. Now let's try this again. I'm gonna add a product to shopping cart. We got it. I can increase the quantity. Okay. And yeah, if I try to decrease the quantity, I'm removing the product immediately to the shopping cart. Okay. Now what I'm gonna do here, I'm going to define a constant. I'll name it default quantity to reduce. We're gonna pass it here. When we click on the reduce quantity button, we're gonna reduce the quantity by 1. And also I notice an error here. We are going to, instead of removing all the price immediately, we are going to we are not going to reduce the price by the total price, but instead we're going to reduce the price by the price of the product and pass here price, like this. And also I'm going to try to add something here. You can see in here we are going to go, you can see actually inside of the cart a few components. In here we pass here, we are iterating through the product array. And then here, I'm going to call another function here. And let me go back here. We have a function here, remove quantity. I'm going to copy it. And then we're going to pass it here. We are going to remove a product from shopping cart. Okay. And we have here another button here, remove and pass here on click event. We're going to call a function. And here, I'm going to pass here shopping cart store. And we're going to pass the product ID and pass the shopping cart store that remove product to cart. And you're going to pass the product ID like this. Okay. And then let's try to see what we're going to get here. I'm going to refresh the page. And then you're going to see what we're going to get. I'm going to add this product to cart. We are going to click here. You can see we get a product here. I can add the quantity and I can reduce the quantity. Here you can see actually we got one quantity, and if I click again reduce, we're going to remove it to the shopping cart. Okay. And here I can click on this red icon here, and then I'm going to remove this product from shopping cart. You can see if I click here, we remove it. Okay. Now we're going to display here the total price of all items that we got inside of the shopping cart. Okay. And here we're going to go back here. I'm going to pass a function. I'll pass it get total price here from get total price, and pass here. We are going to iterate through the array. I'm gonna copy it, and then here I'm passing let total price. Yeah, total price here. Yeah, we're going to pass here total price, okay, is equal to 0. And here I'm going to iterate, I'm passing for each. We're going to pass here for each item, for each, I'm passing for each product. And here I'm tap it is any here to remove this typing error. I'm gonna wrap it to parentheses and then pass here total price. Yeah, I'm going to copy it. And then here I'm gonna pass it edit tab. Here I'm gonna create a reactive property for it and pass here const total price is equal to ref. We're gonna pass 0 as default value. I'm gonna go back here and then we're gonna pass it total price that's value plus is equal. We are going to increment the value, pass here parse floats here, and here I'm passing product that, and here we're gonna pass it the total product price. That's what we're gonna pass here. Yeah, like this. And here, every time we add a product into the shopping cart, we're gonna call the get total price function. I'm gonna copy it, and here I'm pass it here. Yeah, we're gonna pass it here, and yeah, I'm gonna copy it here. We're gonna pass it in here too. Okay, and also we're gonna pass it inside of the add quantity function. We're gonna pass it here too at the end. And I'm gonna pass it into the add product to cart. We are going to call it again here. Let me check what we got here and pass it here. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, guys, and also we're gonna pass it into the remove product to cart function. We need to call it. And when we clear out the cart, we're gonna pass here too. And I'm pass here to the return statement. We're gonna pass it the total price. Now let me check here if you don't have issues. Yeah, I'm gonna pass here. We should pass inside of the add product to cart function. We're gonna pass it at the bottom here once we just added the products into the shopping cart, right? And here, let me check here. Okay, everything is okay in here, guys. Everything is okay. Now, what I'm going to do, we're going to get into the cart view components. In here, we're gonna extract the total price. Here, you're gonna pass total price, and then I'm pass it here at the bottom. Yeah, I'm gonna pass it here the total price. And also I got a function here that I'm gonna use here. I'm gonna copy that function and I'll put it inside the shopping cart store, and we're gonna use the function in order to format the total price to US currency. Okay, guys, and format to US and pass it format to US and pass US and pass format to US currency, format to US and pass US currency. Okay. And here we're going to pass it the amount and pass it the tab should be a string. Okay, then pass it the tab should be a number. Okay, pass a number, and then we're gonna pass it here, and we are going to pass it here. I'm gonna get into the cart view file, and then we're gonna pass it the function. We are going to wrap the total price inside of. We're gonna pass it as parameter to the format to US currency function, and we are going to copy the shopping cart. So we are going to pass it here. Okay, guys. Now let's try to check this. And I'm going to refresh the page here. And we are going to check something here. I'm going to try to add this product to shopping cart again. And we have it here. And you can see we got it to a price here. Okay, it works. I'm trying to increase the quantity. And once we increase the quantity, the price change automatically. If I decrease, it works. Okay. Now what I'm going to do again here, guys, I'm going to do this. You can see in here, guys, we don't, once we add the product to the shopping cart, we don't specify here the quantity. Now I'm going to add it. We are going to move here. Okay, I'm going to move edit tab here. You can see we have the function add product to cart. Okay, and I'm going to pass it the quantity here, and the quantity should be an optional. We're going to pass the quantity should be optional, and the tab here should be a number. Okay, and pass here the quantity. And here I'm gonna make a check here. We're going to pass here if here the quantity, the type of the quantity is equal to and fine. Pass here type of quantity. Yeah, before I pass it, I'm going to go first inside of the select view file. And in here you can see we have a button here. Yeah, I'm gonna add product to cart. You can see we got it here, and we have an input here. Okay, we are going to pass the quantity here. Okay, we're gonna pass here the quantity. Okay, and here I'm gonna define a reactive property. we're going to get into the shopping cart, and at the top here, we're gonna pass here const, and here I'm pass here default quantity, and is equal to ref. Default value is gonna be 1 here, and then I'm gonna pass the property to the return statement. We're gonna pass it here. We're going to go back inside. We are going to get into the select the view file. We're going to pass it to the input here. Yeah, let me pass it to the input. And then we are going to extract it. Let me get in here, and then I'm copy that. We are going to pass it in here at the top here. Okay, we are going to pass it here, and then yeah, we got the shopping cart. We already imported the shopping cart store here, and I'm gonna just extract this property, which is the default quantity, and pass it here, default quantity. Okay, quantity like this. Yeah, let me check here. Yeah, default quantity, I'm gonna pass it here. Okay, and then here I'm going to go back inside the shopping cart, and here I'm gonna move at the top here. I'm gonna remove this parameter here, and we're going to pass here this default quantity reactive property. We're gonna pass it here, and once we just, and here if we increase here the quantity and we click here add to cart, we are going to add the quantity should be 3 here. We are going to refresh the page here, and then you're gonna see once we modify the quantity here to a given number and we add a product to shopping cart, we are going to have this quantity. Okay, now I'm gonna tap here 3, I'm gonna increase to 4, and then I'm click add to cart. You're gonna see we're gonna have here 4. You can see we got 4 here, but actually here we should change here the price also. We need to change the price. Now I'm gonna go back here, I'm gonna get in here, and here we are going to change the total price. Okay, and here I'm going to copy something here. I'm gonna scroll down, I'm going to copy this line here, and then once we add the product to shopping cart, we are going to do this. Yeah, we are going to pass this, and here I'm passing const update total price. And here what I'm going to pass here, I'm pass here the actual price, which is the product, that price here. Okay, and then we're going to pass here price. Yeah, we're going to pass it times the quantity. Okay, and here I'm pass here, yeah, we're going to pass here times default quantity. Okay, and then here we're going to pass here update total price. We're going to pass it here. Okay, that's very good, guys. And here I'm passing here that value like this, and then let's try it again, and I'm gonna refresh the page here again. We are going to try this. Now I'm gonna click here again, add to cart. We add it. Yeah, you can see the quantity is 1 actually. I'm passing here 2, and then let's check here again. You can see actually just updated also the price. If I click here reduce, and it works pretty well. Now we're gonna store this data into the local storage. You can see actually when I refresh the page, we don't have the data here. You can see it disappear. Now in order to keep that data, we're gonna store it into the local storage. Okay, now I got 2 functions here. I'm gonna copy them. Yeah, I'm gonna copy these 2 functions here in order to store the data into local storage. I'm gonna get in, and then I'm pass it here. And the first one is store cart data to local storage. We pass here local storage StarRating cart, and then we stringify the array. And the second function here, get cart data from local storage. We are going to check if the local storage is not null. If it's not null, it means we got data. We are going to pass it to the shopping cart data array. Okay, now what I'm going to do here, I'm going to call here the store cart data to local storage. I'm going to call it, and then I'm going to pass it here. Okay, and I'm pass it here. I'm gonna call it. Once we add a product, we're gonna call it. I'm gonna copy it again. We're gonna pass it here where we got get total price, reduce quantity. I'm gonna call it here, and here too. We're going to update the local storage, and also I'm gonna call it here and here too, guys. Okay, that's okay. Now we're going to pass. We have here another function which is let me see. We have get cart data from local storage. I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass it here to the return statement, and we're going to get into the cart view component, And here I'm pass here unmounted function, and unmounted we are going to call that function and pass it here in order to retrieve data from the local storage. Okay, and I'm pass a shopping cart that get car data from local storage. Okay, now let's go over the browser and check this. We are going to, I'm gonna click here and I'll pass here these products, and yeah, we got this one here. I'm gonna delete this one and add another one into the shopping cart. You can see actually just add it, and let's refresh the window, and then you're gonna see, yeah, we load data from the local storage. Okay, now let's move to the home page, and in here, guys, we are going to pop up, yeah, we don't show up the cart. We are going to get into the index.view file, and in here we are going to pass here a component which is the cart. Okay, and if I click here, we're gonna show it up. Okay, and let me check here what is the error. Yeah, no error here, guys. And yeah, we're gonna refresh the window here, and now I'm gonna click here again. You can see actually show the shopping cart, and I have the possibility to add another item into the shopping cart. You can see I'm gonna click here, I'm gonna add here 2 products. Okay, click here, you can see we got here 2 products, and the price is updated automatically. Okay, everything is working fine, guys. Now we're going to move to another page, which is the checkout page. This is the structure of the page here, and the checkout page has here some components like user data. Let me zoom here a little bit. We have the user data, we have the Stripe elements, we have the order summary, we have the cart. Yeah, we have the inside of the order summary components, we have the cart components. We're gonna pass the components an array of products. Okay, and here the first thing we're gonna install in order to have the Stripe elements a component, we're going to install this library. You're gonna come here, Nuxt module for Stripe, and once in here, you're gonna tap this command in order to get it. Okay, and then you're gonna get into your nuxt.config.ts file in order to add it. You're gonna add it here, guys. And let me show you, you're gonna add it here. Yeah, add it here inside the modules array, and also you're gonna copy here Stripe configurations. Okay, you can see if we scroll down, we have here some configurations, and you're gonna copy this object here. Okay, and then here you can see we have here the Stripe secret key. You're gonna copy that, and then you're gonna pass it in. You're gonna pass it here, and you're gonna create. And then you're gonna get into your env file and create the Stripe secret key environment variable, but also the Stripe public key. You can see I got them here, guys. You can see these are my keys. Now the next thing, you're gonna go at stripe.com. Okay, you're gonna create an account. You're gonna move to this dashboard, and then you're gonna scroll down at the bottom left corner here. I'm gonna zoom a little bit. You're gonna see at the bottom left corner, you can see we got here developers. Yeah, you can see where I'm moving the cursor at the bottom left corner, and then I'm gonna click here developers. I'm gonna click here, and here I'm gonna be able to grab my key, and you can see here you're gonna get into API keys. Tap there, and once you tap here, you're gonna see your publishable key and your secret key. Copy them. Okay, once you copy your publishable key and secret key, you're gonna pass them inside of your env file. Pass them into the environment variable. Okay, once done, we are going to talk about the checkout page. You can see this is the structure of the checkout page. We have the user data, the Stripe element, the order summary, and inside of the order summary component, we have in the cart. We're gonna pass it an array of products. Okay. Now we are going to get into here, and then I'm pass here checkout, and then I'm tap inner, and you're gonna see we have the user data component, and at the bottom we have the Stripe elements. Here we're gonna have it here. Okay, we're gonna load it. Yeah, it doesn't work. Let me refresh the page here, and then you're gonna see we're gonna have the page here. Yeah, I'm going to get into the checkout page. Yeah, I'm pass it here, and I'm going to pass here something. Yeah, let me see what we're gonna pass here. The Stripe element, we don't have it here. Okay, we have it. Yeah, we are going to pass here the Stripe element. Here I'm pass here another component, which is the Stripe element. Yeah, you can see we got the strap element form here. You can see we got it here, guys. And now we're going to start with the order summary component. We're going to pass it an array of data located into the shopping cart, okay? Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to get into the cart view file, and I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy all of this, and then we're going to pass it into the order summary. This is the components. And you can see that inside of the order summary, we got the cart here, and we're going to pass it an array of products and pass it products, and then is equal to this. And pass here shopping cart data and pass it this array, okay? And let's try to see, we don't have data here. And in order to get data, we are going to call this function, okay? We are going to call this function here, okay? And you can see in order to get data, I should copy this and then I'll pass it into the order summary. We got data into the order summary, and here I'm going to pass here the total price, okay? We're gonna pass it here. This is the total price, and pass it here, guys. And then we are going to, I'm gonna pass here another thing. I'm getting into the cart view file. And in here, I'm gonna copy this here. I'm going to copy this line here in order to invoke the format to US currency function. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass it into the order summary. We're gonna pass it here, okay? And then we're going to format the total price, okay? Now we're gonna pass the total price to the pay now bar, and we're gonna display it here. And here, this is the strap element, okay? And if you take a look to the markup here, you can see this is the strap element, okay? Yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna wrap all of that here. And then I'm gonna pass here this. I'm gonna say this is a strap element component. Yeah, okay? And then we have here an input. This is an input, okay? And now let's go back here. We're going to get into the strap element, okay? You can see if we get into the checkout page, the view, and we have here the strap element, okay? And under the strap element, we have the order summary. We already finished with this one here. Now let's get into the strap elements and explaining something. Strap element, okay? And in here, guys, in order to use the strap here, the strap form here, this is the code. We are going to go at here, guys, at npm.js.com, and here they provide here documentation, how to use, they teach us how to use the Nuxt module for strap, okay? We are going to scroll down a little bit. We already copy this configuration here and add them into the Nuxt.config.js file. We're going to continue, and here we move this section here. And in order to process the payment, we are going to use this code at the server side. Okay, this is the code that we're going to use at the server side. We're going to pass here, we're going to create an endpoint, and then we're going to pass in these endpoints. We are going to call a function here, a composable use saver strap. Okay, we are going to do everything they says here. And on the front end, we are going to create the form. Okay, now in order to create a form, this is the code here. We are going to, first of all, we need to import the use client strap, this composable, and then we are going to use the composable in order to create a form. I just copy this code here, and then I pass it here. Let me explain in my code here. We have here the is loading property that we are going to modify the state when we're going to make an SPI request to the server, okay? And I create an element here, elements and the car elements, okay? And then here I do this elements is equal to strap that value. You can see I've already imported the use client strap that value, that element, and then we're going to store the data into the car elements that create car. And here we are going to mount the form into, we're going to pass it to this div here. You can see we have a div here. We're going to pass it inside of this div, okay? That's what they said here, okay? We pass here the strap that value elements here, okay? And then we are going to pass here element that create, okay? That's what I pass here. And then we're going to get the strap form here. And then we're going to get this form here. Let me move here. We're going to get this form, okay? After that, we have here at the bottom, we have this button. I'm going to pass here the total price that we got inside the shopping cart array. we are going to get into the card view file, and then I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it into, we're going to pass that, yeah, let me pass it into the strap element. Okay, we're gonna pass it here, and I'm gonna pass it here at the top. Okay, and then we're going to get access to the total price. Okay, we pass it here on the back end. Now the next thing is to create here, in order to process the payment, this is the code here. I'm gonna uncomment this. We are going to create an endpoint inside the e-commerce. We are going to create an endpoint inside the e-commerce folder, payments, and here we are going to check if we got an error. Okay, we're gonna say client error, and I'm gonna uncomment this. And here we are going to validate. We are going to check here if the client property returned from the server is valid, and that's what we're gonna pass to the strap.value confirm car payment. We're gonna pass it here to check if to verify the car, guys, and then we're gonna pass it payment method. You can see, but also we pass it the car element, which is right here. Okay, I created a global variable that I pass here, and then I store in a car element, you can see, and then I pass it here. Okay, and when we got this email, we're gonna pass here the email of the logged in user. Okay, and here I continue. I'm not uncomment this. If the payment passed, we're going to say payment successful. If it failed, we're gonna say payment failed. Okay, and here we're going to modify the state of its loading reactive property. Okay, and yeah, that's all. You can see we have a function when we are going to mount this component to the DOM. We are going to call create strap element function in order to pass this form to the DOM. Here you can see we're gonna call this function, and that's all. Now we're going to get into the server folder and pass a get product tiers. Okay, and they're gonna move us into the server folder. You can see we have server folder, API, and here we have payment tiers. I've already created this file, and here I just use this code here. Let me move here, and we use the code here, guys. Yeah, let me check the code. This is the code here, and here server-side example. Okay, and I just copy this code here. Okay, this is the code. I don't modify anything, and then I paste it here. Okay, and then we pass here the use server strap event function, and then we call the use server side strap function. We pass the event order amount. We are going to pass here the total price that we got into the shopping cart. We're going to pass it here, payment intent, and then here we create a customer, and here we pass a strap.customer that creates. Okay, to create a new custom object, we're gonna pass here the email, and here we are going to process the payment. We're gonna pass here once if the payment pass, we are going to return the client secret. Okay, that we're gonna send to the client, and here I'm passing a message. Okay, and pass a payment passed success. I'm passing a payment processed successfully. Okay, successfully. Okay, like this. Now we're going to create the payment model. We're going to get into the Prisma schema. In here, we're going to pass here the payment model. And here, a given product can have many payments. And then I'm passing you payments. Yeah, I'm passing payments. Yeah, we're going to pass here payments. Yeah, like this. And then I'm passing here the payment model. Okay. Okay, but also a given user can have more than one payment. And here we are going to pass here payments. Okay, this for the product. Okay, and actually got an error for the user for the product here. And let me check here. We pass here payment like this, and a given product can have more than one payment. Okay, and here, yeah, we should pass here user. I'm passing user, and for the user, we're going to copy that. We're going to move at the top here. You can see we have here the user model. We're going to pass it here. Yeah, we're going to pass it pay. I'm pass here. Let me copy this line here, and then I'm pass it here. Okay, like this, and then we're going to remove the error. Okay, and here I'm pass here user like this. And now we're going to create the migration for this model, And to create the migration for this model, we're going to get into the CLI, and here we're going to type this command npx. We're gonna pass here nps prisma migrate dev. Okay, once we create the migration for the payment table, we are going to get into the swap element components, and in here we are going to pass here data of the logged in user. And here we're gonna pass here an object and pass a method here. We're gonna pass here post, and some pass here the body. We're gonna pass here JSON, that's stringify, and in here we're gonna pass here user data. Okay, and we're gonna pass here an object, but also we're gonna pass here product data. Okay, and here the product data, we're gonna pass here this array of shopping cart data. I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna pass it here. Okay, and to get user data, I'm gonna get into the review. Yeah, we're going to get into the review comments, and in here we have a prop right here. I'm going to get into the review form here, components, and I'm gonna copy something like user cookie. Okay, we're gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass it into the swap elements. Yeah, and then to get access to the value, we pass here user cookie that value that data that use. Okay, and here we're gonna pass the swap elements. We're gonna pass it here, and then to get access to the value, and pass the user cookie, and then pass the user cookie that value that data, pass it that data that user. Okay, like this, and we're going to send the user object. And also I'm gonna try to check if inside of the user cookie reactive property we got data, and I'm pass here condition. And here I'm pass here vif. Okay, I'm pass here vif user cookie. If we got data, we're going to show up the backend. Okay, now let me check here. You can see I'm gonna refresh the page here and see what we're gonna get in here, guys. Yeah, we're going to show up the form. It means we got data here, and then we got data. Now I'm gonna try to log out to see if we're going to hide the backend. I'm gonna log out. And then once we log out, let me move to the home page here, and then let's see what we're gonna get. And I'm gonna get into the app header. I'm gonna add in something, app header, and here we got the sign in link. I'm passing sign in link. Yeah, I'm passing sign in link. Okay, and here we have my account. I'm passing checkout. Okay, we're going to move to the checkout page, and yeah, here I'm gonna log in again. Yeah, if I pass here like checkout, let's see what we're gonna get here. Yeah, you can see that actually we don't show up the backend here because this user is not logged in. Okay, we need to be logged in order to pass here the data. And what I'm going to do, I'm gonna try to log in again, and here I'm passing alberts@gmail.com. We're going to pass in the password 12126. And then we're gonna sign in again, and here I'm gonna move here to the checkout page here, and you're gonna see we're going to display the swap elements components, and here we just render the swap element components, and we have the possibility to process the payments. Now guys, we're going to pass here the email of the logged in user. We're gonna pass it to the inputs. I'm going to get into in here we have the checkout page. And here I'm passing user email, and then we're gonna pass here vmodel, we're gonna pass it here. Okay, and then we're going to go back inside the swap elements components. In here you can see that actually just send here the two property, the user data, but also we send the product data. You can see, and what I'm going to do, we're going to get into the payments endpoints here, payments TS file, and we are going to extract this data. Okay, we're gonna extract here the use data, but also product data, and here I'm pass here use data that email like this, and we are going to iterate through this array. Okay, we are going to pass this input. Okay, let me copy them here. I'm gonna copy these inputs, and then I'm pass it here. We're gonna pass them here, and here I'm gonna do this. We're going to pass here Prisma, and pass here a weight and pass here Prisma, and then that payment, payment that creates. We're gonna pass it an object. Pass here an object and pass it data, and here we're gonna pass here the product ID. Okay, we are going to iterate through the product data is an array. I'm gonna do this and pass you for each. Yeah, like this, we pass here the product ID, but also we pass here the user ID. And now we're gonna pass here the amount, guys. We are going to do this. We are going to extract here the payments, pass the payments. Yeah, and pass here yeah, we can pass here total and pass the total price. And then what we are going to do, we're gonna get into the swap element. We're gonna pass in another property here. We're gonna pass here the order amount. Okay, yeah, I'm pass here this is the total price. Okay, we are going to go back here, payments, and pass here payment tiers. We're gonna pass the total price, and then we're going to pass here total price here times 100. Now let me explain why I pass here times 100. Let's say the product price here is equal to $10. And once we process this request to swap, they're gonna charge 0.01. okay, this is the amount that swap is gonna charge the customer. Okay, but if we do this, let's say product price is equal to 10, we need to multiply it by 100, and then here we are going to get here this is equal to 1000. Then here strap charge the customer, yeah, they're gonna charge him $10. Okay, that's why I passed there multiplied by 100. Okay, and then what I'm going to do here, I'm gonna remove that. We're going to pass the order amount. I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it here. Okay, guys, and then we're gonna try to process this payment. And also I'm gonna go back inside of the swap elements. I'm gonna pass this message into a function, and if the payment pass here, we're gonna pass here if the payment pass a show success here, and pass here success message. We're gonna pass here, I'm gonna pass here raise the message. Okay, and here I'm gonna extract here the message property. Yeah, we're gonna extract it here and pass the message, and then we're going to pass here the message. Okay, we're gonna pass here this message property. Okay, we are going to get into the ShoppingCart store, and we are going to create a function here and pass a function initialize. Yeah, and pass here clear carts. Yeah, we have the function here which is clear carts. Okay, I got it here. Okay, clear out carts. Okay, in here we are going to pass here another function shopping cart data. Yeah, we initialize the array, and we are going to initialize to the total price. Okay, and here pass here local storage. We're going to pass here local storage that's clear. Okay, we are going to clear the local storage. Okay, like this, we're gonna call the function. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna pass it here. We're going to pass here, I'm gonna go here, we're gonna pass here shopping cart. Yeah, and pass here, we're gonna pass here shopping cart store that's clear. Okay, like this. This is the function that we need to call in order to clear out the local storage. Okay, and now here I'm gonna try to make the payment again. We're gonna copy the card number, we're gonna pass it here, and some pass here the month, the expiration year, but also the verification code. We're gonna pass it here. Okay, and then we are going to clear out the car. Okay, yeah, you can see payment processed successfully, and we just cleared out the car. If I refresh here the page, we are not going to get anything in here, guys. You're gonna see you're not going to get anything in here. But also we need to check if the amount is greater than 1. Okay, is greater than 0. Okay, here we're going to go back here, swap element. Okay, and here I'm going to make a check here. Yeah, we're going to go into the payment tiers, pass the payment tiers. We're gonna pass the condition if we're gonna pass the total price. Okay, is greater than 0. If the total price is less or equal to 0, we are going to throw an error. Amounts must be greater than 0. Greater than 0. Okay, yeah, like this. Okay, everything is okay in here. And if you check inside of our table here and pass again, select start from payment, you can see actually we saved the data here. You can see we have here the product ID and user ID, but also the amount for each product. Okay, it works pretty well. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm going to display here users order. We are going to pass here all users order. We're going to display them here, and I'm going to get into the server folder. We have here API, and I'm going to pass here another folder and pass here payment. Okay, and what I'm going to do here, I'm going to copy this API here. Yeah, I'm going to copy this API. I'm going to copy this endpoint and pass it into payments. And instead of payments, I'm pass here get payments with an S, TS, and here we're gonna pass here create payments and pass here create payments like this. We are going to get into this wrap element. We're gonna modify here the endpoints. Yeah, payments / create payments. Okay, like this. And we got also here get payments. Yeah, we got here get payments. Now, in order to get the data, we're going to get into instead of the get category of TS, I'm gonna copy everything in here. Okay, we're going to pass it here. We're going to get into the get payment. We're gonna pass it here, and here we're gonna pass here user orders. Okay, and here and pass here payments. And we're going to pass here workload and pass here where. We're gonna pass here where. We're gonna pass here where user ID, okay, is equal to user ID. We're gonna pass here the user ID, and then we're gonna return user orders array. Okay, I'm gonna copy it. We're gonna pass it here. We're going to pass here user ID, and here query that user ID like this, and then we're gonna pass it here. We're going to pass a person to convert the user ID to a number. And also we're going to include the products. You know, the product model is within relationship with the payment table. And I'm passing includes, yeah, we're going to pass the includes and then pass the product and then pass it through. And here we're going to try this. I'm going to refer the page here. You can see this, the endpoint. Yeah, if I tap enter, you can see that actually in here, guys, we got here data. We got 2 products. Actually, this user has already ordered 2 products. You can see this is the first product. Okay, and here we are going to include also the image. You can see the product table. A given product can have more than 1 image. Okay, and here I'm pass you this. Okay, you're gonna pass this includes products. And then we're gonna pass in product, we're gonna pass again includes images, okay? And if I type here enter, you're gonna see we're gonna have here images, okay? Okay, that's good. Now what I'm gonna do next here, I'm gonna add a little validation. We're gonna try to check if the user provide a valid user ID here. And you can just make here and pass here modules and pass here validate payment. Yeah, and pass validate payment inputs the TS. We're gonna pass here this, and we're gonna import Zod here. I'm gonna import Zod here, and I'm passing ID should be a number. And then I can pass here. Yeah, we're gonna pass here validate. Yeah, validate user ID schema. Okay, validate user ID schema. We are going to use it inside the. We're gonna use it inside the get payment TS. And then I'm pass it here, and also I'm gonna copy something in here. Yeah, I'm gonna go back inside of the create review. Yeah, let me get into the get payment. In here, I'm gonna copy something. Yeah, I'm gonna copy the code for validation. We're going to pass it inside the get payment TS. Pass it here, okay. And here I'm pass here. Yeah, validate user input. We're gonna import it. And then here we're gonna pass here the user ID. Okay, let me check in here. If pass here, yeah, we're gonna pass here use and pass here user ID. Okay, like this. We are going to check if the user ID is a valid number. Okay, now let's try this again. I'm gonna refer the page here. You can see that actually it's gonna work. Okay, let's check here. Yeah, you can see actually it doesn't work. Validation failed. And here, in order to make it work, yeah, you're gonna see we're going to do this. You can see actually I pass here, yeah, I pass here user ID. User ID here is a string, and I'm pass here percent const user ID to number, okay, is equal to percent, and then I'm passing the user ID like this, and we're going to pass here a valid user ID, okay, user ID, we're gonna pass here user ID to number, okay, and I'm pass this, and I'm gonna cap this, we're gonna pass it here, okay, pass it here, and again we're gonna try it again, I'm tap enter, and then you're gonna see we're going to get data. Okay, yeah, you can see actually you got data here, guys. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to get into in escalator.com. In here, guys, you can see this is the structure of the page here, and you can see this is the checkout page. And in here we have the user data component, the swap element, and under the elements I'm gonna pass here another component. We're gonna name it customer order. Okay, this is the components. Let's name it customer orders, okay, and we're gonna pass it here. And I've already created a component. You can see if we get into checkout, you can see we have a customer order. Now I'm not getting into the component folder. You can see we have a folder checkout, okay, and here we have customer order, okay, customer order, and I'm gonna define here we're gonna pass it we're gonna pass it product, okay, it's gonna be an array. And then here we're gonna pass this table an array of products, okay? That's what we're gonna do. And I'm going to get into the checkout view file. I'm gonna import the customer order. And here you can see we're gonna have here the customer order. Here, yeah, you can see we got a customer order here. Now we're gonna pass the data. And to pass the data, we're going to get into the stores folder. Yeah, I'm gonna scroll down, you can still get stores. I'm gonna create here another folder checkout. And we're gonna put in an endpoint. I'm gonna grab content. Yeah, let me grab content in here. I'm gonna grab everything from here, and then I'm gonna create a pinner. So I'm pass here checkout store, okay, the tiers, and I'm putting this code. And in here we're gonna pass here use checkout store, okay, and here I'm pass here checkout store like this, okay. And we're going to pass you, you're going to pass here customer orders, and so we're going to pass it an object as default value. And here we're going to pass here the user ID, okay. We're going to pass a fetch customer order, okay. We're going to pass here the user ID, okay. This is the user ID, okay. Yeah, we're going to pass here the user ID, and here too. And I'm gonna copy the endpoints here. We're gonna pass it here. This is the endpoints. Yeah, we are going to copy that here. We are going to pass it here. Okay. And yeah, this is the endpoint. Okay. API /payment /get payments like this. Send the ID. And then once we got data, we're gonna pass it here to the customer orders, and then we're going to return the customer orders array. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna return it. Okay, like this. Now we're going to get into the checkout page here. We're gonna use the store here and pass here const use and pass here checkout store is equal to use checkout store. We're gonna pass it here, and here we are going to call the function and pass a const. We are going to extract the data, and here the data is, yeah, let me pass it. The data is, yeah, we are going to go here, and the data is customer orders. And also we should pass here fetch order function, fetch customer orders. And let's go back here. We're gonna pass it data, and then we're gonna pass it store to preserve reactivity. We're gonna pass it checkout store. Okay, checkout store. Okay, now we are going to call the function here, and here I'm pass here a wait, and then we're gonna pass it checkout store and pass it fetch customer store. Okay. And here, let me check here, we should pass there. This is the name of the function, fetch customer order. And here I'm passing fetch customer order. And we're gonna pass it the user ID. I can just copy this. I'm not defining a constant, const user ID. User ID is equal to ref. Yeah, we are going to extract data inside the user cookie variable, we're gonna pass here that ID like this. That's what we're gonna pass it here. Yeah, copy it and pass it here. And here you can see, if we have a look here, we are getting an array and objects with one array. You can see we got user orders, and here I'm pass here this. We're gonna pass here. We're gonna pass to the customer order an array of product. Product is equal to this. Okay, customer orders, and then I'm passing user orders. Yeah, this is the object here. Copy it. We're gonna pass it here. User orders. Okay. Customer product, customer orders. Yeah, I'm pass here. I'm pass even payments. Yeah, because we're gonna payment data. Yeah, it's better. Yeah, I can just pass here. Yeah, user orders. Okay, and here too we can pass here. We can pass here customer. Yeah, we can pass here customer orders. That user orders. Yeah, it doesn't sound good, guys. And I'm passing here customer order data, okay, like this, and then I'm gonna copy that. That's what I'm passing here. Yeah, I'm passing here, and inside of the checkout store, yeah, we're gonna pass it here like this. Yeah, like this. That's good. And now we're going to get into the components. We're going to get into the customer order. We're gonna iterate through the array of products. Okay. And we're going to pass here v4 directive. Yeah, I'm passing here v4, and here we're gonna pass here order in. Yeah, we're gonna pass here even products in products, and then we're gonna pass here the key is equal to products.id. Okay, let me check here. We got here the ID. I'm passing this ID. Okay. And here, yeah, this is the payment ID. Yeah, I can pass here payment. Yeah, I'm pass here props. We're gonna pass here payment data. Okay, we're gonna pass here payment data, and that's what I'm gonna pass here. Okay, we are going to pass it here. Okay, customer order data. Okay, let me go back here. And here I can pass here user. Yeah, let me check here. We're going to pass here. Let me go back inside the checkout. We're gonna pass here. Yeah, we're going to pass the customer order data. Yeah, I'm pass here user orders like this, and that's what I'm pass here inside the customer order. Okay, and here you can pass use orders, and here we're going to pass here. We're going to pass here orders. Pass order in use orders, and here we're gonna pass here order.id. Okay, and here what I'm going to do, guys, we're gonna pass here the ID and pass here the ID and pass here the order ID. Okay, and we're gonna pass here the product name and pass here order that products that name. And here option chaining, and let's check here. We got product.name, and here we're gonna pass here the image. Okay, and yeah, I'm gonna get it. Yeah, here we are going to pass here first the ID, product image, and then the name. And here we're gonna copy that. We're gonna pass here the name, and here we're gonna pass here. Let me check the next column. We should pass in. Let me check here. We're gonna pass in the price. Okay, and here let me check we're gonna pass in the amount. Okay, and here we should pass here the amount. I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna pass here amount like this, and yeah, we have the amount, and I'm gonna pass in we're gonna pass in again the date, and let me check. We're gonna pass here that created it. Okay, pass here that we're gonna pass here order that created it. Okay, like this. And also let's pass here an array of products, an array of image, and here I'm gonna get into the view file, and I'm gonna get into the car card. Inside the car card we got data. I'm gonna copy the Nuxt image components. I'm gonna copy that. Yeah, I'm gonna copy that here. Okay, and here we are going to iterate through the image array. I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it here. Okay, and here we are going to pass here this and pass here product. We are going to pass here product. Yeah, and pass here. We're gonna pass here order that product that slag like this. We're gonna pass the order that's product, that's images, that's length, and we are going to import also the fallback image URL. Let's go back here and copy it here. From here, I'm gonna copy it here. We're gonna pass it in here. Okay, and pass it here. Yeah, we're gonna pass here. Use runtime config. Okay, and here we're gonna pass here this. I'm gonna copy this, and that's what we're gonna pass here. Let me check here again. Images, yeah, we got the images array, and I'm pass here this. Okay, order that product, that images. We're gonna get access. We're gonna hit the URL property. Else, we're going to display the fallback image. Okay. Now let's get in the browser and see what we got here. And you can see that I should just display here all orders of a given customer. And here on the image, if I put my case here and try to see details of single products, we're going to move to this page here, page not found. Now, in order to add that, we're going to add here product / and then product / and then we are going to pass it the slag, and we can be able to see details of single products. Now, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to try to log out this user. Okay. And here you can see if we move here, we go to the checkout page here, checkout page. You're going to see, yeah, let me move to the checkout page. Yeah, you can see actually we're on checkout page. And here we don't have the possibility to see the payment button here. Okay, we don't have the possibility to see the pay now button here. In order to display it, I'm going to get into the Stripe elements. And in here, I'm gonna add here VL. So you can see pass here VIF to check if the inside the user cookie variable we got data. And if we got data, if we don't got data, we're going to display this div here. And we're gonna tell the user to sign in. Okay, sign in to process payment on C orders. Okay, and then here I'm pass here sign in. Okay, I'm pass here sign in. Okay, and now we just finish here. Now I'm gonna move to the admin area here, guys. We are going to pass here another email. We are going to pass here this and pass here chris@gmail.com, and then here and pass here the password 126. We are going to move to the admin area. Yeah, let me check here the email of the user. We're gonna pass here chris20@gmail.com. I'm copy this, and that's what we're gonna pass it here. Okay, and then we're going to move to the payment page. We're going to display here all payments. I'm going to get into the categories page here. You can see I'm going to copy everything in here. Okay, let me check here. I'm going to copy all of this, the template tag, and then I'm pass it into the payment page here. Okay, here. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of these components here. Yeah, I'm going to remove that here. Yeah, even the button. And here, what I'm gonna pass here, we're gonna pass a customer orders component. And yeah, I'm gonna get into the checkout page here. We are going to pass here this customer orders. I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it into the payment here. And I'm gonna grab something here like we're gonna grab here the checkout. So we're gonna copy that and copy that. And then I'm gonna pass in the payment page here. Pass it here, and also we are going to create the checkout store in our function. And let's get into the checkout store. You can see we use the fetch customer order function in order to fetch all orders of a single user. Now we're going to fetch all data inside the payment table. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna pass it here, and we're gonna pass here fetch and pass a fetch payment data. Okay, pass a fetch payment data, and we are not going to send the ID. We're gonna get all data. Okay, guys, I'm gonna remove here the query, and here we're gonna pass here cons pay. Yeah, let me duplicate this line here. we're gonna name it payment data. Okay, and pass here payment data, and we're going to copy that. We're gonna pass it here, payment data, and we're going to pass it to the return statement, and we're gonna pass here the fetch payment data function. We're gonna pass it here, fetch payment data, and yeah, that's good. Now let's go back inside the payment view file, and we're gonna call here, we're gonna extract, we're gonna pass here the fetch payment data. I'm gonna pass it here, and also we're gonna call the function fetch payment data, fetch, pass it fetch payment data. Let me copy it here. Okay, fetch payment data, let me copy it. We're gonna pass it here. We're gonna pass it here. Okay, and now what I'm going to do, I'm going to check here. Yeah, we are going to get into the payment folder. I'm gonna move to the server here, server folder. You can see we have payments and get payments, the TS, and we use this endpoint in order to return here data. We use this endpoint in order to return all data. We use this endpoint in order to return only data of single customer. Now we're gonna create another endpoint here, guys. I'm gonna copy everything in here, and then I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna put it into the admin folder. You can see inside of the admin folder, we got all endpoints related to the admin area. Now I'm going to do this. I'm pass here another folder. I'm name it payments, and inside the payments, I'm pass here we're gonna pass here all payments. Okay, like this, all payments. This is the name of the endpoint, the TS. Okay, and then we're gonna pass in this data, and in here we are not going to request for the ID. I'm gonna remove that, and the where close. Okay, and here I can just pass the payment data. Okay, for payment data, and I'm passed here. Yeah, we're going to remove this here. Okay, yeah, like this. Now let's copy the endpoints, and then we just delete here the endpoints, and here I'm gonna get in the admin here. I'm tap Z. Yeah, we got it, and I'm gonna copy here. I'm gonna copy the name of the endpoints. We're going to go back inside the checkout page here. Checkout page, checkout store. Okay, checkout store, and in here we are going to pass here this. Yeah, we're going to pass here admin, pass here API/admin. We're going to get into the payment folder, and here I'm pass here the endpoints or payments, and yeah, you can see actually we got here an error, payment data, and here I'm pass here fetch payment data. Okay, like this, and now we're gonna modify that into the payment page here. And here I'm passing fetch payment data, and payment data, that's payment data. Okay, yeah, that's it. The payment data here is an array, I think. Yeah, let's check here. Yeah, everything is okay in here. Let's check here. Yeah, we have here payment data. Yeah, but I can just pass here user orders. Yeah, like this, user orders. That's good. And that's what I'm passing here. And if we go back here, payments, yeah, like this. Now let's check here, and you can see actually just display here payments, but we pass here as title my orders. Now I'm gonna get to the component. We're going to modify the title and pass here customer. We're gonna pass here customer orders, and for the title we're gonna pass here completed orders. Yeah, completed payments. Yeah, I can just pass here completed orders. Okay, like this. Okay, we're gonna have here completed orders, and I'm gonna add here space, and I'm pass here margin bottom. I'm pass here margin bottom. I'm gonna pass here even 4, and see, yeah, we're gonna have here margin bottom. Okay, that's great and beautiful. Now we're going to move to the dashboard here, guys. You can see this is the actual dashboard that we got inside of our app. Now I'm gonna add here something. We're going to add here a chart. Okay, and here we're going to pass here. Let me move to dashboard page. Yeah, this is our dashboard. And we're gonna pass here earnings, users, and total completed orders here. Now I'm gonna copy the design, the new design here of our dashboard. I'm gonna copy this one here, and then I'm pass it here. Okay, I'm pass it. Yeah, I'm gonna remove everything from here and pass this one. And then guys, you can see that actually we got a beautiful dashboard. This is how it's gonna look like. And here we're gonna have here total earnings, total customers, and here total orders, or we're gonna pass total payments. And here we're gonna pass here the total amounts that we earn in a day. Okay, we're gonna pass here this data. Okay, and we are going to use chart.js. So you're gonna install this library. You can see I've already installed it. I'm gonna get into my package.json file, and you can see we have here chart.js. Okay, you're gonna tap npm install chart.js. You're gonna tap this command. Let me show you. This is the command that you're gonna tap. Okay, and after that we're going to get into the save folder. And here we have the save folder. We're gonna create the endpoints. You can see we have save folder. And admin, you're gonna get into the admin folder. You're gonna create in the dashboard folder, and in it you're gonna pass in the dashboard endpoints. Okay, dashboard data. Okay, and in here we're going to select data. You can see that actually I just pass inside the promise that all function we pass in an array of promise, and here this query here we're going to use it in order to select we are going to select payment by dates in the payment table. We are going to use the second one to count payments, to count rows in the payment table. We have this one, we're gonna get total earnings inside the payment table, and we are going to select, and here we're gonna count all customers that we got inside the user table. Okay, and you can see pass here prisma.user.count where row is equal to customer. Okay, and that's pretty easy, guys. And also I'd like to show you this. You can see actually when I'm gonna run this, I'm gonna try to get access to this endpoint. We're gonna have a lot of data inside the payment table, and I use this fake data in order to populate the payment table. Okay, you can see actually if I type here admin dashboard / dashboard data, you're gonna get this data, and I use this fake data in order to populate the charts. Okay, because I don't have data, that's why I did this, guys. We're gonna have this here. Okay, and here you can see we got the payment by date. Here we're going to get the total amount that we get on a given date. Okay, we're gonna have here the sum, and here we have the payment by date array. We got here count payment. We select all rows inside, we count all rows in the payment table, but also we have here the total earnings, the total amounts in the total sum in amount column, but also we count customers here. We got 2 customers. Okay, now we're gonna pass this data to the dashboard. Now to do so, we're going to, first of all, we're gonna write a query here. I'm gonna copy this, we're gonna copy this, and we're going to pass it here. Yeah, I'm gonna get into dashboard, guys, and here, yeah, we're gonna pass it here, and we're gonna have here dashboard data. Yeah, we're gonna pass it dashboard data, this reactive property, and then we're gonna add that endpoint. We're gonna get data, and then we're gonna store it into the dashboard data. Okay, and then here we're gonna pass it the labels. We're gonna pass the dashboard data, that value, payment by date. And we're going to iterate through the array, and we're going to format the date to the IO string format. Okay, and also we're going to pass here the amount. We're going to iterate through the payment date. We're going to select the amount. We're going to pass here p.sum.amount, and here I'm just checking, we just passing here the coalescing operator. If we don't got data here, we are going to return 0, and you can see this is the structure. We got here sum.amount. Okay, now I'm gonna copy this. We are going to pass here now the total earning amount. You can see, and I'm gonna copy that. We are going to scroll down here, and the total earning amount I'm passed here. Okay, we are going to pass here this. I'm copy the dashboard data. We're gonna pass it here. That total earning amount, and here I'm gonna pass here that sum. That amount. Okay, and pass here that sum, that amount. We're gonna pass here that amount, okay? And we're gonna pass here the total number of customers that we got inside the users table. And let me check again here. We're gonna pass here count customer like this, and I'm gonna pass it here. We're gonna pass here customers, okay? And here I'm pass here dashboard data that count customer, okay? And we're gonna pass here total payments and pass it total payment, okay? And pass, I can pass succeed payment, okay? Even succeed, and pass it total payment, okay? And here I'm gonna copy this. We're going to pass here the total payments. I'm gonna copy it and pass it here. And here we're going to pass here the property. We're gonna pass here count payments, and we are going to pass it here like this. And we just finished, guys. We pass here server data, okay? Beautiful. Alright, guys. Now we're gonna integrate WebSocket inside of our Nuxt app. We already passed to the dashboard server data, okay? Actually, our dashboard has dynamic data that comes from the server. And now you're gonna go to Nitro, the build, and here click get started. And once in here on the left side, we have a menu. And scroll down, click WebSockets, okay? Scroll down a little bit, and you're gonna see in here they tell us how to enable WebSocket inside of our Nuxt app, okay? And we have for Nitro server, we are going to add this. For Nuxt app, you're gonna add this. Nitro, you're gonna pass experimental WebSocket through. I've already added that. And if I get into my Nuxt config the TS, you're gonna see we got it here. Okay, we got it. And also we are going to copy something here. We are going to copy that. We are going to get into the dashboard folder. Dashboard folder we're gonna create in the WebSocket server and pass your words that. And I'm pass the TS, and here we're gonna pass this here. Once a user is connected to our WebSocket server, we're gonna console this, okay? I can just pass here and pass a message user join the room, okay? And here I'm pass here a room. I can just pass here peer, okay? Peer subscribe, okay? And I'm pass here room, okay? This is the name of the room. And if we got a message from a given user, we are going to handle that here, okay? We're gonna handle that here. And if we close the WebSocket server, we're going to console this here. We're gonna console close, okay? And if we got an error from our WebSocket server, we're going to console that into the console, okay? And under the hood, the Nitro server use the crosswords, okay? This is another package here. You can see Nitro natively support runtime agnostic WebSocket API using crosswords, okay? Under the hood, Nitro use crosswords. Crosswords is another package that handle real-time communication, okay? And this is a package, okay? Elegant, tapped, and simple toolkit to implement cross-platform WebSocket servers, okay? And that's what Nitro server use under the hood, guys, okay? And now what I'm going to do here, I'm going to get into the dashboard data. And in here, guys, you can see that actually we have here this line in order to retrieve data from the server. And what I'm going to do here, I'm going to create here another function. Let me create here a function. I'm gonna copy that here, copy everything in here, and I'm pass here a wait. Pass await fetch dashboard, and pass fetch dashboard data, okay? And we are going to pass here the function. I'm not export it because we're gonna use it into the WebSocket server. And here I'm passing fetch dashboard data, and we're gonna create here constant data, and I'm passing await. Okay, we're gonna pass this. Okay, I'm gonna remove one await here, and then we are going to return the data is an array. Okay, that's what we're gonna return here. And here I'm passing a sync, okay, like this. Now I'm gonna copy this line here. I'm gonna pass into the WebSocket server. We're gonna create here an asynchronous function. We're gonna pass here update. Let me pass here the name is update dashboard. Okay, and we're gonna pass in this code async function. I'm passing function and async like this. Yeah, actually we got an error, and yeah, we got an error here. Let me go to the top here. Yeah, we got an error here, guys, and we pass the update dashboard, and we are going to call the function, yeah, fetch dashboard data. Okay, I just import it in here, and I'm gonna pass here peer and pass here peer like this, and then I'm type it as peer. Okay, is peer type, and we're gonna import the peer type from crosswords package and pass here type, and I'm pass here this peer like this from crosswords. Okay, and pass it crosswords. Okay, we're gonna pass it crosswords. Okay, yeah, like this. Yeah, let me check here the name we are going to pass here. Yeah, I'm gonna pass here crosswords. Okay, let me check here. Yeah, I'm gonna copy that here, and that is the name that I should pass here yeah, we're gonna pass here crosswords. Okay, like this, and then we're gonna get rid of the error. And now I'm gonna do here what I want to do here. I'm passing peer publish. We are going to publish the new data, and we're gonna pass here the name of the room, which is the room here, and I'm passing JSON stringify because we need to send the text. I'm passing stringify, and here I'm passing this data. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna copy that here, and then I'm passing into an object like this. Yeah, like this. And now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna copy the update dashboard. We're gonna pass it into the message function here, and in here I'm passing message.text, and here we're gonna pass a trim to remove space trim. Okay, and is equal to success payment, because we're gonna send this message to the WebSocket from the WebSocket server. And if we got a message, we are going to call a function. Okay, and here I'm passing a sync here, and here I'm passing a wait like this. Now I'm gonna remove that here. Okay, and yeah, we have here this function update dashboard, and I'm gonna pass it the peer. Yeah, we're gonna pass it the peer in order to remove the error. Okay, like this. Now we're gonna install another package, which is the views package, and in here you're gonna type this command, guys, in order to install the package, or you can just type this one here in order to benefit from Nuxt auto imports. And because we are going to use this special function here, let me get into dashboard, and we are going to use this function here. We're gonna use the use WebSocket, and if you tap this command here, yeah, this one here, you don't need to import it, but Nuxt is gonna automatically import it for you. Okay, and yeah, like this, we are going to pass here this the WebSocket URL. Okay, like this, and here we pass it data with data. And what I'm doing here, I'm just passing here the loading reactive property, change the value to true, and I call the draw chart function in order to draw the chart again. Okay, and at the bottom you can see I just imported here the loading icon. This is a component, we got it inside the component folder, and if the value is equal to true, we are going to show it up, else we're gonna hide it, and then we're gonna display here the total earnings, customers, and here we have here the total payments. Okay, we're gonna display that. Okay, and we have here our charts. Okay, now we're gonna get into the swap elements, tap this, and in here I'm pass here this line here. Okay, now in order to send the message from the server, we're gonna use the send property here is a function, and in here if the payment pass, we are going to pass, we're gonna send message success payment. Okay, and that is the message we pass into the WebSocket server in here. And now what I'm going to do, we are going to open a new incognito window. You can see this is the first window, and this is the second one here. I'm gonna copy this email in order to connect the user. We are going to pass it here. Okay, and here I'm going to move here, pass here the email. Okay, and we're gonna pass here the password 126. Okay, and I'm click sign in. And actually I'm trying to buy something here. Let me pick here these products and pick this one. Yeah, let me pick this one here. Okay, and I'm gonna add it to ShoppingCart. Add it. Now let me buy it. And what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna pass you the car details and pass you the car number 4242. I'm gonna copy it again. We're gonna pass it here. Yeah, okay. And here we're gonna pass it the month and the year and the car verification code. And now let's try to click on pay now to see if we are going to update dashboard in real time. You can see actually on the earnings, the total earnings amount is 1,964. Okay, we are going to see if we're going to update that amount in real time. And now I'm going to click here, pay now. And let's see what we're going to get here. Yeah, you can see actually update dashboard in real time and the amounts change automatically. Okay, and here, yeah, it works pretty well, guys. And yeah, we just finished. Now we're gonna fix some errors inside of our app. We're gonna fix some errors here, guys. And here you can see if I move to the login page, we got an error here. Let me move here. You can see if I try to pass you the password, you can see that actually we have the possibility to see the passwords. And I'm gonna get into the base input to fix that. Base input in here. And instead of base input, I'm passing different, okay? And here, if I come back here, you can see actually if I tap the password, we don't have the possibility to see it, okay? We fix that. And I'm gonna move in here. We are going to get into the sign up page here, sign up, okay? And in here, we are going to scroll down here. We're gonna pass it the username. For the placeholder, we can pass it the name, and here I'm passing name like this. And yeah, you're gonna see we're gonna have here the name, okay? And yeah, we just finished, guys. Now we are going to try to fix something else. We are going to move here. I'm gonna move to the welcome page in here, and then we are going to fix something else here. Let me just get into. We are going to get into first the products. Yeah, I'm gonna get into create product and pass it create product. Okay, create category. You can see we have this one here, and we have also we are going to get into the product, and we have here something like create product tiers. And in here, what I'm gonna do here, you can see we pass here this slagify function in order to generate a given slag. And for better slag, we should do this. You can see, actually, you can see this is the NAC max name. This is the name of this product. And you can see we got this slag here. And pass it here, we got this slag. And you can see we for a better slag, we should convert it to lowercase and pass here to generate slag, okay, like this. And we're gonna pass here the product name should be a string here, and we're going to pass here, return slagify and pass slagify. And here we're gonna pass here the product name, and then we're gonna pass here something like a random number and pass here like this. First, I'm gonna cap that, pass here cons slag is equal to this. Yeah, it's equal to this. And then what I'm gonna do, I'm going to convert it to string. I'm saying a slag to lowercase, okay, like this. And we're gonna pass here slag to lowercase, okay. And after that, we can just pass here something like a random number and pass here math. Yeah, and pass here math.random, okay. Math.random to generate random number between 0 and 10, okay. Maybe 0 and 10 here. Let me check here what we're gonna get here. Let me copy that, and we're gonna pass it here, okay. Yeah, and pass it here, and you can see this is the random number that will generate between 0 and 10. Maybe I can just pass you something like this. You can see this is what we are getting here. And yeah, I'm gonna try to change and pass here I'm passing this, and I'm passing slice like this, and then we're going to select even from 0 to 10. We're gonna select even 5 characters. Okay, yeah, I'm passing here. Yeah, we can pass here to string. Okay, like this, and then we are going to get this. Okay, I'm gonna cap that. We're gonna pass it here. Now you can see, guys, that actually I've already integrated the function inside of our app, generate Slack. And we have one more bug that we need to fix inside of our app. And here, let me first get into the browser. I'm gonna move here on dashboard. Yeah, I'm gonna move to the welcome page in here, guys. And if you try to see details of these projects, we can see it. But if I try to click again on the logo, yeah, we don't got an error here. Let me refresh the page here, and you're gonna see that we're gonna get an error. I'm gonna click here. I'm gonna click here to see details, and here you can see if I click here on the logo, we're gonna get an error. Yeah, we don't got an error. Let me click on this one. Click on the logo, no error. Here again, and yeah, maybe I've already fixed that. Let me check. I'm going to get into the product. Yeah, products car. Okay, products car. Okay, in here, guys, and you can see in here, guys. Yeah, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't work. Okay, and in order to avoid error, use option chaining everywhere, guys. In order to avoid errors, use option chaining. And why we should pass option chaining? Let's check this. You can see we are getting an object. Let's say we have here x is equal to an empty object. Okay, and if x, I'm trying to get access to the images array and pass here, let's say product. Okay, that image. Okay, images that length. Okay, we're gonna get here an error. Yeah, we are going to pass here this. Okay, you can see actually we got an error because the images property doesn't exist inside of the x object. And in order to avoid this error, we should pass here option chaining like this, and we're gonna get undefined inside instead of throwing an error. Okay, and here what I'm gonna do, just pass here option chaining that length here. Okay, guys, and also you're gonna get into the product image gallery. You can see pass here props that images. Yeah, we're gonna pass here option chaining. Okay, option chaining, it's better, guys. Okay, and that's okay in here. Now let's see again details of single product. I'm gonna click here, and let's say we pass here an invalid Slack. We pass here Slack which doesn't exist. Okay, we are going to get an error. Okay, I'm pass here, let's say KKK, and I'm tap enter. You're gonna see we're gonna throw an error at the bottom here. Yeah, you can see, yeah, fallback image URL is not defined. You can see actually got an error. Okay, because we just passed here an invalid Slack. Okay, and we are going to get into the product image gallery is where we got the error. Now let's fix that, and here we're gonna get into the product image gallery, and yeah, I'm gonna look for it. Product, yeah, we should pass here an L. Okay, we don't pass here an L, that's why we got an error. Now let's refresh the page again here, and yeah, you can see actually just fix the error. And if we pass a slide which doesn't exist, we are going to get a page here. Okay, and now what I'm going to do here next, we're going to we're going to catch errors, guys. And you can see when we create endpoints, we don't add try catch block. Yeah, try to add try catch block in every endpoint that you're gonna create. Okay, guys, that's better in order to handle errors at the server side. Add try catch block, and you can see inside the create category tiers, we don't have here try catch block. Okay, add it in every endpoint. It's better practice. Okay, in order to catch server error. Okay, add it. And that's pretty much it, guys. Now we're gonna move to another part where we are going to deploy our app to production. All right, guys, now we're gonna deploy our app to production. Tap npm run build. Once you tap npm run build, you're gonna encounter an error. You can see in here, once you encounter an error, importing from the server is not allowed in the view part of your app. And this says that we shouldn't import a file from the server folder. That's why we got this error. You can see we are importing the verified token. This is the file. This is the function that we're importing from the server folder. And in order to remove that error, I'm going to scroll down. You can see JSON Web Token. That is where we got a function, and I'm gonna import it into the URLs folder, okay, in here, and we're gonna remove the error. And here, if we tap again npm run build, we're gonna get this error, guys. Yeah, this is a module resolution error. You know, in Nuxt we use ES module, but inside the Prisma clients they use CommonJS, and that's why we got this type of error. Now, in order to get rid of this error, we are going to do this. You can see when we tap this command, let me move here. When we tap npm run dev, we generate the Prisma clients into the node modules. Yeah, let me go up here, and here we have node modules, and we have the Prisma clients here. Let me scroll down and pass here. Yeah, we're gonna see it here, and we should see here the Prisma clients, okay. And here, let me, yeah, I'm gonna move at the top here. We have the Prisma clients in here, guys, inside the node modules, okay. And because inside of this file they use CommonJS, we are going to have an error because of compatibility between the ES module and CommonJS, okay. Instead of our Nuxt app, we use ES module. Now, in order to fix that error, we are going to get into the schema, the Prisma, and in here, guys, we are going to add these new lines here, and then we are going to comment. We're gonna comment the first one here, the first provider. And you know, when we tap npm, when we tap this command npm run dev here, we generate the Prisma client inside of the nodes modules folder. You can see we have it here. Yeah, let me see Prisma. We're gonna have it at the top here. We have the Prisma client here. That's Prisma /client, and you can see we have here some CommonJS code here. We have here some module which use CommonJS, and because of module compatibility, we're gonna get an error, and that's what I'm getting here. Okay, you can see I got this error. Now, in order to fix the error, we are going to do some workarounds. Okay, and here we are going to get into the schema, the Prisma. We're gonna comment the first line, and then we are going to generate a Prisma client where we have ES module code. Okay, and yeah, like this. Then we're going to tap this command here, npx prisma generate. I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it here, and we're gonna tap enter. And before that, I tap enter, we are going to do something else here. And you can see at the root of our project, we have a folder lib, and inside of it, we got Prisma. Okay, this is the Prisma client instance. If I get into the URLs folder, we have here another file, which is, okay, we are going to look for it. We have the script.prisma.ts. We have here another Prisma client. And now what I'm going to do here, guys, I'm going to get rid of this file here. I'm gonna get rid of this file, I'm gonna delete it, and then I'm gonna going to import the script.prisma. I'm gonna import it into the lib folder, okay? And then I'm gonna rename it to Prisma. Pass here just Prisma. Then tap enter, okay? Like this. Okay, we are going to modify it. Now we are going to tap this command in order to generate the Prisma client in the root of our project. And you're gonna tap this one, nps prisma generate, and then we're gonna tap enter. And here we're gonna wait a bit. If you got this error, guys, tap this, tap npm install prisma at prisma /client. Tap this again. Okay, once you tap npx prisma generate, you're gonna see you have at the root of your projects, you have another folder which is generated, and is where we got the Prisma clients. And you can see we got here ES module files, and here I'm gonna comment this one here, and then we're gonna import it from the generated folder. Okay, and we have it here. I'm gonna import Prisma clients from the generated folder. Okay, like this. Then you're gonna get into the Nuxt.config.ts at the bottom, get in, and inside the modules array, a comment Prisma /Nuxt, comment this line here, and scroll to the top and add this line. You can see I just passed the replace objects, and pass this. Then tap this npm run build. Once the build finish, you're gonna see this file right here. You're gonna get into the data outputs, and we got the production build of our Nuxt app. And here we are going to tap npm run preview in order to run our app. Tap npm run preview, okay? And then we're gonna run our app.
After that, you're gonna go to render.com. In here, we are going to tap here render.com. Okay, tap render.com, and once in here, guys, you're gonna click on the menu here. Click here render.com. Okay, and once in here, you need, first of all, in order to move to the render dashboard, you need to create an account and click here dashboard. Once you click in here, the first thing we're gonna do in here, guys, we're gonna create a Postgres instance, and click here at the top right corner, and you can see we have a new bar, and here click here Postgres. We're gonna set up our Postgres database, and the name that I'm gonna give it, I'm pass here e-commerce, and we're gonna scroll down. You can see we have here the projects. We are going to skip the section. It can be optional, and we're gonna continue. You can see here database name. We're gonna let it like this. It's gonna be optional. They're gonna generate a random database name. We're gonna continue for the username. We're gonna let it like this. It can be optional. For the region, like this. And we're gonna continue for the data door API key. We're gonna let it like this. We're gonna continue, and we are going to choose here free tier. And because we don't need to pay here an account, we're gonna try this. And if you choose a free tier, you're gonna get 256 megabytes and 1 gigabyte of storage. Okay, and continue scrolling, and then you're gonna click create database. Once you click on the button create database, you're gonna move to this interface. You can see the database name is e-commerce DB. Yeah, you can see this section connections, and in here we are going to copy a command in order to get into our Postgres database. And you can see in here the right here psql command, and I'm gonna click here in order to copy this command. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm pass it to my Sublime text in here. And in order to get into our Postgres database, which is hosted on Render, I'm gonna copy this all the way to here where they write PSQL. Okay, I'm gonna copy that, and what I'm gonna do here, I'm going to move here, and then I'm pass this command here. I'm tap enter. You can see this is the command, and we have here the password. Yeah, I'm gonna copy that because they're gonna ask the password, and then I'm pass here the password. Okay, and I'm tap enter, and actually you can see that I'm in the database e-commerce DB. Okay, this is the database, and right now inside of our database we don't have any table. Okay, and in order to have all our tables into our database, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get into the pg admin, and you can see this is our database here. I'm gonna click here, and we're gonna click here backup. And once you click on backup, we're gonna pass here the name of a database like e-commerce. Okay, and for the file format, we're gonna choose here, I'm pass here plan, and here I'm gonna click backup. Okay, once you click backup, we're gonna head inside documents, and then you can see this is my database. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm pass it into Sublime text. And what I'm gonna do here, guys, I'm gonna copy everything in this file. I'm gonna copy all these SQL commands, and I'm gonna paste it in my database in here. Yeah, I'm pass here this, and paste there, tap enter, and then they're gonna create our tables. Okay, and meanwhile we are going to head up in here. We are going to continue. You can see for the database connection, we're gonna copy this line here. Let me see that. Yeah, we're gonna copy this, the internal database URL, copy that, and I'm gonna pass it here. Yeah, I'm pass it here. Yeah, let me pass it here, just here. Okay, and this is the internal database link here that we're gonna use, and for the database connection. Okay, now what I'm gonna do here, guys, I'm gonna move to the render dashboard, and in here I'm gonna create an instance for our app. Here we're gonna click web service, and here click there, And what I'm going to do here, we're gonna pass it the git URL. And here, in order to get it, I'm gonna move in here. You can see Nuxt e-commerce, and here I'm gonna copy this git URL, and that's what I'm gonna pass it here. Okay, and then I'm click create. I'm gonna click connect, and here they're gonna create an instance for a Nuxt app. We're gonna scroll down. You're gonna see language, node, branch, main branch, region. We are going to let it like this. For the root directory, nothing to pass here. And for the build command, you're gonna tap this one here, and I'm gonna copy this, and that's what I'm gonna pass it here. Okay, for the build command, we're gonna pass here npm install and npm run build. And then after that, we're gonna run here another command, which is npm run start. Because what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna copy this line. You can see inside of the generated data output folder, we have in the index file. That's what I'm gonna run here. Okay, we're gonna run npm run start. We're gonna get into the data output folder /save folder, and then we're gonna hit the index.mjs file. Okay, that's correct. And what I'm gonna do here now, I'm gonna tap here git add, and here I'm pass git commit, and then pass here add run command, and then I'm tap git push. Okay, and come back in here, guys, and click add environment variable and pass here parse. Okay, and in here we have the database URL. If I click here, we can see it. And what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna delete this one here, and we are going to pass this one here. This one here, guys, I'm gonna copy it, and then that's what I'm passing here. Yeah, I'm gonna pass it here. And what I'm going to do here, I'm gonna go at the bottom here, I'm gonna click on the button deploy web service. Click there, and then the deployment is gonna start. Alright, guys, you can see actually our app is live. I'm gonna click here, and so you can see the status of our app is available. And what I'm gonna do here, I'm going to go back in here. I'm gonna click here Nuxt e-commerce, and we have here a generated link by render. This is the domain, and if I click here, we are going to land on the home page. And actually we don't got data here, and but I can move to the sign in and sign up page, and it means we got an error. Now, in order to see if we got an error inside of our Nuxt app, we are going to click on logs. On the menu, you can see we have logs here at the left, and we have an error. And let me try to check the error here, and you can see we got a Prisma client error. Prisma client could not locate the query engine for runtime Debian. Okay, for Linux, it doesn't work because when we tap npx Prisma generate, we generate a Prisma client which is compatible for Windows system. Now we are going to generate another Prisma client which is compatible for Linux. Now, in order to do so, we are going to go back inside of our app. We are going to get into the schema.prisma, and in here, add this line here, binary targets, pass here native, Windows, Debian. Okay, this is the new line, and do that, and you can see in here, we pass here native, Debian, OpenSSL, but me I pass here also Windows. Okay, then we're gonna tap this command npx Prisma generate. Okay, and then tap enter. They're gonna generate a Prisma client for Windows and Linux. Okay, they finished. Now I'm tap here git add, and we're gonna pass here another command git commit add new Prisma clients. Okay, and then we're gonna tap enter. We're gonna pass a git push. Now let's go back to render dashboard, and in here, guys, we are going to get into settings, because you can see on the section where we pass some builds commands, we are going to add here another builds command, and this is a new one. We are going to click edit, and in here we're gonna pass here nps Prisma generate in order to generate a Prisma client which is gonna work for these environments. And here you're gonna click save, and once you click save, everything's gonna work fine. Okay, and here they're gonna rebuild our Nuxt app And because they're gonna start by installing all necessary dependencies, then they're gonna run npx prisma generate to generate the Prisma client, and after that they're gonna run npm run start to start up our Nuxt app. Okay, and once they finish, we're gonna have here a link. We're going to wait a bit, guys. Let's wait a bit, guys. You can see that actually they finish building our Nuxt app and they run it. They run the command npm run start, and you can see at the bottom here the console your service is live. Now let's click here, and you're gonna see that actually you're gonna fetch product from the database, but we don't see here images. Yeah, you can see we don't have the possibility to see images, and I can move to my account here. Okay, you can see we don't see images, and we don't see images because we don't pay a disk. You know, it's render a free tier doesn't have access to the disk, to the storage. You can see if I click here at left disk, you can see we need to pay the disk, and here if we pay, we are going to have the possibility to see all our images, to see a product with image. And now I'm gonna click here logout, and here I'm pass here. Let me just pick here a user here. I'm gonna copy this one here, and then that's what I'm pass here to move to the admin area. And here I'm pass here the password, and then I'm gonna click sign in. Yeah, I'm pass here a valid email address. Okay, and then we're gonna click sign in. And once we click sign in, you can see actually we move to the dashboard, and we can see categories. Okay, and we can see products here. We have here, yeah, you can see we have here products. Okay, we have here products. We can edit a product. Okay, let me click here edit. You can see that with that actually we can edit a product, but to display an image is impossible because we don't have a storage. Yeah, we need to pay it. And that's pretty much it, guys, for this video. I hope you enjoy it. Don't forget to subscribe, and I see you in the next one.